Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen of Let's Talk Sports, to the Let's Talk Sports Damar Hamlin charity live stream event that we're doing today. My name is Ryan Larison. I'm going to start the show off for you guys like I do every Thursday. We're going to still do our fantasy football show. So if you have questions like you usually do, I know it's week 18, so there's not nearly as many people playing right now. I'm one of them. I'm not playing right now. I only do DFS in week 18 because I'm not about trying to figure out all this crazy, everybody's sitting in Tampa Bay is not going to play anybody, but Todd Bowles says they're going to play. That type of stuff. I'm not into it. But we're still going to answer all you guys' questions. Matt and I and Scott, who he normally doesn't join us on Thursday, but Scott is also here, Scott Kobe. We're going to talk about some off-season narrative topics from 2022 and see how they kind of fared in 2022 for the actual season, see what kind of lined up. But I'll introduce everybody first. Matt Larison is my co-host normally on Thursdays. My brother, Matt. Matt, thank you for joining me today, man.
Good to see you, gentlemen.
And Scott is joining us today, not only for the live stream, but Scott's, pretty good at fantasy football himself. So he's going to throw his opinions at us and give us an extra voice instead of me and Matt just kind of bickering back and forth like we do every Thursday. Scott, thank you for joining me, man.
Anytime. Honored to be here and honored to do this based on Dan's charity work. So.
Yes, and that's the big thing here today. Everything that we talk about, unless it is Damar Hamlin, is secondary to what has happened with Damar Hamlin. And just to give you guys a little update, I'm sure pretty much everybody's seen it at this point, but he has been, awake enough to be able to, write out his responses. First thing he asks, of course, is did they win the game, which I just love that. And the doctors tell him, yeah, you won the game of life, which they're not wrong in that either, which is fantastic. So big thing here, and then I'll get to your guys' comments, is we are doing this to kind of try and help spread awareness of his, it doesn't really need the awareness spread because he's doing great in his charity that he's got. The link is in the description of the video. So you guys go to the link in the description of the video, take you right to Damar Hamlin's GoFundMe. And Dan, who runs Let's Talk Sports, Dave Harris, he has already donated $1,000 on behalf of Let's Talk Sports, and he will match it up to $3,000 if we can get to there by the end of this live stream. He's also doing a small giveaway for it. Basically, what you're going to do, if you do donate, go donate. Put in the comments that you did donate and what amount you donated. It's not to shame you if you only donate $1 or if you donate $10 or however much you're going to do. Dan's just doing it based off that. So one, he can give the giveaways away proper. Top donator is going to get an NFL jersey of their choice, which is super generous of him after already saying to match up to $3,000. And everybody else he's going to kind of put into a raffle and then give away a Let's Talk shirt. And Let's Talk Sports mug. So that's all you guys have to do. Watch the stream, obviously give us some likes and try and share it with everyone that you know on social media so we can get as many people in here to try and donate for Damar Hamlin's charity. And just comment in there in the comments if you have done it. And he'll be able to read all this stuff through and give the top donator an NFL jersey of their choice. Nick Bodkins of the Bodkins Show chimes in real quick. He won the co-host league fantasy championship, beat me in the second round. I was very sad. Says the real fantasy champ is in the building, and Nick will be taking over at the end of the show to do his normal show. He's going to close this out, so you guys are going to see him later. And CK Landis says, thanks, guys, for all Let's Talk Sports team for today. Very welcome. I'm super proud to be a part of this. I'm super happy to be able to be a part of this. Just the situation that was going on and all the positivity that I've seen around it from most people on social media has kind of given me a little bit of faith back in humanity at this point, because usually it's all toxic and you see some terrible stuff, but this is something that was so unprecedented in the NFL that it's kind of brought everybody together and opened up some eyes. So obviously biggest part of this is Damar Hamlin is getting better. Thankfully, I think they still say he is still in critical condition, if that is correct. Yeah. But Matt, you're the resident Bills fan, so I want to kind of let you have the floor here and talk about this a little bit before we kind of jump into our normal fantasy football spiel that we do.
Yeah, I'm super happy that he's getting better. honestly, from a perspective of what I watched and what people were saying, and knowing some people, on my side of the family who are deep and involved in the healthcare field, it didn't look very positive. So the fact that he's doing a lot better is just absolutely remarkable. It was incredibly shocking. But one of the things, like you said, everybody's kind of changed their perspective on things. We look at an organization like the NFL, massive, huge, all these things matter: money, marketing, time, fans, everything got to stop. And thankfully it did, because of what happened. And it really did instill not only faith in, like you said, humanity, but in just faith in, a company of that size and that volume. Still, maybe they didn't do it as fast. Not sure. Like we said, they've never had something like this really happen before. So they didn't really know what protocols, what things to do. But just the fact that everything stopped, the game stopped, and we were able to say, okay, like, this is way more important than anything else that's going on, I think is huge. Because I don't think there's really anybody out there that expected them to continue this game once they found out the condition that he was in. And, you saw, they showed the video of him collapsing. It wasn't even really that much of a contact hit, just kind of a freak thing. He went into cardiac arrest. Basically, the contact, his heart was going so fast, the contact, and then, everything kind of happens at once. So it was just really shocking. But, these guys all rallied together. The team jumped around him so nobody could see what was going on. Then the Bengals team came and did that, which is really awesome, because at the end of the day, obviously reporters are trying to do what they can, but, that's a sensitive situation. So, and they didn't really fight that either. So from a across the board standpoint, I think everything was handled really well. I'm really happy with, that he's getting better, and that everybody chose to, look at that more importantly than everything else. And now that he's getting better, now we can, get through the rest of the stuff that we have to figure out with the game, the outcome, things like that, the things that were secondary because of what happened. So hopefully he continues to get better.
And I completely agree. And Scott, I'm going to let you go in a second. I just want to say thank you to CK Landis. He said, let's start this off. Him and his wife wanted to donate $100. Thank you very much for that. That's massive to start this off. Very much appreciate that. And Scott, before we get to Bodkins' comment, I'm going to let you kind of take the floor on this whole situation. Like Matt said, it's just it's kind of hard to put into words. He said it so perfectly. What are your thoughts on this? I'm just going to kind of give you the floor to be able to speak freely about everything.
So from a guy that has heart problems like me, and a guy that has been in and out of doctors' offices and hospitals and stuff like that, it's really shocking and jarring to see something like that happen. A guy get up and then just collapse 2 seconds later. It's really hard. Kudos to a guy named Danny Kellington, the assistant Buffalo Bills trainer, who gave CPR right away, and basically everybody's saying saved his life. So kudos to him, and the humanity part of it. His charity went from under 2,500 to 7.2 million last time I heard, in the course of about 48 hours, and that's phenomenal, and that'll help the guy a lot. The first thing and foremost is the guy needs to get healthy and go back to a normal life. That's the first thing. Football is way down the line, way down the spectrum of him. He needs to get healthy. He needs to get back on his feet. And he needs to relive a normal life again. And anybody that's talking about that, or fantasy leagues or anything else, shame on you for doing that. And that's putting it nicely. So, I'm hoping the guy can restart his life again, get healthy. And be a guy in the community that, as he's been already. If you didn't know, there's a lot of stuff he has done since he was 13 years old and he went to high school that nobody knows about. So, starting this charity started in college, and that's a big thing for any athlete or any person starting in this charity in college. I heard his high school coach on TV today talking about him and how he was coming in and stuff like that. He's a phenomenal guy, phenomenal athlete, phenomenal person. So that's what people seem to forget, that these athletes are people. They're not robots. They're not anything else. They're people first. And you need to treat them like that. You need to look at them like that, instead of, oh, damn, he dropped the pass. He's no, they're people. They have feelings too. So
It's really funny that you say that, because just kind of looking through, just being on social media and seeing what videos people have posted and stuff, there was just a fan of the Bills who shared his story of how he was literally watching the game and he was cussing him out because he had missed something on the last drive. He's like, "Oh my gosh, you missed this! Come on, man, you got to get better." And then boom, that happens, and it just puts everything into perspective of
absolutely.
like, he's sitting on his couch as a fan and he's cussing out this player in his own house. Like, hey, you got to get better. You need to be doing this and this and this. And then it just all stops from one big thing.
Right.
And it's just, most of the stuff that I have seen on social media and everything, people have been super positive about the situation.
Yes.
We won't name a couple names of some of the big time sportscasters who have said some terrible stuff, because I want this to be a positive thing for at least the time that I'm on here. Nick can talk about that later if he wants to. But I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm talking about there. And the other thing, and Nick commented, can we stop the T. Higgins hate? And there is just this weird part of the internet where they're all blaming T. Higgins. There have been people that have gone into his Twitter account and stuff like that, threatened him and told him that he should never play football again. It's his fault that this happened. And that part to me, it's just boggling to me. The play was so routine. It's not like he went out there and he shot blocked a guy or he was doing something dirty. It was literally, he was getting tackled, lowered his shoulder to embrace contact. We see it on every Sunday, every Monday, every Thursday, and some Saturdays. Like, I mean, my kids played football and he's made tackles like that. This is just a freak thing, and I think that's what people need to understand. People looking for like a boogeyman, someone to blame, and there was no one that needed to be blamed in this situation. This was just a freak thing, and it was just unfortunate. The best part about all this is that we get to do this show today to try and raise a little money for his charity, and also we have the news that he is improving, especially immensely compared to what he was, and that was a lot due to how quickly they were able to respond. And there's been tons of praise to the medical staff of Buffalo and just key people in general starting CPR so quickly to know what happened and diagnose it within like a minute and a half and get it started immediately. It probably saved so much of his his mental state and his mental capacity for when he's getting older and getting out of this. So it's just what happens. And Bodkins also said play like that happens 20 times every Sunday. He's 100% right. It's just a normal tackle that happens. So what we're gonna do is, obviously we're running this whole thing throughout the Nick Bodkins show later tonight, so it's gonna go on for a few hours, but we're gonna go to our regular part of the show where we kind of talk about some fantasy football stuff. And whenever you guys do comment, if you have questions, just like every other Thursday, go ahead and give us your questions for your DFS lineups. If you have a championship this week, maybe because of the situation with this game, your league commissioner said we're going to push it to week 18 and just kind of have a redo. If you have any questions, throw them in the comments. We will get to them as quickly as possible. And of course, if you donate, we'll stop everything and we'll make sure that you're showed up on the show. But Matt and I came into this week kind of having a plan of, we're going to talk about some 2022 preconceptions about certain things going into the season. People just, and a good way to kind of start that off is we're going to talk about some guys that had some Achilles injuries and ACL injuries heading into the season, coming off of recovery, and how they kind of responded and how they did for fantasy purposes going into that. Real quick, Football Talk said the in-stadium medical team did an amazing job for Damar Hamlin. They 100% did. So we're going to talk about the Achilles tear and the ACL injuries. We're going to start at the running back position and talk about a guy that I know really made me look like an idiot to start the season, because I did nothing but say that he was not going to be able to perform up to the level I thought he was going to, because no one in NFL history had come back the year after an Achilles injury, especially his being so late in the season, and started to put up numbers like he did, and that's James Robinson. Of course, he was traded to the Jets midseason. Everything crumbled after that. RB 46 overall, and this is all based on half PPR scoring. He's RB 46 overall, 11 games played in total. He's had to sit some out, not only for injury purposes, but because the Jets don't want him to reach an incentive number that rises their draft pick all the way up to a different spot. So 7.6 points per game, and his ADP in the offseason was he was RB40. He was going in round 8. To start, like I said at the top, to start the year, I looked like a moron because James Robinson was absolutely crushing it for fantasy purposes. I'm going to pull up his numbers right now and give you some exact finishes that he had to start the season in Jacksonville. First 3 weeks of the year, he was RB11, RB9, RB7 overall. He was a top 12 running back every single week for the first 3 weeks of the season, getting 11 carries, 23 carries, 17 carries. Touchdowns were really helping him out. He scored a touchdown every single week. After that, though, he just fell right off the map. He went down in terms of snap percentage. He went down in terms of carry counts. Travis Etienne started to take everything over. It just – I don't know what to believe here for this one. That's why I wanted to lead off with it because, like we said, the notion before the season started is nobody's come back from an Achilles injury and really smashed it to start the season. Usually it would take to the back half. And this was a complete opposite of what that was. Now – you can't blame it on just him scoring touchdowns. Why he was good for fantasy. 6 yards per carry in week 1, 5.8 yards per carry in week 2. He was explosive. He showed it. But for the rest of the season, he only had one finish inside the top 20, and that was basically it. So what do we do? Do we chalk this up as something to where this preconceived notion is going to stay intact moving forward? Stay away from guys with Achilles injuries in redraft leagues, or does this change our minds when we go into thinking about it? Matt, I'll start with you, and then Scott will throw it to you.
I think that position, you have to look at injuries. Running back is such a fragile position, and you see that now with the NFL changing pretty much how they do things in terms of besides maybe Derrick Henry, there's not really a team that just runs one running back anymore. Most teams have, the double backs, they rotate. And they know because it's because these guys get hurt so much. I mean, that's probably the toughest position in the NFL in terms of what it takes to go on your body. So I always have felt that way. I think you have to look at injuries for most fantasy positions, just because, if one guy gets hurt, I mean, I don't know what the statistic is, but the chances of them getting hurt again probably increase substantially. Already being injured prior. So I think that is something to look at. Not saying that he can't have success. I really actually think that a lot of his failure was because the Jets took him and they probably did want to basically sit him, until next year. He was hurt when he went to the Jets and he got hurt again. So that was another part of it too. But it's just something to watch. I mean, I think he's a good player. I think you could definitely pick him up in a later round next season, see what happens. Dynasty leagues, he's a good, guy to stash. But you have to look at these things. I've said it to you before multiple times, Ryan. I go into a draft and I completely don't even look at guys that, the year before, every week they were questionable. They couldn't even practice, half the season because they just were always injured. So it's something that I look at. I always look for the for sure guys. Like I said, I've drafted Travis Kelce in the first round, I think, in the last 5 years of every fantasy draft I've ever done. And I think he's missed like 2 games. Not only is he the best tight end, but he also is never injured. Knock on wood. I don't want that for him. But, consistency is so important in fantasy. So that's where I see it.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, my philosophy is the same as yours. I don't draft guys coming off injuries. I just don't do it because either they're slow to start or they get off to a fast start like James Robinson, and then they kind of slow down. And Travis Etienne was there in the backfield with him, and what was going around was Travis Etienne was going to be the 1 and James Robinson was going to be the 2. So based on that, where his ADP was, I think it was still a little high. And then, as you said, the first 3 weeks he made everybody look like fools. But I chalk it up. And the Jets came out and said that he still wasn't healthy, and they have big plans for him next year. Well, Breece Hall's coming back, so he's going to be slow to get going too. So I'm interested to see what Breece Hall gets drafted next year, because this is almost the same circumstances as James Robinson this year. So I didn't like him coming into the season. I just thought nobody came back from an Achilles injury. Nobody. And performed like he did in my memory. The only guy I can remember is Adrian Peterson with his ACL. He came back and had 2,000 yards the following year. So to me, he was a no draft and a no go. But as it panned out, as you look over through the whole season, whoever drafted him was probably sorry they drafted him where they drafted him because he just didn't pan out for you in fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully when you got him and you drafted him where you did, you were able to take those first couple weeks and get a haul because I didn't see that happen in many leagues because people believed like, hey, the preconceived notion is anybody with an Achilles injury, you're not going to be able to use them for fantasy purposes. And he smashed that the first 3 weeks. And now, it kind of went back to normal. And that's my big thing here is that's why I'm going to discuss a couple of these other guys on here. It's not just Achilles because there's only a few Achilles. There's some ACLs. And the ACL has been very fluid the past few years where some guys come back and they look perfect. And then other guys come back and they don't look so hot. So it's just it's a good thing to kind of talk about and try and figure out as we move forward. But I think I'm in agreement. As scared I was that I made a horrible call at the beginning of the season to tell people to stay away from James Robinson at all costs.
Yep.
It turned out the right way to handle it. We got some questions in the comments. Nick from the Bodkins show. Is there any running back next year worth taking in the first round? And that's probably a little extreme compared to how some of these guys have performed. Yeah. But just to name a few off the top of my head, McCaffrey's still a number 1 overall pick, or not even just number 1 overall, but a first round pick, I should say. Yeah. There's no reason that you shouldn't take McCaffrey in the first round. You're just being too skittish at that point, in my opinion. Eckler, if everything stays the same in LA, Eckler is still a first round pick. There's almost no question about it. Then after that, that's where you start to question things. Saquon Barkley, would you guys take him in the first round? I mean, RB5 on the year. RB5 overall on the year after 2 years of injury.
Give me the top 5 running backs at the end of the fantasy season.
I will look that up for you. You tell me if you got any off the top of your head right now that you would 100% immediately take.
I would have said Breece Hall if he didn't tear his ACL.
Definitely.
Me personally, I'm going wide receiver. I mean, I have a keeper league, home league. I have Kelsey. I'm keeping Kelsey, and I'm going to take a wide receiver in the first round. I just don't see this year has proven that the NFL has shifted to a committee style running back core. And if there is a guy that is the only running back like a Derrick Henry, but I even think he's getting a little bit older too. And that offense is still completely depleted. That's going to be a catastrophe next year. You have to go with the guys who are going to score points. Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams. I mean, Adams dropped in my league, I think, almost to the 3rd round because everybody was so worried about getting a running back. Guys were taking Leonard Fournette and Zeke Elliott ahead of Tay. And that turned out to be a huge blunder because, you got to go with the guy who scores points. And these wide receivers, they're not hurt as often. If they're that number 1 guy on the team with a quarterback who throws a lot and they're a stud, they're going to give you a lot of points from that too. So I think that's the direction that the NFL is going, is wide receiver is going to be the more prominent fantasy player going forward.
There is one name everybody's forgetting about. Had he not got injured, would definitely be a first round. It's Javonte Williams in Denver. Melvin Gordon would have definitely been out this year. He would have had that backfield all to himself in Denver. And I think he would have definitely been a back end first round pick.
As someone who picked him, I feel the pain.
Yeah. I picked him as well in a high stakes league. I'm
not
regretting it, but it's just
agreed.
The situation was good for him. And
I think the situation for him, I think the situation for him is going to continue too. I mean, he reminds me a little bit more of a Derrick Henry style. He did catch the ball, but not as much. But let me tell you what, I mean, as long as he averages the correct yards per carry that he was getting in his rookie season, I mean, that guy would have had 12, 13, 1,400 yards, maybe more. And the touchdowns probably would have came too. So I really like him. I think he's hurt now too. So this is the same topic we talk about. I mean, there's probably more hurt running backs than there are healthy ones in terms of that. So, it's going to be interesting. Maybe we're going to eat crow next year and the running backs are going to take back over, but I just don't see it.
There's always going to be a guy in the draft that says, I got to have a running back in the first round. I got to take a running back. And he takes a running back. And you're like, what? Who? So that's my thing.
Your top 5 for this year in half PPR goes as follows. You got Austin Eckler at number 1, about 15 points ahead of Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey is number 2. Josh Jacobs is number 3. He's only 3 points behind McCaffrey. Derrick Henry's at 4. He's about 20 points behind Josh Jacobs. And then Saquon Barkley is number 5, and he's another 20 points behind Derrick Henry. So it's really top heavy. If you had McCaffrey, and of course, you got to factor in draft position. Guys and girls who got Josh Jacobs are very happy this year because he smashed his ADP into oblivion.
Well, and the same goes for Miles Sanders owners. He was the same one. Everybody picked on the team that went no running back, and that was their RB1 was Miles Sanders. Well, I think he was in the top 10 this year for fantasy running back. So, that was the perfect example of wide receivers are taking over. Is you could have got a guy like Miles Sanders, and most people who had Miles Sanders probably were either in the final round or the second to last semifinal, just off of that. So I think that's the road that we're heading. If you probably look back in the last couple of years at who was projected to be in the top 10 of running backs and then what actually happened, it's probably staggering compared to like the wide receivers. They're probably a lot more consistent. And it's just injuries. I think it's just injuries.
You're going to always find a running back in the rounds 4 through 8 that are going to pan out for you. Always. And receivers the same way. You're always going to find value. Josh Jacobs, Miles Sanders, Kenneth Walker this year, Ramondre Stevenson, those guys. They were all taken in the middle rounds, and they all panned out for you this year. So that's my thing is Travis Kelce at 101. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in a lot of drafts next year.
Yeah, as long as nothing changes in Kansas City and he doesn't come out and say like, "Hey, I'm definitely gonna take a step back here." I'm not going to be surprised if
he may not score the most fantasy points, but he is the most valuable fantasy player in my opinion.
It's because the positional advantage is so insane. Like
the next guy's got to be 50 points under.
You're not even close. Travis Kelce in half PPR is 254.5 points. Next closest is Hawkinson at 170. Wow. He's got almost 100 points more than the second place.
Yeah, that's a whole another position ahead of everybody else. And I don't see anybody else coming to take the reins from him. No. There's nobody
out there. Kyle Pitts. Well, they're going to talk about him later.
No. Going to pass on that one. And really the biggest thing about that, and we saw a little bit with Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson, it's the chemistry between the quarterback of the team and that tight end. I mean, I'm not saying Kelce's probably the greatest tight end of all time. That could be debated, but that is a factor. But it really is the chemistry. Is this guy gonna get 10 targets a game, or do they just not use their tight ends? For a while, Dawson Knox looked like that with Buffalo. Then it completely died this year. Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews thought that was gonna be a thing. Kind of faded just because Lamar's hurt too, but. There's just really nobody that uses tight ends like Kansas City, Kelce, and Mahomes. I mean, that's just a match made in heaven. So if you can get him with like myself, I'm going to keep him. I mean, I have Jonathan Taylor on my team. I've got Joe Mixon. I'm keeping Kelce. I just think he's more valuable.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick, I'm going to dive into the rest of the comments just to remind everybody we're doing the charity live stream. It's going to run all the way through for the next few hours. It's going to end with the Nick Bodkins show. We got Ronnie coming on here at about 6:30 to take over, Resident Bills podcast host. To enter Dan's giveaway that he's got going on for it, you go and you donate at the link that is in the description of this video. And then you're going to post in the comments what you donated, how much you donated, for purposes of prizes and stuff like that. We don't care if you only donate $1. Anything is absolutely fantastic. And then you will be entered into winning one of those prizes. So make sure you guys go and do that. If you're watching, we're going to run through some of these comments now. Relax Your Mind says, what's up, guys? Thank you for joining us, man. Whiskey Sports Podcast. Our buddy Tanner says, yo, oh, sorry. I'm doing this in wrong order. Which keeper should he take? He's going to have to pick 2 of these guys. He's got Garrett Wilson. He's going to lose a 13th round pick. Pierce, which is Damian Pierce, he's going to lose a 6th round pick. Ken Walker, he's going to lose a 9th round pick. T. Higgins loses a 2nd round pick. What 2 of those guys would you keep? Scott, I'll let you start, and we'll go to Matt, and then I'll give you guys my thoughts at the end if I agree with you.
Garrett Wilson's definitely one of them. Getting him that
such
late.
a good value. 13th round.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think Kenneth Walker's the next guy. He's going to have, I don't think they're going to bring back Rashad Penny if he's not under contract next year. So I think Walker's going to have that backfield all to himself. And if Pete Carroll's returning as the coach next year, he loves to run the ball. So 9th round for him, insane value. So
I agree. Matt, what do you think?
I would probably go Garrett Wilson because of the lack of draft picks you're going to lose, and I think he's going to be an absolute stud next year. T. Higgins in the 2nd round is an absolute disgrace. So I will call you out for that, Tanner.
T. Higgins in the 2nd round was not bad, but go ahead, keep going.
Walker, DJ Dallas has come into a little bit of fruition. I think he will be the backup. They like to change the pace a little bit, but Walker is a very strong, I'm the only guy in the backfield type of running back. So I would go with 2nd for him. Pierce was like that too. The problem with Dameon Pierce for fantasy purposes is he does not catch the ball. Yeah. So he is strictly going to run, and that is it. And unfortunately in fantasy, that's not going to elevate you to a high enough ceiling where you're going to want, I mean, a 6th round pick would be totally worth getting rid of, but there's some guys here. I think Garrett Wilson, the only problem with Garrett Wilson is obviously the quarterback situation. You know, we thought Mike White was going to be this crazy, great thing. I mean, he is what he is. You know, he does throw a lot, but do they go and get Lamar? Do they go and get Derek Carr? I mean, that's going to change a lot of things. So losing a 13th round pick for Garrett Wilson, I think you just go with that just off of value, I think, at this point.
Yeah. Ken Walker is the easy one for me because when you're comparing the 2 running backs, I think that's kind of how you have to approach this as well. Pearson the 6th. Listen, I think the kid's talented and he may have the backfield to himself. You never know, but this team's going to go through a ton of changes and the offense is still probably going to suck. So no matter what quarterback they get in there, no matter what rookie they spend that high end 1st, maybe 2nd overall pick on, depending on how this weekend shakes out. I think losing him for a 6th round pick is good value, but it's not as good a value as you're going to get Walker for a 9th rounder. I mean, things could change with that team in terms of coaching staff and even quarterback, and Walker is still going to be at bare minimum top 15 going into next year, potentially top 12. I'm most likely going to have him in my top 12. That's where I'm going to have trouble is I have Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker on the same team with Travis Etienne. I'm trying to pick which one of those guys I get to keep. So I'm sitting here juggling, trying to figure that out. I got all off season to figure it out, thankfully. So that's my dilemma there. And then when you compare the 2 receivers, Garrett Wilson and T. Higgins, I'm going to have T. Higgins ranked higher than Garrett Wilson next year. That's a fact. I love T. Higgins for fantasy. He is much better than Matt will ever have you believe he is. I will go read you numbers if I have to. But the constant debate of us having to fight back and forth every week about T. Higgins, I'm going to have to buy his jersey, for God's sakes, just to give him a little bit more credit.
There's too many weapons in Cincinnati for him to go in the 2nd round.
But that's where you're wrong because Tyler Boyd hasn't done anything this year.
Yeah.
When everyone's healthy, Tyler Boyd's not doing nothing. And Jamar Chase has gotten hurt now too. I think he missed time last year and now he missed time again this year with a freak hip injury that no one can really explain how it happened. It was just a hairline fracture that was just suddenly there. So
I could see 3rd or 4th round. And this is obviously a keeper league, so this is pretty much like a 3rd round probably for them. But
Tanner added that he drafted T in the 3rd. That's why he loses 2nd. It all jumps up around.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Well, that's the case. You got to steal with Wilson at 14,
and that's the big thing.
Walker at 10. I mean, I had Walker at 10 too this year.
Yeah, you traded him, and I have him now.
I was just a little too impatient. I should have waited just a little bit longer.
But the comparison between T and Garrett Wilson is the value in draft pick is way too wide. You got to keep Garrett Wilson. And Garrett Wilson has the chance to finish higher than T. Higgins. Do I think that's going to happen next year? No, but it's very close. They're only going to be probably 5 to 8 spots apart when I end up doing my rankings in August.
Yeah.
And that's not much. And it really depends on what quarterback gets there. All he needs is a quarterback that can actually throw the football. When Mike White's in there and he's competent and not hobbling around with broken ribs and a ruptured spleen or whatever the heck else he's got going on right now, he's produced in a big way. So that's going to continue. The guy's just an absolute stud.
Wilson's got a better ceiling. He just doesn't have a good floor. Compared to T. Higgins.
He can bottom out.
He has a much better floor.
Right. Nick, did anyone shite the bed more than Justin Jefferson in title week this week? I mean, there were some big guys that that really did not produce for fantasy. Ramondre Stevenson, who helped carry guys to championships 2 weeks in a row. I think he scored like 4 points each.
Hey, Stephon Diggs played one drive and he had more points than Justin Jefferson did.
Yeah, but couldn't you see this coming when Jay Alexander popped off? You just had to see this coming. You had to play him, yes, but you had to think. As soon as Jay Alexander popped off, it was Green Bay's defense was focusing everything on Jefferson and taking him away.
Yeah, the big thing for me is for Rotoballer, I have to cover all the Packers. I have to watch all those games. I don't want to, but I have to because I signed up for it. Big mistake. And Jair Alexander has not been as good as people remember him being from the past few years. He has struggled a lot against really good competition. And it's because they're not shadowing him to anybody. But that game, they decided to shadow him to Justin Jefferson for the first time all season, and he shut him down perfectly. Yeah. That's exactly what he needs to do. He is a typical shadow shutdown corner one, and that's exactly what he did. He got into his head, man. Dude, the antics that he was doing near him and on the sidelines pulling the gritty, like he was in his head like you wouldn't believe, and it just absolutely rendered him useless throughout the rest of that game. So, I can't to answer Bodkins' question. No, I can't think of anybody that had a worse week. And you obviously have to exclude Cincinnati and Buffalo players because that's not on them. But man, dude, that was rough. I'm surprised. Our dad had Justin Jefferson in our league of record, hasn't won a championship the entire time we've had the league, and he still found a way to win with Justin Jefferson putting up those numbers. So he lucked out on that one. He could have been walking backwards into a second place finish. Yeah. Let's see here. Real quick, normal guy prayers to Damar and his family. 100%, guys. Again, I won't read the whole thing again. You guys can read the donation right down here. Just make sure you go into the description of the video if you guys do want to donate. The link to Damar's GoFundMe account is in there. If you do donate, go into the comments and let us know what you donated so that way we can shout you out on the show. We're gonna go back to our Achilles tear comments here, or topic here, I should say. Cover James Robinson. Now we got to cover the big one, which is Cam Akers, because this one is more typical of how I figured the season was going to go for somebody who tore the Achilles the year before. Cam Akers right now, RB35 overall through 14 games. He's got 8.6 fantasy points per game. ADP was the RB17 in the third round. Back to the third, mind you, but whoo boy, did you light your pick on fire if you decided to take him in the back end of the third round. The big problem here is at the end of the season, he's been one of the top fantasy running backs, especially throughout the fantasy playoffs that you could have. He has really started to come alive these past few weeks. But to start the season, he misses game one, barely gets inside the top 36 the next 2 weeks, misses another game, RB62, misses 2 more games. Then he starts to be brought back. And if you guys remember correctly, this wasn't just on his injury either. The team kind of made him step away because of his frustrations with his role in the offense. They let go of Darrell Henderson a little bit later after that, which was a little shocking to me because Henderson has proven to be a pretty good running back over the past couple of years for them. But as their season nosedived, he comes back, barely tops 10 carries for the next month. From week 13 on, though, running back 8, running back 25, 21, RB1, RB14, and he's had at least 12 carries every single week. He's averaging just over 4.7 yards per carry for 5 straight weeks. This is kind of how I figured these Achilles injuries players was going to go. Really rough start to the season. You can't draft them high, but if you go to acquire them or you get them in, as a super late round draft pick and you can hold on to them, which is hard to do throughout the fantasy season, but you can do it. They can give you massive returns towards the end of the year because they finally start to get healthy. So this is what I expected from Akers. That's why I had him ranked kind of in that 30 range and why, that's what you're seeing at the end of the season. He's had tons of great weeks in a row for 5 straight weeks, but he's still only in that top 36 because it took a while to get there. So, Matt, what do you think about Cam Akers? How do you want to approach him moving forward going into next season? I know you spent it was Najee and Cam Akers on the same dynasty team, correct? High draft capital on both of these players, and it just did not work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely promising, at least for the future for him. I chalk most of his struggles to the dysfunction of the Rams this year. Nobody blew it up more than the Rams. And realistically, there was no reason for why they did what they did with Akers. It just didn't really make a lot of sense. They just kept trying different running backs, and obviously, like, he needs time to recover and get back to the life of football after an Achilles injury like that. But they're really fortunate that they didn't get rid of him because he's still a great player. He's, very young. We've seen guys still be able to play in the NFL after an injury like that. So they got rid of Henderson, which he was kind of an off and on kind of guy. They went with him when he was going hot, but when teams do that too much, it really depletes the morale of the other players in that position. So I think it was smart for them to move on from Henderson, give the reins to Akers. And now because they're not going anywhere, they were really able to see, like, okay, is this going to be the guy? Like you said, he's been fantastic. He barely missed a ball from Baker Mayfield last week. He would have went 85 yards for a touchdown. That wasn't his fault. The ball was just a little overthrown. But in terms of running the football, fantastic. His yards per carry is good. And he's getting a lot. The biggest thing for him, because of the injury side of things, he's getting a lot of volume in these last few weeks, and he's been doing really well. So I think that's the biggest thing to look at for down the road. You'll obviously have to see what the Rams do in terms of acquisition in the offseason and the draft. If they go with another player, you're going to be a little more wary for him. But I like him. I think he's going to be a good player next year. I think he could be a sneaky mid-round guy that you could take, and he could still be a flex play, even an RB2 for you. So I would definitely keep him on your radars.
Scott, what do you think about Cam Akers?
Yeah, first of all, do Rams have any draft picks left?
That's a great point. I mean, talk about dysfunction.
Yeah, you had to know Cam Akers was gonna be better as the year went on. This good? Probably not. But I think after McVay sent him home and he had his troubles and he came back, two things happened. One, he got healthier and healthier. And number two, he said to himself, I'm taking this backfield over and nobody's getting in my way. And sure enough, that happened. You have to different guys take different lengths of time to heal. And this guy, it's clearly evident, was not going to be healthy enough until probably week 8 or week 9. And then he was going to take off. And then he was unhappy with his role. McVay sends him home. He comes back, and he's a league winner right now for everybody. Round 3 was too early, way too early in draft season to take him. I mean, when a positive report comes out in these guys, it seems to just shoot them up in the preseason, i.e. James Robinson. And this guy too, that the report was he's taking over the backfield. He looked great. That's just practice. That's not game action. So to me, it was way too early to take him. And anybody that took him, I said, go ahead, take him, have at it with him. Because I knew it would take him probably 6 to 8 weeks to get healthy based on when he came back, when he heard it, and when he came back. So, I expected nothing out of him until week 9, week 10. And then I tried to trade for him everywhere I could get him. When he gets sent home, I tried to trade for him everywhere I could get him because I knew the price wouldn't be high. It would be very low. I got him in 3 different leagues, and he's been a league winner for me. So, kudos to him for taking over this backfield. And I don't think the Rams are going to get anybody to come in and take over the backfield. So I think he's the man next year in that backfield for sure.
I will say this. If we're going to – because Akers is young, the year before when he had the ACL, he was a man on fire. I think everybody was considering him to be in the top 5, top 10 even, just with how good he was. If we're going to put that to the same token, because I agree with you, we have to say the same thing about Breece Hall. He's not going to be – he can't be a first round overall. He can't be maybe even a second round, depending on what the style of your league is, because to the same token, I would bet that it's going to take him time to get back to where he was. And both players are very similar in terms of their success. They both were doing really good, excelling. And then obviously this happens. So follow the trend on that. Yeah. Obviously Breece Hall, I feel like, has a little bit more talent than Cam Akers. He's probably going to be a bigger star if he stays healthy. But temper your expectations for next season. If it's not a dynasty league and it's a one-and-doner, I wouldn't be taking him any higher than maybe the 3rd round. You play these one-and-done seasons to win that year. You can't wait on a guy like that for multiple weeks.
The thing with me is I don't listen to any preseason news. None. Because of this fact alone that Cam Akers took so long. So you're going to hear in preseason, Breece Hall looks great, looks fantastic. Don't fall for it. just don't fall for it. Just take, if he's there in his 5th, 6th, 7th round, then take him.
I learned a few years ago, especially kind of working with different, websites and stuff like that, and talking to a bunch of people in the industry. What you do for the preseason stuff is you completely ignore the positive news. You pay attention to the negative news.
Yeah.
They have to go out of their way to make a negative point. The positive stuff they're going to say about everybody. They want to say, you know what? He's looking fantastic. He could have looked like dog crap and ran for 3 yards on 15 carries in practice. So that's the big takeaway here for that part of it. Definitely, Scott's right in that. You can ignore it completely. But the big thing, if you do want to listen for the negative stuff. Because If you hear something's going wrong, that's something you need to worry about. Where there's smoke, there's fire when it comes to negative news. Coach speak is, I mentioned at the top of the show with this Todd Bowles situation with Tampa Bay. The Vegas betting line has Atlanta, I think they're at like a 13-point favorite for the Tampa Bay game because the expectation is they're going to sit all of these starters. And Todd Bowles is saying, no, we're going to go out there. We're going to play all of our starters. They're going to start the game. Keywords is they're going to start the game for a quarter and then they're going to be out of the game. So coach speak is just gobbledygook that you can't really listen to when it comes to positive stuff.
I'll give you another situation. The Giants. Brian Daboll. Is he really going to stick Saquon and Daniel Jones out there when they have nothing, basically zero to play for? They're locked into that seed with they got now. They're not playing. If they play, it's 1 or 2 series and then they're out. At most. So
I will say about Tampa. Tampa needs all the reps they can get. This team, they did well last week, but Brady should try to throw a few more times to Evans just to kind of get things ready for the next week because they made it in, but they're gonna need a little practice, I think.
So the one thing I'll say on that is Ryan Jensen's supposed to be back this week. So I wonder if Brady plays a little longer to get something going with Jensen in terms
and that's massive for them. Yeah. If they meet a Dallas or a Minnesota where
looking like Dallas,
those teams have struggled at times. Oh man, Brady can find a way to tear him apart if his O-line suddenly starts to protect him a little bit.
Yep.
Man, we're going to see another Tom Brady Super Bowl and it's going to piss me off to know. Bodkins commented, what do the Rams do with Akers? Ultimately, he's got 1 more year left on his deal. I looked it up while we were talking. So he's got 1 more year left on his deal. There's nothing they can do. He's definitely going to stay. But with all the stuff that was going on during the season of trying to figure out, is he even going to be with the team? Lots of trade rumors at the trade deadline of where is he going to go? There was Buffalo rumors that he was going to get traded to Buffalo for like a 6th-round pick. I think that's kind of all abolished at this point. This season is such a wash for the Los Angeles Rams that they're going to kind of move into the offseason. Whatever negativity came out of this year, just going to get brushed under the rug, and they're going to move on and kind of continue status quo going into 2023's regular season. So I think no matter what, he stays with the Rams. I don't see him moving anywhere. And like Scott said earlier, they've got money to pay players. They always find a way. We see it every offseason with these guys. They got Bobby Wagner and Allen Robinson this year and found a way. I don't think the money's going to be going to a running back. So the worst that's going to happen is they're going to get like a plotting, middle-aged for running back age kind of replacement type guy to back him up with Kyron Williams. And I'm not worried about that taking away carries from Cam Akers. It's so funny. Most years I'll put a guy on my fade list like Cam Akers this year because I didn't trust the injury, and then next year he'll make my favorites list because he's going to be a value. He's going to be on the upswing. This type of stuff is so fluid with this that we're all probably going to be looking at Cam Akers next year as a potential value when we go into drafts, and everyone else is going to fade him because of how bad he looked for the majority of the NFL season. So,
and what I will say too is this Rams team is not going to be a Super Bowl contender. I know Stafford will be back and Kupp will be back and things like that, but this team is in rebuild. Like we said, they have almost no draft picks. This team they're sold to the devil to win a Super Bowl, which is fine. I wish Buffalo would do that sometimes. But this team is going to be in a slight rebuild for a little while. And I think a guy like Cam Akers is somebody that they want to do that rebuild with. He's a good enough player to be the starter, but they don't feel like they're wasting somebody's time and talent, being in a rebuild with him. He's not a guy that they would have to trade because they're just that talented. So I think that he's going to be there. I think he's going to be the starter. And I think he's actually going to have a pretty productive year as long as he stays healthy.
So
one thing I'll say in the NFL, it's the worst place to be in the middle of the NFL from 13 to like 20. And that could be where the Rams end up next year. Is
The NFL purgatory.
Yep. NFL purgatory. Not a top 10 draft pick, not a back of the line draft pick. We won the Super Bowl, have been successful during the season. They're going to be right in the middle someplace. And that's the worst place for them to be.
Yep. And with their low draft capital already, it's even more salt rubbed into the wound on that one, you know. But they did win a title. If I was a Rams fan, I'd be happy that we got the title. You take what you get after the aftermath, you know. We got a very important comment from Dan, the head of Let's Talk Sports. He says, "Hi guys, thanks for so much for holding down the fort on this important show. Also, thanks to anyone watching for supporting the event. Best news of 2023 so far is the positive news on Damar today. 100% agree." We'll plug the donation one time again real quick before we move on to the next couple of players we're going to talk about. Go into the description of this video and you'll find the link to Damar Hamlin's GoFundMe for his charity, his toy charity. You can go in there, donate whatever amount that you can, and then put in the comments whatever your donation amount was and, you know, that you did donate, and then you can be entered to win any of the prizes that Dan has listed, LTS shirt and mug, or the highest bidder or the highest person that pays out the most will get their choice of an NFL jersey. We're going to move into not Achilles injuries anymore. Now we're going to start talking about some ACL injuries, and there's one running back and two wide receivers who came into the season with ACL injuries from the previous year. We'll stick with running back. We'll start with J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins didn't just have an ACL that cost him all of 2021. He had the ACL MCL kind of mixture, which that's where, from my experience now over these past few years, kind of watching these players come back, when they do both, that's where there's a serious problem, and you have to really pay attention to, you know, what they might be doing leading into the season. And with Dobbins, I mean, as you guys remember, the Dobbins news was crazy. It was he's going to be back no matter what. He's fighting with Ian Rappaport about his week 1 status. And then, of course, Rappaport is right in the end, and he misses the first 2 weeks of the season. And then after that, he gets 7, 13, and 8 carries and 7 carries for the next 4 weeks, and then nothing for all the way up until week 14 because his knee just gave out again and he wasn't ready to come back. Since his comeback in week 14, he's been the RB10, RB19, RB40, RB28, and then he plays against Cincinnati this weekend, a very motivated Cincinnati team. So overall, he's only the RB48 overall with only 8 games played. So it's only half a season. He'll get one more in. 9.7 points per game is pretty good. That's the highest of anybody we've talked about today. And his ADP, though, was RB20 in the 4th round. Probably a worse draft pick than what you got with Cam Akers at this point, if we want to be fair about it. No matter how much, you know, Akers was 3 spots ahead of him, maybe, but you're getting production that was top tier at the end of the season at the very least. Both were terrible draft picks, no matter what, at the end of the day. What do we kind of do with Dobbins here? Because Dobbins had the mixture injury, really tanked fantasy rosters that decided to draft him in the 4th round, but he has started to look healthy over these past few weeks. He's reached 12, 13, 15, 17 carries. He's getting the work, and he's not looking too bad with it. He hasn't gone a single game under 4.9 yards per carry. Do we think he's back? Is he someone that we can try and trust going into next year? Maybe not obviously as high as he was drafted this past season, but someone that we can look at as one of these mid-round guys, or are we kind of staying away from the whole Ravens situation in general? Go ahead, Matt.
Well, what I'll say is the Ravens backfield is probably the muddiest of all the backfields in the NFL, maybe minus the 49ers before Christian McCaffrey. Not that these guys don't have success, but they run five, 6 running backs this season in terms of, you know, how much volume they get. And Dobbins, you know, he has done enough production that I think that you should definitely look at him next year. But with the injuries and also the, you know, the amount of volume for other running backs in that running back committee, he's not somebody I'm going to be looking at, you know, really early. And also, we don't know what Baltimore is going to do next year. Is Lamar going to be there? Are they going to completely change this offense and get a different quarterback? Because that really matters too. I think Baltimore is like a 70% run differential ratio.
It's massive. Next to Chicago, it's the second highest in the league.
Right. And, that's going to make things a lot different. So Dobbins is going to be somebody I'm going to look at closer to the season starting, seeing where Baltimore is. Maybe they thinned out the depth on the running back side and they're really going to focus on, using Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins instead of Justice Hill, Kenyon Drake, and God knows who else has played with them this year. If they have Lamar, it lowers his value because Lamar takes quite a bit away from him. But if they have a new quarterback, things could be a lot different. So he can catch the ball, he can run the ball. I think the injury is behind him now, especially for next season. So he's definitely somebody I'm looking at with all those other circumstances.
Scott, I'm going to stop you for 2 seconds and I'll let you jump right in.
Sure
Alan, resident Cowboys fan, he runs one of the Cowboys shows on here. Donated $20. Happy to help any way I can. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. And I do got to get to you about getting onto your show at some point in the offseason so we can talk a little smack to each other with everything that's going on between our teams. So, Scott, I kind of agree with Matt there when it comes to – and with J.K. Dobbins, it's really hard because while he has come back at the end of the year and he's kind of taken the workload, fantasy purposes, it hasn't been fantastic. It hasn't been a Cam Akers type.
No,
so I don't know what to do with them heading into next year. What are you thinking?
So the stat I saw on the last Sunday night, I think they played Sunday against Pittsburgh, was that with Lamar, they're averaging 28 points a game. Without Lamar, they're averaging 18. So I have a sneaky suspicion Lamar is going to be back next year in Baltimore in some way, shape, or form. If that's the case, I agree. Dobbins is going to have so much taken off his plate from Lamar and Gus Edwards too, that I don't know if I could trust J.K. Dobbins as an RB2 because that's about where you're going to have him as an RB2. I'm more comfortable with him as RB3. His injury history just scares me off completely. I mean, he's, the ACL, he's had some little nicks and bruises, in the NFL earlier in his career. So he's a guy I'm staying away from. I can't take him in round 4. He's more of a round 7, round 8 guy for me. I mean, I'll start doing my preseason rankings very soon here, and I can't see putting Dobbins in the top 25 to 27 running backs. There's just too many variables going on with him. And who knows, he could get hurt again going into the playoffs. So that's a big red light for me with him. So
something I will say that is kind of my fantasy survival guide. The injuries that are like 1-2 weeks and these guys have them multiple times is way more concerning to me than ACL injuries or long-term injuries. A guy who has one season-ending injury doesn't always get hurt again and again, but you got guys, and for a while it was McCaffrey, George Kittle, J.K. Dobbins. These guys I don't even look at in terms of drafting them. If I have to and it's a good value, I will, but I'm not giving up what they normally would go at to pick them up because I would rather go with somebody who may have a little bit less value in terms of a fantasy point perspective and go with them because they're not injured. A perfect example of that is Jonathan Taylor. The Dallas Cowboys defense had more fantasy points than him this year, and he was injured all the time. These guys were taking in the first round because we think that they're going to have this volume. We just, for some reason, don't think about the injury side of things. And this is a long season. This is a tough league. This is a tough game. These guys get hurt. And if they get hurt multiple times, chances are they're going to get hurt multiple times again.
Absolutely.
That's something I absolutely look at when I do my drafts.
I'll say a lot of that stuff too with the guys that you mentioned, it's soft tissue stuff. It's nothing, crazy. It's not breaks. It's not, like you said, it's not the magnitude of ACL tears and MCLs and Achilles, but it's the hamstrings, it's the calf strains, it's the groin pulls. It's that type of stuff that when it happens mid-season, happens early on even, or it happens even in training camp. That 4-week timeline crap, you can't trust it because teams handle that situation so differently every time. Look at Keenan Allen this year. Keenan Allen had a hamstring injury that kept him out for like 12 weeks.
Debo Samuel.
Debo's another one. Always got nicked. But I think Debo, for him, it's more play style. He loves the contact, and that's how he plays.
Right.
So you got to take that stuff into consideration.
Always injured, though. Like always 3 weeks here, a week here, 2 weeks there, It's just I had Debo for a short period of time. I shouldn't have. I went against my survival guide. So, Lesson learned.
The upside was too juicy, if you will, not
He's
to
a
try and make a move.
fantastic player. It's just you have to look at this stuff, or you're gonna end up getting yourself in a situation where you're a game out of the playoffs, or it's a must-win situation, and 3 of your guys are out because you got these guys who are so fringy all the time.
I mean, when you look in the 3rd round, you see Debo there. It's like, I want to take him so bad, but then you take the injury history. It just backs you off of him. It just backs you off of him. I mean,
right? You have to expect that he's going to miss at least 3 games.
Absolutely,
well, that's the big thing, and I think
Is
that's
it
what
going
you
to
got
be during
to take into his
playoffs?
draft price.
Is it going to be halfway through the season? Like, you don't know.
Yeah, and it's bad. But when he's on, you have a top 3 wide
absolutely.
receiver, and that's the problem. It's the risk reward factor that you have to take into everything. Dan also commented real quick. He said, Matt Scott, get ready for some collab. He's been planning and cooking things up for LTS in his laboratory. Also says Bill calling Scott to be the new offensive coordinator so Matt can actually cook. Listen, man, if I was a Patriots fan, I'd agree. Put me in there. Let me figure something out. What is Matt Patricia? What was the reason of putting Patricia in there to call plays? And it's not just him either. It's Joe Judge. They're teaming up and I feel bad for Mac Jones. I never thought I'd say that because he's done some dirty stuff in his career.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for him at all.
But I feel slightly bad.
Here comes Bill O'Brien back next year. So,
and if that happens, they'll be in a good spot.
Scary.
They really will, because I think overall defensively that team as a whole has played well above expectation with how the offense has performed.
Yeah.
And you've got Belichick. As long as you have Belichick, I don't care if he hasn't won a Super Bowl without Tom Brady yet. I don't care. He's going to find a way to make your team very, very relevant. Nick asks, who is our fantasy breakout star of the year this year? Man, dude, that's such a tough question. I'm going to have to look at my list here to really pick one. Matt, do you have one so I can have you filibuster?
Boy, that's tough. I mean, I would probably go Josh Jacobs and Miles Sanders. These guys were completely written off. I was one of these people that written off. I writ off Josh Jacobs so bad that I think I had a chance to get him in like the 5th or 6th round, and I was like, no, I'm not taking him, which is the ultimate, crow eating.
I'm the same way, man. I was the same way in every league. I didn't draft Josh Jacobs when I had the chance.
Yeah, he absolutely was the jaw dropper for me in terms of it was, are they going to go with him or are they going to go with somebody else? He also has had his nicks and bruises there, here and there too. Miles Sanders also was a shocker to me because Philly last year liked to do multiple running backs, but this year they kind of went to Sanders a little bit more. So it wasn't a huge shock, but he definitely capitalized on that and his touchdowns. I mean, oh my God, that guy really had an opportunity in the red zone this year. So I think a couple other ones I think off the top of my head, I think Ramondre Stevenson really surprised me. Justin Fields surprised me. I didn't think he'd take off the way he did. I mean, if he played a full season, he was 64 rushing yards away from the most rushing yards by a quarterback in NFL history in a season. And the guy didn't even barely do anything in like the first 6-7 weeks. So pretty remarkable on his part. I think he's going to be an absolute stud next year, but he's another one that's got to stay healthy. Not that it was a huge shock, but Tyreek Hill just absolutely blew my expectations away. I didn't think he'd be as good as he was. Even with the multiple quarterbacks he had to work with this year. So those are just a few that come to mind off the top of my head.
I'll give you another one. Devonta Smith.
Scott, he stole it right out from under me.
Yeah, I drafted it. So preseason, I touted Devonta Smith as probably one of the top, 15 wide receivers in fantasy this year. Sure enough, he's bailed me out big time in his last 6 weeks. He's going to the number 2 wide receiver spot for him was just what he needed, because if he was the number 1, he was going to have the same type of year as he did last year. But with A.J. Brown coming in, all the defensive focus went to him, and Devonta Smith just took off. And these last 6 weeks, he's been amazing. These last 6 weeks, he's number 9 in fantasy right now, wide receiver. So, and he could even be top 7 before the season's over. So,
I think just what he's done has just been, incredible. I think that AJ Brown being the number one guy really helped him. And, he is his stature, his style. He really is a wide receiver too. Going up against the best corner of the other team, one-on-one, he's more of a, breakout into the slot, kind of, weave your way through coverage. He's that kind of player. He's got that speed. So I think, getting AJ, when I saw them get AJ Brown, again, we go back to the survival guide. AJ Brown has been notorious for getting hurt, but somehow has played him, I think, every game this year. So, kudos to him. I was really concerned for Philly because, you lose 3-4 games from a guy like that, then everything just starts to fall apart. So, he stayed healthy and, that's really helped them. Once they get Jalen back, obviously, they'll be even better. But yeah, he's definitely a big shocker for me too. I avoided him in my leagues because I just didn't know if he was a bust or if he was just, getting slammed in coverage and he couldn't break out, or if he was just because he was a rookie. It was really tough to see for him.
Smith was a guy that when I just look through and I can see the percentage of like how much of a percentage of a player I have managed in all of my leagues combined. 2 top players in that were Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith, and both of them you were able to get at an extreme value this year compared to what they're putting up in terms of numbers. I mean, most of the teams that I have Jalen Hurts in, I made the title game, and most of those leagues that I was able to pair Devonta Smith up with him to stack him, I won those championships. So it's one of those things where I believed in Smith for the same reasons that Scott said. The minute you bring in AJ Brown, Devonta Smith had pretty much the best rookie season of any Eagles wide receiver in history last year, taking on top tier coverage with a still struggling Jalen Hurts at that point. Now he's got a more refined passer in Jalen Hurts, and he's getting to take on number 2 corners in the league. He was already burning number 1s. Now he had to find a way to beat number 2s. So it was a perfect storm. That's why, and I have it as a topic here that we'll talk about a little later if we can get to it, obviously, because we got some more stuff going. But the just some of the players that you figured there was going to be a fall down with. There was the Devontae Adams fall because he went to LA and he didn't have, or Las Vegas, and he didn't have Aaron Rodgers anymore. The fall of AJ Brown going to Philadelphia. Well, they're not a pass heavy team, and now he's got to compete with a bunch of other people. He's not the only guy in town. He's not going to be fantasy relevant. When you add these guys to the right places, it actually works. So those two are my guys, and I don't think there's anybody else that I can really think of off the top of my head that really smashed my expectation, except for who you said with Ramondre. Ramondre was the best running back preseason call that I made all year. Everybody wanted to fade Ramondre and said I was too high on him. When I put him at RB20, the ECR had him at RB36. So I remember when we were drafting, Matt, and I took Ramondre, and you said that's too high. Him and Chase Edmonds. You were right on Edmonds.
There's one other guy that I could give you, and it's Tony Pollard.
Oh, yeah.
Pollard's been very good. Very good. He's someone I had ranked higher than most as well.
Yeah. So I think Zeke's time as the dominant back is over, if it's not already. And I just think that Pollard is going to be – he's really small, so I think Zeke's going to stay there, but I think it's going to become more of like a 55-45 in Pollard's favor here, because I just think he's a guy that can catch the ball and run the ball out of the backfield. So
it keeps Zeke around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think one more year, because I think his contract prohibited from them cutting him or doing whatever.
They'll lose too much dead money if they cut him.
Yeah.
It's got to be one more at least. Scott, before you have to go, I'll let you answer Nick's next question. He says, on the flip side, who is your dud for this season? Who's someone that you might have on some teams or that you expected a lot out of that just –
There's only one acceptable answer.
Are we counting – if we're counting injuries, it'd be Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Number one guy in 95% of drafts. Even when he was healthy early in the year, he did nothing after game 1 against Houston. When he came back, he had 1 or 2 good games, and then he was starting to kind of sink back into where he was before. That offensive line was not nearly as good as people said it was. So, and then, they went through the quarterback shuffle with Nick Foles, Sam Ehlinger, and Matt Ryan. I'm disappointed in all the Indy, Pittman, Taylor. and the quarterback. The Colts got to stop with this retread quarterback thing. They have to find a younger guy to go with. So Jonathan Taylor is by far my guy. That's a disappointment.
It'll be Derek Carr next year, by the way, for the Colts. Retread number 5.
do we think Carr's going to Colts or Tampa Bay? Because I think Brady's out of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I know Brady. I believe too. I think he's going to be gone. He'll go somewhere else. I'm not saying he's going to New England or anything, but I do think that he'll leave.
He's going to be a Dolphin. Mark my words. He's going to be a Dolphin.
You think so? Or you think he's going to Las Vegas to help out McDaniels?
He could.
Are you talking about Brady? I'm talking Carr. Carr's going to be a Dolphin.
You think Carr's a Dolphin? I don't know. They love Tua down there. I know he gets hurt a lot and stuff like that, but they love Tua.
The concussions thing, you can't just boot the guy out because he's
listen. In an age of what just happened, and with Damar Hamlin, and you go down to Tua, who, if you were to probably go and really do an extensive medical, checkup on him, he could probably come back and play. But there's so much scrutiny for them to push him out there that he's still not in there.
That's true.
I'm not saying he's not going to stop playing football, but it's getting close to the point where it's like players' health over what the purpose of this is, and that is it's just football. This guy's made money; he's going to continue to make money. I think Miami is at a position right now where if they squander this opportunity with the coach that they have and the players that they have with like Tyreek Hill and stuff, they need to get another guy in there, and it's not Teddy Bridgewater. I feel like it's going to be, a Derek Carr or somebody like that, or Lamar Jackson, and they'll do a trade and try to make it work.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're going to let Scott go because he's got a scoot. Scott, I really appreciate you coming on, man, for the charity live stream and talk some fantasy football with us.
Thanks, guys. Anytime. Take care,
man. Yep, you too. See you later.
Bye-bye. Yep. Bye.
Now, before we end the show, Ryan, there's something that not really so much fantasy, but a perspective that I want to give about the end of this season and what happens. So if you look at the NFL as a whole, what teams have done, and specifically coaches is what I'm talking about here. And, you look at the years of, who, we talk about coach of the year, things like that. What are the credentials for like the things that coaches have done that, is just so far above and beyond, what other people have done over the other past few seasons. What I mean by that word scramble is, you look at like the year that the Ravens won the Super Bowl with a guy like Flacco, who, you look at a B- quarterback in that sense. Defense was really strong. Trent Dilfer, the year that they won, Trent Dilfer wasn't a superstar, but, that team was focused on the defense. The San Francisco 49ers, if they win the Super Bowl, is the greatest use of success with what they have. And I'll argue with this because of the era that we're in the NFL. This is an offensive era, 100%. Besides Kyle Shanahan, if you look at these defensive coaches, most of them are not successful, or they're very mediocre at best. It's always the offensive guys, the Andy Reids. Like I said, Sean McDermott is a more defensive guy, but he's an outlier. But Andy Reid, I'm trying to think of all these teams here.
Sean McDermott, Andy Reid,
Sirianni, offensive guy. Mike McDaniel. Granted, obviously the Dolphins have had a lot of injuries this year. That's where this is going. We're going in an offensive direction, and we have been for quite a few years now. Kyle Shanahan has a guy who probably was going to be undrafted, to thank God he got the last pick, and all this chaos. And he has a chance to win the Super Bowl. And right now, they're almost the favorites at this point. If he wins the Super Bowl, that might be the single greatest accomplishment for an NFL coach in NFL history, in my personal opinion. Not all time. He's not the greatest coach of all time. Nothing like that. But if he were to win the Super Bowl, that would just completely shatter, in terms of a complete season, obviously minus the undefeated Dolphins, would probably be the greatest season for a head coach in NFL history, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, Whiskey Sports adds Brandon Staley. I do agree with you. You have to factor in this stuff at some point. You got to remember this is on QB3 for them. While their defense, I feel, is almost at historic levels of production. Even though who was it? Jarrett Stidham lit him up last week with the Raiders.
Yep.
You almost can't really fight it with some of these other situations going on in the NFL this year. For me, in terms of coach of the year, is super interesting because you've got a guy like Sirianni, who's in his second year as a head coach, leads a team to one loss while he's got his starting quarterback. Highly impressive. Then you look at Brian Daboll and what he's been able to do with the Giants. He's taken a guy who fumbled over 50 times in his first 2 seasons as a Giant, still isn't the most impressive quarterback by passing standards, has no one to throw to in terms of the injuries that have gone on, and he's been able to take this team into a playoff run and get their first playoff since God knows when. Then you've got Shanahan, who's on his third quarterback with a historically good defense, and while he's made the moves with his GM to get the pieces in place to really support Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo for that matter, or Trey Lance for that matter, it's tough to choose between those three, and you have to make that decision after you see how far these teams make a playoff run for.
But to look at it just aside from the quarterback, I mean, they've also had injuries, Deebo Samuel, Kittle. I mean, they've had injuries up and down, left and right, including the defense for a short period of time. They were missing quite a few players. But, as a whole, go out and get Christian McCaffrey. That's another move that you have to make, and you have to make that decision. Are we going to trade for a guy, give up this and that for something to keep us going? Another decision that the coaches have to make, which he did, overcoming the injuries and the way that they're winning. They're not the Minnesota Vikings. They don't have a negative point differential. This team is dominating week in and week out. Brock Purdy has not lost yet. Stidham came in, I think, being somebody you don't have a lot of film on, new, they're going to try something different. They can always catch people by surprise. Still won that game. It's just a continuation of that success. And like I said, if they go and they win the Super Bowl this year, you look at the things that teams have done and the success that they've had. It's hard for me to find another team that's done what what Kyle Shanahan has done with the Niners and get to that point. There's very few teams. I mean, obviously you look at like the course of a entire career for a coach, like Belichick's won many things like that, but Belichick has never done and had to do, in my opinion, what Kyle Shanahan would be doing right now if he wins the Super Bowl. My personal opinion.
No, and it's not that I don't think you're wrong entirely. Whiskey Sports Tanner adds coach of the year. If the Eagles wins this week, he gets it. If the Giants win, he believes that Daboll would get it. And if not those two, he thinks that Big Red, with losing almost the entire wide receiver core. And you got to remember too, Tyreek Hill traded, McCole Hardman out for the majority of the year. So the receiver core was basically brand new. However, he also does have Patrick Mahomes, who could probably make me into a 500-yard receiver if I do so try. So I don't know how to feel about that one. But, I mean, it's Andy Reid. He's a fantastic coach no matter what. I think he's almost always going to be in the consideration and by the end of the year. They don't make that run without CMC,
They
says
don't.
Nick. And you're 100% right.
It was a big move. They had to make it.
The credit goes to the GM in that case because it was a trade, but those two are locked at the hip, Shanahan and Lynch. So I think that a little bit of credit still needs to go to Shanahan because this is a guy who has been able to take any running back. I mean, for fantasy purposes, you and I know this so wholeheartedly well. He can take any running back that was taken in round 3 or later and make them into a stud with the way that he runs that offense. And he said, screw that. I know how good I am at evaluating that talent. I'm going to go get the best running back in the league, in his opinion, and not have to do that anymore. And they had to give up draft capital for it, but it pays off in a big way. Tanner also has, he thinks they lose that Raiders game with Jimmy G in there. People are really impressed with Brock Purdy. And I think they should be because everyone's calling him Jimmy G light, and I don't feel that way about him. I think he's a bit more. I'm not going to say he's more accurate. Garoppolo is very accurate in terms of short yardage passing, but he's been able to command the offense, and he actually throws a deep ball, an accurate deep ball, and that's a level of the 49ers offense that was kind of missing a bit with Garoppolo because he wouldn't go deep. He just would not. And those first 2 games that Purdy played, and not saying he hasn't done it over the past 2, but the first 2, he had like 10 to 12% deep ball completion percentage, which when you go and you compare that to some of the other numbers around the league, you're up above 10% in terms of deep ball completion. You're sitting pretty like that. That's pretty high compared to the rest of the league. So I think that he deserves a lot of credit where he's at, but Shanahan was able to get him there and prepared as Mr. Irrelevant to take this team into a playoff. I mean, he's going to have a tough time in the playoffs, but Any other team in the NFC, I don't care. I'll put it to you this as an Eagles fan, with the way that we've struggled the past couple of weeks. We're going to get Hurts back. There's no team in the NFC I'm afraid to play except for San Francisco. San Francisco scares the crap out of me. And it's not just because of their defense. Their offenses run about as efficiently as any offense in the NFL, and that will lose you football games no matter how good your offense or defense plays.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting. You're not afraid of the Cowboys, though?
No, I'm not afraid of Dallas because I know how that game's going to go. It's going to be a shootout no matter who's at quarterback.
You're not even going to see Dallas because Brady's going to beat him anyway.
I'll wear a Brady jersey. I'll find a Brady jersey and I'll wear it if he takes them out of the playoffs. I'll do it. I don't care. I'll do it. You've got an old one. You're an old Patriots fan, man. You've got to have an old Brady jersey laying around your house somewhere. We've got 5 minutes before we have to sign off, and we won't be signing off of the whole show, obviously. We are going to transition into the Bills side of this podcast and this live stream that's going on. Real quick before we do that, Dan added a comment. Hold on. Make the question marks around Trey Lance's recovery gave them the time to figure it out. It does, because Garoppolo's not going to be back next year no matter what. But do they go if they win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy? I don't know how Trey Lance ever gets his job back.
Yeah, he didn't look very good either anyways, so
yeah, you got to give him more than 2 games, especially the one was a friggin' downpour to where I don't think anybody was going to play well in that game. So
yeah,
it's
you got to look at it. You got to look at it and see.
Before we get to transitioning out of the show, I had a couple of topics on here that we were going to talk about, but I think the only one that I want to bring up real quick that me and Matt will kind of buzzsaw through is there's a lot of the players that were going in the top 2 rounds were deemed quote unquote far too risky this year. Guys that I had, like Devontae Adams, ranked as my number 3 wide receiver on the year, which is where he sits right now. People were calling me insane, saying that he deserves to be out around the top 10 at the back end of the top 10 at the very least because of the transition. There was a lot of narratives about players like this, and I got them right here. You got Christian McCaffrey, who right now is the running back 2 overall with 18.7 points per game. You got Saquon Barkley, who's an RB5 with 16 points per game. Devontae Adams, I just said, wide receiver 3, 17.2 points per game overall. And then Tyreek Hill, who's a wide receiver 2, who was taken in the middle to back end of the second round because of his move to Miami with Tua, 17.4 points overall. So to kind of put it into a perspective, because there are many busts in the first couple of rounds this year. You've got Jonathan Taylor. Najee Harris looks really good right now because I think he's finally healthy. I don't know if I consider Joe Mixon a bust because he was taken more towards the back end of that first
round talent. I don't know. There should have been more, in my opinion, but I know what you're saying.
But the main thing that I wanted to bring up with these guys is there was so much disparity in the fantasy community about most of these players. McCaffrey especially. Like McCaffrey, people went crazy on me for McCaffrey in full PPR leagues. I had him ranked above Jonathan Taylor. And people went nuts. They thought it was insane. There's no reason why. He's too injury prone. These players that have these injury question marks like McCaffrey and Barkley, when they have these nagging injuries for a couple of years, you got to remember that's not going to be their whole career. Keenan Allen, bad example for this year, but previous years, Keenan Allen had those 2 years where he was out for a long time. One of them was because of a lacerated kidney, not a reoccurring injury, but he drops down fantasy boards the 2 years after because of those injuries. So these are guys I wanted to bring up because people just faded the crap out of them and they were losing leagues because of that. So
the only one that I understand why there was a fade was Barkley, just because even though the injuries were obviously part of the reason, he just had a lot of struggles too in terms of when he was out there. And that's just really because of the dysfunction of the Giants. So it was kind of hard to see a path for him that was going to be a first round path. I didn't think he wasn't going to be good. I thought he was going to be much better. But you know, this was the season for him that he had to have an RB5 year. Because really we were almost on the cusp with him because of the lack of success that he had with injuries. When he was playing, you know, it was very middle of the road. So I think, other than that, McCaffrey was just too good to pass up. Adams, I mean, he went down too far. I could see a little bit of a drop because there was maybe the concern with the change, but he's still like, these guys are still these guys. You know what I mean? Like, they're still. I mean, the same thing about Tyreek Hill. I dropped him a little bit because going from Mahomes to Tua, my opinion, was a huge difference. But Rodgers to Carr, and he also knew Carr. That I actually thought he was going to do really, really well this season. I thought he was going to kind of maybe go a little bit above and beyond what he was with Rodgers, but because he was so comfortable with Carr and they know each other. But everybody else, I don't understand the McCaffrey one. I obviously get the injury side of things. I'm talking maybe a couple of picks. I would have fell him back. Nothing more than that. If he was there as a 6 overall pick, I would have taken him in a heartbeat.
I agree. So we're running short on time here because we've got Ronnie and Rob, who I'm going to throw to right now. You guys are going to take over the stream. Everybody say hi to Ronnie Eastman and Rob. Guys, thank you for taking over. Matt and I, our part of this is done. So we're going to kind of just bow out, let you guys take over, let you guys run the show the way that you guys normally do. And I just want to thank everybody for joining us who has so far and donating up to this point. If you guys need any banners or anything up on the side where you see everything, I've got some banners that you can use to throw up the donation details and all that fun stuff. But we're done here. Thanks for taking over, guys, and thanks for running this with us and doing the live stream with us.
Thanks, guys.
Not a problem. Have a good show, guys.
Thanks.
Ronnie, what's going on?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm good. Hey, I got I jumped on because I didn't realize that I had a thing to do with my son tonight. It's his first high school orientation. So I'm actually standing outside his high school right now, walking around, figuring I would come on and say hi and make sure everything was going good. I didn't want to leave you hanging, but didn't realize that he needed to be at the school at 6:30 tonight.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah,
When you have that 8th grader getting ready for 9th grade, it is very fun. So for everybody who's watching this, who's gone through this, I'm about to sit through 2 or 3 hours of course prep and I guess a map of the school to tell me where to go if I'm ever inside the school and I'm lost for some reason.
No, that sounds like a whole lot of fun right there. I almost had to the first hour or so myself because of family stuff, but my wife was able to take over for us on that end. But
nice. Well, that's what we've split duties, and of course this is one of mine to come to take a look and watch. It should be fun. My son actually has to be here too with me, so he's just as miserable as I'm going to be. So that's one good thing, I think. So, and we'll see how much he listens and pays attention during this thing.
Teenager?
Yes, 13.
Okay, good luck with that.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been through that.
It's not fun,
No.
to say the least.
Yeah, I hear
But hey,
so
I got a question for you though.
Yeah.
From obviously you guys being the true Buffalo Mafia fans. I was just kind of a bystander watching that game the other night and kind of just viewing things from afar because obviously I didn't have much skin in the game when it came to the two teams playing. So just being Bills fans, what was your thoughts on everything and how everything was handled? And did you think that they handled everything right?
I do. I mean, as well as it was handled as well as you can expect. That it's an unprecedented situation that occurred. I was sitting there watching the game, and we see guys get hit, go down all the time. And you almost become, I guess, immune to it because we see it so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess when they broke away from on a break, commercial break, and they came back, and the camera was on McDermott, and you could see something different in his face. And then it kind of panned over to Josh Allen, and he has hands in his face, eyes are red and crying. You're like, oh, okay, now this isn't normal. Something is terribly wrong. Trey White, like the whole reaction from the players instantly told you something is vastly different about this one than anything we've seen before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just watching it as a spectator, and obviously not really rooting for anybody to, win or lose or what was going on with those plays. But I mean, once you saw everything happen, and even just the coverage from ESPN and how everything just kind of went like almost like silent, and it was like just a very eerie feeling that you kind of knew something was going on. And then all of a sudden, like for me, I was like, oh my God, something's going on that is bigger than what we've probably ever seen before. Because you don't really see where, obviously, they cut away from the field and they took you to, inside the studio, and it was just a lot of stuff going on that you never really saw. So to me, that was definitely very, like unique in how all that was handled. And then, I think everything was handled. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You got to go right around this side here. Yeah, around the side. Yeah, up the steps. Yes. I'll put a sign out in a couple minutes. Now I'm directing people. You got to go around where the multi-purpose room and to your left, like where we vote. Up and that way. No, it's right here. Right here. You just got to go up these steps. You can park right here and go up these steps. Yeah. Dude, I'll tell you.
This is the beauty of live streaming.
It is. It is. And this is the beauty of, trying to do multiple things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to me, and watching, I'm almost 50 years old. So I've been watching football now for over, 40 something years, and remembering watching football for that long. That whole thing and that whole night and everything I will always remember that night and what happened. And it was unprecedented how, things were done, how obviously, canceling the game. It was just really wild, really wild.
It was definitely different. And you're right. That's going to be, that whole scene will forever, stick in your mind and in people's minds. I think Josh Allen said earlier today during the press conference that this is going to change people, and it has changed people. Hopefully for the better in a lot of ways, because currently we live in a world that's kind of like me, and it's unfortunate that it takes something like this to kind of bring people together. But I haven't seen this kind of bringing together, if you will, since 9/11. Honestly, it's been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So to see the whole country, the whole NFL world, people all across the globe coming together for this has been nothing short of spectacular.
That is true, and as many people, and even what we're doing tonight from our network, the Let's Talk Sports Network, everything that we're doing with the donations and the outpouring of support from everyone. I mean, from you look at all these sports worlds, and I go on Twitter and I see all the different tweets from basketball players, from baseball, hockey players that are all I think I saw one of the hockey players wearing a number 3 shirt walking in when they walk into the to the games. So just the outpouring, and it's just a mutual respect amongst athletes. because, if you've ever played the game, anybody who's ever played the game, even as a kid, even just if you played in Little League or whatever, something can always happen. And luckily, most of us have never been in the position where something like this could happen, and to have it happen like this, and for it to be really on national TV like it was, national broadcast, the only game going on, it was really like something that really brought a lot of people together.
Yeah.
Like you said. And, it's bad that something like this had to kind of bring out humanity again in people. But the outpouring of love and everything that's happened since then has been incredible. And that's actually one of the reasons why I felt, for me, it was important to, even though, I'm standing in front of a high school, getting ready to go into 2 hours of not fun, but it's important to be here and to just say how important this whole thing was, and how important it is to donate and to just do something good, because something like this could happen to somebody who's playing a game, and it's just, to me, it's just that feeling that everybody's had that has really kind of made me want to do more,
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I'm assuming with you being, like, obviously this is your team, these are your players. It's probably even more with you and, being in your home base and everything, correct?
Yeah. We cheer for these guys, every week. We get frustrated with them sometimes, and some people more so than others. But I don't think people realize the emotional connection that fans make with players of their favorite teams. I don't even think fans realize that emotional connection until something like this happens. When it brings people who don't know Damar on a personal level, and it brings them to absolute tears and heartbreak, that says something. That says something about that emotional connection. And I don't think a lot of people quite get that. In some ways, I can't imagine like the players on the field watching that happen. I can't. But at the same time, I spent a little over 7 years in the Army. So that camaraderie aspect of it, I fully get that. I totally understand that. Like, those are your brothers. You go to war with those guys, and you often hear players talk about going to battle with their brothers. I'm not, comparing football to actual war by any means, but the camaraderie aspect of it is definitely similar.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you on that. And, I can respect that as far as, how these guys come together and how you watch over each other's backs. And it is really tough for anybody to see something like this, especially when you're everybody was talking about how that was going to be, the game of the game to watch, the game of the week. I think so many people were so pumped up for that, and it's just so ready to watch, 4 good quarters of football, and then just to have it happen, it was surreal, really.
Yeah. That was amazing how it just like, it almost felt like a Super Bowl, literally watching that game. And the way it started out, the crowd was crazy loud. Both teams moving the ball almost at will on each other's defenses. Cincinnati got the stop there at the end. It looked like it was going to be one of those games where it was going to be a back and forth the whole game, and it was probably going to come down to who had the ball last. And then just in an instant, it stopped. Like, nobody cared in like 2 seconds, and you almost just forgot that there was even a game. You're just, oh my gosh, what's happening? Is he going to be okay? Surreal is a good way to describe it.
And let me ask you one more question before I gotta go inside to my nice little torture chamber. What do you think moving forward? Like, what do you think the chatter has been, or have you heard of anything of what might happen for this week even? Is it, is it reasonable to have the Bills try and play this week? Where do you think they should go, or where do you think the NFL should go with the Bills for this week? And what do you think? What do you think should happen?
I don't know. I mean, that's the simplest thing. I think that's ultimately comes down to the players. I do know that question was posed today during the press conference to McDermott and Allen, if they were ready to go, if they're ready to play a game this weekend. And without hesitation, Allen said, "I do. We are ready." Yeah. They got out there in practice today. He commented that putting that helmet back on today was good for them and to kind of get back into it. With the news today that coming out that Damar was awake, and his first question to the doctors was, "Did we win?" It's crazy. And as far as if they should play this weekend, obviously it's not my decision to make, but the players, the team sounds like they're ready to get back at it now. Mario Hamlin, Damar's father, did a Zoom call with the players to give them an update today, and basically told them that he and Damar want them to go out there to refocus on their goals of this season and go out there and play ball, and that's what they want. Personally, I feel sorry for any team that gets in the way this year. This is the kind of thing that can really carry a team. And I mean, the team was already good to begin with, but
yeah. There's been a lot of proposals to not having them play. Just giving them a win. The team, I heard some people talk about how the team, the Bengals should get a win for last week. The Bills should get a win for last week. And then the Bills and whoever they're playing should get wins for this week. I mean, there's been a lot of scenarios. I guess people are starting to think more and focusing a little bit more on this week just because of, like you said, Damar's, the reports that they're getting from the hospital and everything, that he seems to be a little bit more alert and everything. So I think now the focus is definitely probably maybe, focusing a little bit to, back to this week and the game and everything.
Yeah, I did. So the last thing, as far as the Bengals and the Bills matchup goes, that's probably going to be just a no contest, and it won't count towards the standings either way. And if they base it off of the winning percentage, then obviously that gives the Chiefs the number one seed. At the end of the day, the news that we got today with Damar Hamlin waking up, opening his eyes, being fully coherent, does not appear to be any neurological issues whatsoever. That's obviously that's the only thing that matters. But as far as the number one seed and home field and all that, there's no perfect answer. Somebody's going to get the short end of that stick, and that's not going to change. If the only way it could change is if I guess that they pushed the Super Bowl back, or did away with that extra week in between, and they made the Bills and Bengals play. I don't think that's the right answer, though. I don't think the two teams should play the game, because just the emotion of going back to that field, those same teams, the same players, that to me would not make any sense, regardless of the unfairness towards the seedings. But that is, I wouldn't even say that's secondary. That's item number 100 on the top priority list.
Yeah, that's tough. It's a tough decision, like you said. I think no matter who looks at it, it's not going to be a 100%, 100% agreeable, and everything's going to come out perfectly for everybody. Just because it's so unprecedented. Something's going to have to be just kind of worked out. You know what I mean? And not really. It's not going to be favorable for everybody. I would assume.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. Probably. I did see one proposal where if the teams involved end up facing each other in the conference championship game, that they would move that game to a neutral site, which I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. That would be smart to do.
Yeah, I guess Indianapolis was kind of brought up as one potential location for that, but I mean, I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen. It'll be interesting. I think whatever decision they make, the NFL, somebody's going to be upset with it. It's not going to work out. But I just hope the people that do get the short end of that stick just accept it and be like, this is what it is. It's not that important in the grand scheme of things. And quite honestly, if you're a Super Bowl team, play at home, play on the road, whatever, you should be fine, right? I mean, that's just kind of how I look at it. The number 1 seed didn't even make it past round 1 last year.
Right.
The Rams, they weren't the number 1 seed. Like, it's some ways I believe it's overblown. I think maybe that extra bye week might actually be the more important part of it. So I don't know. We'll see what happens going forward. Let me ask you a really quick question. Do you have the option to bring anybody into the show or access to the?
I'm on my phone, outside. Let me see here. Settings. No, it's not underneath my settings. More chat. I can see people chatting.
Yeah. I can see that because I know there's supposed to be more people coming on as far as, other hosts and guests and whatnot. I don't have the ability to bring them in there, and it looks like I just lost Rob, so it's just me at the moment. We're going to work on this and see if we can get these other guys in here, but just kind of give everybody an update on what we're doing here. As everybody knows, Chasing M's is Damar Hamlin's foundation for, basically raising money for children and toys and things. Last thing I saw was the tally was over $6 million so far for his GoFundMe page. We are trying to raise some additional money here. Dan, who is the founder of Let's Talk Sports, will be donating $1,000. And anybody who's listening to this show, if you donate an additional, any additional amount, then Dan with Let's Talk Sports will match that up to $3,000. So potentially he'll be donating $4,000 to the Chasing M's and Damar, his foundation. So keep those coming in. There's also some prizes for the largest donation. So if you do send in a donation, if you could just throw that into the comments so we can see who and the amount, and keep track of those things. Be very much appreciated. In the meantime, we're going to keep trying to figure this thing out and get people on here. But yeah, the last 2.5 days have been emotional, have been absolutely crazy, wild. I mean, any adjective you want to put in there. I was actually watching I think it was the Rose Bowl the other night. I had it recorded. I watched it yesterday, and I had extended the recording, and it kind of, so at the end of the game, it went into the Bengals-Bills game, and it went all the way through to when everything happened again. So I did watch that again, and to what Rob was saying, the look on the players' faces was, I don't know, it hits you hard, and I know a lot of people it did as well. So it looks like I've got somebody here in our backstage. Unfortunately, I do not have the means to bring them in. So we'll have to try to figure that out. But once we do that, let me just shoot out a message here. But we've got some other comments here. So the Bodkins show, he asked how many tables is Bills Mafia going to break for Damar? I don't know that there is enough tables across the country that could survive. I know, it looks like the Bills will be playing, of course, and when the team goes out on the field, the game is, of course, in Buffalo. When they go out there, it's going to be I wish I could be there. The crowd is going to be crazy. It's probably going to be the loudest you'll ever see the stadium. There's been, a lot of talk about maybe getting the first responders out there and introducing them ahead of the team. Is normally, obviously that doesn't happen, but we wouldn't be where we are today without those first responders. And they basically, the doctors at the hospital even said that those guys and gals saved Damar's life. And so it'd be cool. It would be cool if they go out there and they introduce that whole group and give them the recognition that they certainly deserve. So we've got, hey,
Look at that.
Hey, we've got some people here with me.
Wow, all at once.
Hey.
Look at this.
Holy cow.
So 3 Bills fans and a Cowboys fan walk into a bar.
Hey, it's 92 and 93 all over again.
Yeah.
I wasn't even alive.
Well,
I was 3.
but we won't talk about that. So, Alan, I take it you have access to bring people in and things?
I do not.
Oh,
No.
well, someone did.
Someone's
Someone
looking
did.
over our shoulder.
Awesome.
All right. Well, it might have been Dan because I do know that I'd reached out to him to see if he can help us out.
I did as well.
Yeah,
Let's see.
it probably was Dan, if I had to guess.
He's magical like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was Dan. I guess apparently we had somebody else that was supposed to be here with me that does have those accesses, and he did not make it for whatever reason. So, yeah, it's Dan came to the rescue, got us all in here together.
Thank you, Dan.
Kill that.
Yeah, shout out to Dan for putting all this together. So, yeah, I assume all of you guys are watching the game. I know that, Casey, Mike, or Alan, you were watching the game when it all happened.
I actually wasn't watching the game. I work graveyard shift, so I had just woken up to what had happened. I saw that the game had been postponed, and was trying to figure out what had happened. And then when I actually saw what had happened, much like everybody else, is just left in shock. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's definitely shocking. You don't expect to see that.
No, you don't. I've been watching football since, I've mentioned this before on our show, Casey and Mike, but 1988, seen a lot of people get carted off. I remember when Kelvin Everett had his injury with the Bills and was paralyzed. I do remember that. But this, when they did the replay, and thank God they only showed it the one time that I recall. Maybe there was others, but I only saw it the once. But they showed the replay of him, Damar Hamlin, falling to the ground. I can't unsee that. But hope that we never have to see anything like that again. But
And the scariest part for me was when showing that replay, it was like I didn't see a lot of head-to-head contact. To me, that wasn't the thing. So it was really bizarre and very a scary thing to see.
yeah.
When I was watching the game with my dad, and as soon as we saw the replay and they went away from it, I told him, I was like, you'll never see this on TV again. I said, I was like, this is one of those things. When Paul George broke his leg in the Olympics, a couple other NBA injuries like that I remember watching live on TV, never seeing the replay again. This falls into that category. This was one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my entire life, and
Yeah.
and you just didn't know what to think at the time.
And then every commercial break after that, 3-4 commercial breaks and it's still the same scene on the field. And, it's you just start getting worried more and more and more. But, today's a much better day, getting some positive news. So, man, it's been quite a ride the past few days, but definitely things are looking up, sounds like. So there's a lot
2.5, 3 days have been
being hopeful.
definitely emotional. It's Alan, I wanted to ask you, Have you seen anything like this as far as the whole world essentially coming together, like all the stadiums lighting up in red and blue, all the teams changing their profile pics to pray for Hamlin 3 or Damar? Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Never in my life, really. I mean, you could say maybe 9/11, but that was the whole country. But something like this, I've never, in my experience watching, football or any sport for that matter, I've never seen anything like this. Then the amount of outpour, coming from, not just NFL teams, but we've seen, Major League Baseball teams. We saw the Reds and what they did, to support Damar Hamlin. We've seen, NBA teams, send their prayers up as well. So, I haven't seen anything like this, or to this extent.
Yeah, it's been a while. What about you, Casey?
No, I mean,
you're probably the young one here, but
I was going to say 9/11. That's the only other thing that I can really think of that like brought the whole country like together over one topic. There's the most recent catastrophe was COVID, and that was like the most argued topic there ever was. So like this did the complete opposite. This was kind of like a Band-Aid for it a little bit, to put it lightly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
True.
Mike, how about you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I'm just at a loss. Especially, I mean, this one definitely hits close to home too as well. So very impactful, and to have anything top that off the top of my head, I can't think of anything really.
Yeah.
No, nothing that's not completely personal.
I mean, that's definitely
we've all had our
right.
personal tragedies,
right?
But I mean, nothing that affected us outside of our actual personal lives. Well, it affected our personal lives, but affected a lot of people's personal lives. Fan bases. That's part of the joy of sports. It's something that brings people together. We were brought together for the wrong reason this time, unfortunately, but it still happened, and it's nice to see that this was the reaction. There's not nearly as many trolls as I kind of expected. There was a few at the beginning, but I mean, it weeded itself out fast. I mean, you don't see much at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the trolls, I can't imagine like what is going through their mind when they're saying some of the things that they were saying. But you're right. I think like for the most part, that's kind of stopped. I know Mike or Casey, you watched the press conference today. Did you guys see it with Allen and McDermott?
Yeah, I watched quite a bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
I did think it's pretty cool of Josh Allen to basically call out some people and be like, "Stop blaming T. Higgins." Yeah.
True. Yeah, I was glad to see that at the end.
Yeah. I can't believe there are people blaming T. Like it's like the least responsible one there. Both of these guys were doing their jobs, what they have signed up to do, what they have chosen to do as a career in their life. And it was, when the hit happened, I asked my wife, she's a health teacher, and she basically said, she's like, I think he had a heart attack from the collision. And she was right, but I couldn't believe that it happened like that. And I think everybody was worried because he stood up and then he fell. It wasn't like he stayed down. I think that was like the biggest question was how did he stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually had somebody on Twitter try to argue with me only briefly because I didn't even respond after the second one, but blaming something else, which I'm not even going to say on the show because I think it's stupid, but he was like, there's no way that was I'm going to say this wrong, but Commotio cordis, is that right?
Yes, my wife said something like that word. So yes.
Yeah. But he was like, "Oh, there's no way that's it because he stood up and then fell back down, and that's not what happens when you go do some research. That's exactly what happens." Like they even had a news guy or a doctor on one of the news stations. I want to say it was CNN or one of them. I don't know, Headline News maybe, but he specifically said it takes about 6 seconds or so. Once the body, the blood pressure hits zero, it takes about 6 seconds for them to pass out. And that is exactly what happened.
Yep. She said it's like 5 seconds, and that's because that's when the blood stopped rushing, and that's when he dropped.
Wow.
Yeah. seeing how he fell was
the scariest part to me.
Yeah, because there wasn't any wobbling like you see from concussions
or back injuries.
Yeah, so yeah, my initial thought was concussion, but then when they show the replay and you see the way he went down, like it's something different. But so I'm just going to say this again because I did call it out a little while ago, but basically what we're doing here tonight is trying to raise a little extra money for Damar Hamlin's charity, Chasing M's toy drive. So far, the last I saw, and you guys correct me if you've seen something different, but they're over $6 million so far.
7 now.
7.
7? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're trying to push that a little bit more here tonight. Dan with Let's Talk Sports, he's our guy. He kind of founded this whole thing, got the Let's Talk Sports Network rolling. Fantastic guy. He is donating $1,000 of his own, and we're asking for more donations. Any donations up to $3,000, he will match. So he's on the hook for $4,000 tonight. If we can get an additional 3 from our listeners, so hopefully we can get that. He does have some prizes, which I wish I had in front of me. Unfortunately, I do not. As far as what they're giving out, I'll see if I can try to find it. But for the highest donations, so if you do send out a donation, please throw it into the comments so we can see how much, and if you're a winner of one of those, then we can get you those prizes. Dan is sending out some tweets right now, actually, as we speak. If you are listening, tell your friends, tell your family we're out here. We're going to be out here all night. Well, not all night, but for a few hours anyways, doing this show and trying to raise some additional money. The one thing that I kind of wanted to add, and it looks like Tanner is here as well with Whiskey Sports, and hopefully Dan can bring him into with us.
There we go.
There he is.
There he is.
What's up, guys?
So Casey and I were kind of talking a little bit earlier today. This whole thing, it really kind of brings everything into perspective as far as life in general. But the one thing that kind of hit me, and it's something as simple as I was watching ESPN today, and they were talking about this whole situation. And I don't remember who was talking, but in the background, an ambulance went by, lights flashing and everything. And I instantly thought somebody's kid is in that ambulance right now, probably. Somebody's father, son, girlfriend, wife, whatever is in that ambulance. So, and then this morning, my mom texted me. So I have a cousin who she's been battling lupus pretty much her whole life, and she's in the hospital today. She is making progress. Sounds like she's going to be okay, but she's in and out of the hospital quite frequently. And it just kind of hit me, though. There are people all over this country, all over this world that have their own personal tragedies, adversities, and nobody knows about it except, their immediate family and friends. So, all of this that's been happening over the last few days, I hope people will kind of take a step back and realize there's a lot of tragedy in this world. So before you want to, you go out on the Twitter and you talk shit about a player because, they got burned on a D play or whatever, think about their family, think about the potential tragedies that they've had to experience in their life that maybe we don't know about. Before you're driving down the street and, you impatiently want to red light or whatever, or you're cussing out the person because you think they cut you off or whatever the case is, just stop and think. We all have our personal struggles. We all have our tragedies that we're dealing with. So I do hope that, not only the Damars of the world that everybody knows about and everybody witnesses it and sees it, but also think about the people that we don't know and we haven't seen what they're going for, and think about them and offer up prayers for them as well. So I'll leave that. And Tanner, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. Better day today than the last couple for sure.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, yeah, always seeing the positive news of it coming out of, what's going on here. So that's the big key of it all. Hearing that, he's, conscious, aware, there's some awareness in there. So that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. I think, have you guys seen the Rocky meme kind of going around?
I haven't. No.
Twitter? So the scene from Rocky, I know this is before your time, Casey, but
oh my God, I love Rocky.
But anyways, the scene where his wife wakes up from the coma, and he's by her hospital bedside, and she looks at him and just says, "Come here, come close to me." So he moves in a little closer, and he's like, "What? When?" And then what's his I don't know, his boxing coach I can't remember his name now. He's in the background. He's like, "What are we waiting for?" That's been going around all over the place. And because the first thing that Damar says when he wakes up, and not says because he's always got the breathing tube, so he can't talk, but he writes on his little notepads like, "Did we win?" So
yeah. All I have to say to that is I feel bad for the Patriots. They thought 7 straight touchdowns was bad last year in the playoffs. They'll be lucky there's not 11.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. This is definitely one of those things that can motivate and lift up a team. My, I guess, concern for any of the players involved, whether it's with the Bills or any team, is when you see something like that and it happens, and I kind of getting this from Steve Young, because he was on ESPN a little bit ago, but he was saying that, yes, there's a physical aspect of the sport, but equally important is the mental aspect of it. If you go out there and you're scared or your mind isn't where it needs to be, that's probably more unsafe than anything else. So, players need to make sure that they go out there and they are mentally ready. It does sound like they are as far as the Bills are concerned. I love Allen's response today to that question, if they were ready to go, play this weekend, and Allen just said, "I do. We are, we're ready."
I think they're ready to get out there, back out there for for Damar, essentially, because that's what he would want as well. He wants his guys to be out there. There's I'm sure, as many as have, us have Damar in their minds, I'm sure he's still thinking about the end goal of what he wants of the season, for the team, for this, his teammates, his friends, his brothers, to win that championship.
Yeah. And his Damar Hamlin's father, Mario, he said as much during a Zoom call today with the entire Bills team, that's what he wanted, that he's okay. You can focus on the goals now. Go in.
Get back to work, and let's go finish this.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you'd hate to be New England right now. I'd hate to be anybody in the AFC right now, because whoever has to play Buffalo in the playoffs, they're going to get not just 100%, but 200% out of this team, because they're going to
get a very emotional team. It's going to be emotional every single game from here on out for this Buffalo Bills team.
I mean, think about the season that team as a whole has gone through now. They lost Von Miller. They finally got back Tre'Davious White. They lost Micah Hyde. We had the snow game moved to Detroit. They were already down one whole home game because of the 8-9 split. Now this whole issue with Damar Hamlin and everything. I mean, it's been
Dawson Knox's brother, right?
Dawson Knox's brother. That's right. I knew I was let something out. Exactly. I mean, it's been one thing after another. I mean, it's kind of like when the Eagles won their Super Bowl. It's kind of lined up like a story,
Carson Wentz goes down.
Yeah, Nick
comes in.
Exactly. I mean, it's like the story aspect of it is building itself.
Yeah, what it kind of reminds me of, or makes me think about, in some of the other incidences, like almost back-to-back historic storms, and people that died from the last one. I think the number was 39 last I heard. People from the Buffalo area dying in that storm. You go back to the top supermarket shooting, it's crazy what that whole community has gone through over the past year or so. And it kind of reminds me of what the New Orleans went through with Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
And then when the Saints came back, it's just that motivation pushed them all the way through the season and into a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it too from a Bills aspect, right? So they've also overcome a lot of adversity. You know, we talked about already some events through the season, but look at some of the games, you know, just looking at the football aspect of it for Buffalo, some of the games they overcame. They overcame it, what, 28, 26, nothing, whatever it was, deficit at halftime in a rainy Baltimore game to come back and win that game, right? There's that one. There's the, you know, dealing with the Dolphins loss that hurt. Ended up coming back, you know, after that as well. You know, just some bad streaks, beating the Chiefs, right? My Chiefs, losing that game and that tough game there. But I think it's also, in a way, you know, you guys have lost to the Chiefs the last couple of AFC games, right? And great games, but you know, it just hasn't turned the Bills' way. But now we're 2 years in of this Bills Chiefs matchup in the postseason. And I know between Diggs and Allen and McDermott and probably half that squad that's been, you know, around for that there's so much emotion. And now you got all this going on, all the events happening this season, that this Bills team has to be obviously on a whole nother level going on through the playoffs, right? I definitely feel, you know, maybe this weekend won't show it. I'm going to be honest with you, just for the fact that you got the Patriots fighting for a playoff spot. You got the Bills having to deal with all the emotions going on. You know, that could be a slow start going into play. I'm not touching that game in a betting aspect, by the way. No way, no hell. But, you know, and then, you know, you got the relief of, hey, we got back out there. We played a football game. Now we're on to the playoffs. Now we got to finish this thing out. And I think that's when you see the uptick of the Bills come into play with all the talent and all the emotion. And then, you know, they could go on a run this year.
They definitely got something to prove.
Yes, they do. You know, and Bengals, on the other hand, they're no slouches either, right? They have the Chiefs number for whatever reason it is. We can't beat them, but, you know, it is what it is. But they're on a hot streak too. One of the toughest end-of-year schedules. You know, they had to win almost every single game just to get into the playoffs, and they've done that. You know, and unfortunately, the Bills-Bengals game couldn't go on Monday. You know, unfortunately, all that happened. But that was a team, you know, that was the ultimate showdown, essentially, for the end of the season to see. And, you know, that Bengals team now, it also has high emotions, a lot of connections with Damar. You know, a lot of guys out there that, you know, experienced it. And obviously, you know, was with the Bills, you know, but I felt like we're really close with the Bills at the time. So that team has a lot of emotion going in it too. You know, I still think they got the Ravens. Definitely, I feel like a lot easier game going into play. No Lamar going in for it. So I feel like the Bengals on their emotion too might start out slow, but you know, playoff time comes. It might be one of those, you know, hey, we got through it. We got our game out of the way. Let's go at it. So.
And you guys were mentioning earlier, if the Bills and Bengals do meet in the playoffs, that it could be a neutral site game. I would be all for that as well.
It honestly should be.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Could you imagine if those are the two teams in the conference championship game? No offense to the Chiefs, but I mean, yeah, the
any three of those teams in it are it's gonna be hell of a game either. No matter between those three teams, right?
I think we can all five of us agree it will be like 2 out of those 3 teams will be in the conference championship.
Correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're either going to get a Bengals Chiefs rematch, or you're going to get a Bills Chiefs rematch, or the Bengals and Bills finally get to go at it. So
that will be the most anticipated game, probably. I don't know.
Tons of emotion.
I can't even on that. I don't even know.
All year.
Would you guys move that to the Lions Stadium as well?
I think it'd be
that might be unfair for us. Working hard.
I don't know. If they move that game to Detroit, that's like a home field for us.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, Cincy's right there too, right? So Cincy can just pop up.
I mean,
it'd be a little bit more fair than what it was going into play.
We might as well put it in Cleveland. Hey, they finally get a playoff game. They finally get a playoff game.
Look, I want to give you guys an actual, I guess Detroit's not a decent area either. So never mind. Cleveland would match up perfect with Detroit's.
Yeah.
I think the best we can do is Indianapolis. And that's what I've seen. That's all I've seen and heard is that if there is a neutral AFC championship, it'll probably be Indianapolis. Because they all said they all think it's going to be one of those 2 of those 3 teams So that's that's right there.
I wonder why Indianapolis and not Detroit, because I think
Detroit should be it, right? You would think, because it's kind of in the middle between both of those cities. But I also think they're looking at quality, maybe quality of the field, quality of where the fans can travel. I know Detroit's kind of there, but it could be a snowy go up there in Michigan during that time. You guys know with Buffalo how it is off the lakes. So, it could be that way. It could be just what's available for the NFL to go to. And obviously Indy has always been if you need a game rescheduled or made up or wherever moved, normally it's Indy.
Mm-hmm.
So more centralized, like you said, more people can get there. Yeah.
I mean, why not? Why not have a bunch of Indianapolis fans there selling out the stadium with Bills and the Cincy and Cleveland guys,
As long as they
make more money. So the NFL does. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, it's a business at the end of the day, right? I think the weather aspect does make sense, though.
Yeah, because you want a dome, right? So it's either going to be Detroit or Indy, or for whatever weird reason, Atlanta. But I don't see them going that route. I'd say they're probably sticking with Indy or Detroit. Detroit at worst.
Yeah. What was going to say? Would you go to Dallas for it? I wouldn't say.
They don't want to give Jerry any more money, man. Come on.
Well, that's too close to Kansas City.
Yeah, they don't want to do that either.
Well, that's why they're saying Detroit. It's like far enough away for all three teams. So it's like, all right, they're trying to that's how they're trying to make.
And you got to get through the snow to be able to get there anyway. So
sure.
That sounds like Buffalo home field advantage.
Hey man,
take it.
Team no roof.
So I was going to ask you guys too, like all the different reports coming out about how they're going to go about after they canceled the game here. Yesterday we're talking about a number generator, which would have been completely blow my mind to do a professional football team like that. Just doing a random number generator and tell them, hey, this is your seed. Going to play mouse will play rock, paper, scissors between three teams.
Be like that scene from Friday Night Lights where they're flipping the coin.
Exactly. Everybody on a webcam call. Here we go. Huh?
Yeah.
The owner of the Bills, the owner of the Bengals. All right, guys, you're it.
God.
Like, do you feel they're doing it the right way though? With possibly adding a playoff team this year, or what was the other one? It was just doing, like you said, the neutral field. Basically the Chiefs essentially would pick either the bye or the home field advantage. Like, I guess, what do you guys like, or what do you think of going on?
I'm all for the 1 seed getting the choice and the 2 seed getting whatever's
left over.
Yeah, and because the number 1 seed's gonna take the bye because that's just one less game you have to play to get to the Super Bowl.
Right. But like the a Chiefs team, right? I know you guys have a pretty dominant stadium, fans, you guys go through tables. Arrowhead's the same way. We get really passionate, really loud, and it's as much as Seattle likes to say it's the 12th man up there, it's literally the 12th man down here because we make people have issues there. So I feel in a way like Chiefs would take the home field and play the extra game rather than take the bye, even though the bye would be the smart thing, than try to go on the road. It's such a hard deal, though. It's such a hard pick because you're like, what do we do here? Taking the money aspect away, right? Taking the money aspect away of things. What do? Do you bring it in to your home fans who help you get those extra last few seconds off the time clock? Or do you go off, take the bye and try to play 2 games out away from your home stadium?
Well,
that's the really hard part of it all.
As a fan, you want to see a game,
of course,
but logically, but then again, do you want to keep playing? Do you want to sort of stay hot and keep in motion and keep going, or do you want to rest and risk resting and then
come out cold,
to come back a little?
Look what Georgia and Michigan happened, right? I mean, granted that was 3 weeks versus 1 week, but still, like. The game of football, the game of, it doesn't matter what sport, really. If you're off to an extended period and you're going so well, like the Chiefs have actually picked up the last few weeks, granted they're not great teams, but we got some momentum going. I would hate to see that momentum die out during a bye week, and then we show up to play, possibly who would it be? Maybe the Chargers, right? God forbid that team again, or what Bengals? No, we wouldn't play the Bengals. Yeah, we would play. We could play the Bengals
or the Ravens or the Dolphins.
Yeah, Dolphins. If the Dolphins don't choke it out this weekend, so there's a lot of Jaguars, right? Jaguars if they beat Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, those teams are rolling on fire outside of the Dolphins. There, like they've kind of got healthy. They got people coming back, and I would hate for a Chiefs team to sit on a bye week, have to face a red hot rolling Jaguars team, again this season. Like we were to play them when they were down. Like now we got to play them when they played us decently, and now we got to play after a lull. In my mind, energy and motion keeps going, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And I'd rather take that home field. I'd rather them come here than having to go down to Jacksonville.
My dad and I were having this conversation, and he said that he hates buys for that reason, for lack of momentum.
Yes.
He's like, so I would take the home field advantage. I would take the buy because you play the one last game.
Yeah.
But you're still going to play at home until that AFC Championship game. So I don't know. To me, you're getting the best of both worlds because I'm looking at it from the Bills' perspective. We're used to playing the AFC Championship game in Arrowhead. So at this point,
yeah, I mean,
at this point,
home
it's
anyways.
not. It's like to me, it's like they're getting used to it now. It's not as big of a deal as it was the first year, or even the second year. So I think getting that extra week and letting 2 teams, 3 teams, whoever it is, get knocked out of the playoffs, and then get that week's rest, and then go to Arrowhead, or maybe even host the AFC Championship game if the Chiefs do lose. It's a 50-50 gamble. I think the safer bet's taking the bye.
Yeah, and you talk about that bye. We saw that in baseball this year, especially in the National League, when both the Braves and the Dodgers had that bye week going in, and the 2 wildcard teams, the Giants and the Padres, were able to knock them out. So maybe that momentum, having that momentum could be in their favor, but I would take the bye regardless, in my opinion. But I would like to play one less game, but having that momentum wouldn't hurt either.
I mean, sorry guys, I'm trying to fix here the deal here, but in the end, I feel any of these football teams, Bengals, Bills, Chiefs, they're just gonna say, tell us when to play, where to play, we'll be there. That's in the end, that's all the guys are gonna do there. So I don't know. I'm just kind of curious about your guys' thoughts on that. There's a lot of weird speculation on it all.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely weighing out all the options, all possibilities.
Oh yeah.
As far as the current,
and they're talking
following weeks.
I said they're talking 16-team playoff today.
Yeah, they were talking about adding an extra team. So, like, a team like the Seahawks, all they would have to do is obviously win. And then, Detroit could make it in over there, even if the Seahawks win. Or what would be on our side? It would be AFC.
Patriots, Miami, and
Steelers.
2 of those teams would get in.
Ugh.
Right.
Yeah.
What would be the benefit of doing a 16-team playoff?
I think so. Nobody would have a bye, essentially. So, like, you would have that. No matter who's 1 seed in the end, would still have to play the whole entire time.
Right,
eliminate the bye.
But then you have the home field advantage aspect of it. The number 1 seed would still have that.
So they still got that. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's no perfect answer for any of this. Somebody's going to get the short end of the stick.
Correct.
And hopefully fans of whatever team that is that gets the short end understand that and just accepts it for what it is. I mean, quite honestly, if your team is a Super Bowl team, it doesn't matter whether you're on the road or at home.
Right.
Super Bowl.
I know if we got the short end, we'd deal with it and do what we got to do.
All right, same here. I know the guys. Patrick Mahomes is gonna be like, just tell me when to play and where to play. Right.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it is. So
all 3 of these quarterbacks are chomping at the bit at this point. Josh is the only one that hasn't been to the big game.
It's true.
And
that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. I mean, and I said it on one of our shows previously. He's too good to never get to one. Correct. Like just like Aaron Rodgers was too good to never get to one and to never win one. Josh is too good to never get to a Super Bowl and to never win one.
Yeah,
and that's like his main.
Because it makes me think
his
of
top
Dan Marino.
goal.
Mhm.
That's because he was a Dolphin.
All right.
No need to make the Dolphins fans more bitter.
Poor Johnny. Oh man.
Yeah. I do believe he's going to be on here later.
Yeah, he's supposed to hop on late tonight with Nick Bodkins
Nice.
during their Pick'em show. So, but I always give him trouble because he always pops on the Dolphin stream. The last 3 weeks I've been just saying go whoever they're playing, just for the fun of it because they've already lost. So
yeah.
But let's talk. Can we talk about that for a minute, guys? The Dolphins here. I know you guys are within the same division. Obviously, there's dumb rumors around going Mike Daniels might get fired or whatever. That hilarious to me if that's the thing.
I hope they do it.
Oh, if they do it,
I hope they do it. Please.
I hope there's a revolt down there in Miami. I hope the Miami fans just turn it around and almost
one big dumpster fire.
Tyreek's like, I'm out. Jalen Waddle's trade me.
I'm going to the Jets. I knew I should have went there originally.
Bills fans want the organization to fire McDaniels and sign Tua to a 10-year extension. That's what we want.
Oh my
Please.
God.
Please.
I hope Carr don't go there.
Yeah, hopefully Cardinals go there.
What do you mean, Card? Look, you guys are all in cold areas except for Miami. Derek Carr doesn't play in the cold because when he does, it's awful. And don't put wind on him, for Lord's sake, because that ball ain't going anywhere except for the other team. So, I can tell you all about that.
I think he ends up in Indianapolis personally.
Oh,
yeah.
You really think so? You think he ends up at, Indy goes on to another failed quarterback for another year?
Really?
I do. I mean, the Jets could be an option. Those are the top two teams that I've been seeing. But just because the Colts, that's what they've been doing for the last 3 years, is just bringing in another quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Now with the Colts situation right now, you got Irsay basically making moves. Chris Ballard seems to be completely out of the program, probably going to be gone this year after, season end, because it sounds like the owner stepped in, and it's usually not a good thing if the owner is the one out here making moves for you. So I could see Irsay actually going after some big names if they drop, right? Depending on this Lamar Jackson Baltimore situation of him being out for the last 6-7 weeks or 5 weeks or whatever it is. Whatever it is, it hurt my fantasy team, but I still won. Don't you worry, Lamar. So, but that situation could be interesting. It could be interesting there in San Francisco to see what they do with Lance, Jimmy G, with Purdy doing, pretty decently. And then, I'm sure Derek Carr's situation. So there's a few things that could happen this offseason. But do you think Irsay would actually go to a Derek Carr, or would he try to make a move for either his own quarterback, or do you think he would, go out and try to get a big name or even trade for a big name?
I mean, Tom Brady's on the market this year.
That's right, Tom Brady. I forgot about him.
I was about to say Tom Brady.
I think Tom's going to Vegas, guys.
That's the one I've heard. Tom?
That's my prediction. But what about Justin Fields?
Their defense isn't good enough, though.
Who, Denver, Oakland, or Las Vegas?
Yeah,
I know.
That's that's why I don't think he'd go there. He went to the Bucs because they were literally a quarterback away.
So the whole rumor at this point, right, is that before he went to the Bucs, Davis wanted him in Vegas when they moved to Vegas. It was the same year, right? And Gruden at the time said, "No, my quarterback's Carr, and I'm sticking with Carr." And that was the whole who you're sticking with that guy kind of thing. And now that Gruden's gone, his former OC from the Patriots is now the head coach for now. And
for now.
and Davis, of course, is you're coming to Vegas. We need the big show to go with the big receiver, and I'm sure they're going to make a lot more moves with Jacobs gone. They got Waller there, right? Renfro still on for another year. So I could see them, trying to play highball with Tom Brady this offseason and force him into Vegas because they got to sell tickets over there, and Derek Carr ain't selling tickets.
Or do you think he ends up staying in Florida and going to Miami, and instead of that falling apart,
Oh,
they get it together.
Oh, you're talking about Tua? Not being a Dolphin?
Yeah. Well, no, maybe they keep him and
Or do you think
bench him. Or I don't know.
Tua ain't gonna be a backup, dude?
No.
I promise you.
No, Tua gets shipped over to the Colts.
They do love him there. They love the crap out of him. So tough to say.
Now we're getting insane.
But I've heard people saying that stuff, so I just thought I'd throw that in.
And Derek Carr to the Bucks.
I mean, I was thinking, who did I have prediction of the Bucks?
It's a toss-up.
I had Jimmy G. going to the Bucks.
I would feel so bad for Jimmy G. Like his entire career would be following Tom Brady.
Literally, outside of the 49ers. It would just be, we'll go that way.
Will this guy ever retire?
Well, even Tom tried to go to the 49ers.
I was going to say, what if Tom went to the 49ers with that defense and the weapons that he would have over there?
But I don't think, I don't know. Like, I know that's highly done, but I don't know if Tom would be willing to accept a lot, that less of money and that less of deal. I feel like Shanahan really, has the core in place where he wants to get either Trey Lance going or, Burr Purdy, or maybe hell, even a younger quarterback. I think he wants to stay young to be able to run the Shanahan offense. I don't feel like he wants to go to an old guy that sits back in the pocket, and is not necessarily a statue all the time, but he's a statue, right? He's not going to run the Shanahan offense, the options, everything going in with all that speed and ability on offense.
I'm just imagining Brady running a speed option.
Doing a pitch, I'm going to run the ball. Well, no, you're not. So,
my question is Tom Brady still as good as he was? Because we
obviously not as good as he was. But is he a guy that can win you a championship? Yes, I think he is.
I don't know.
He's pretty. I don't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't look the best, but you got to remember too, he's playing with like third string offensive linemen, guys that are practice squads. Okay, so he's getting the ball out quicker than he has, the last 3 years.
He definitely still has that competitiveness. He gets fired up still. He wants to win bad.
They're coming back in games, right? You saw that Saints game. They were down 16-3. They did it again, Carolina.
Many times. And
the guy's smart enough where he doesn't have to rely as much on, I guess, his abilities. Like, he can get it done when it has to be done. And it's more of just playing smart and, essentially, in a way, Todd Bowles trying to ignore Todd Bowles because I'm not a believer anymore in Bowles. Like, I liked him as the Jets for a minute, and then he kind of crapped out obviously the last couple of years, and then he came into Tampa Bay, and it's not been pretty this year, guys. I hate to break it to you.
I was surprised they didn't promote their OC instead of him. I can't think of his name's.
Byron Leftwich.
Yes, I couldn't. I thought that's who they were going to have. Be a head coach over
Bowles. Bowles was honestly the dumbest move. Like, go with a new coach, a new style. Like, yes, Bowles is. He could be a head coach somewhere else, I'm sure, but go with the Leftwich, the guy that's running the offense, the guy that can help you. Probably be something special going to play. On that.
Well, the only piece that's missing from last year is. Oh my God! Now I can't think of his name either. The coach,
Arians.
Yes, I mean he's the only difference. I mean he's not in control of that offense. I mean it was Leftwich's offense, but he was running the other guy's offense. Like it was clear. It was clear.
Oh yeah, no, it was.
So it's like, so what? Which part is it?
Yeah, it's. I think Leftwich would have been the right move. Yeah. Granted, when you have your whole entire offensive line almost essentially go down, and then your backups go down. A little harder to win games. I felt it. You guys saw that? You guys saw the Chiefs-Bucks Super Bowl, right? We lost our freaking offensive lineman, I think, to you guys. Yeah, our left tackle went down, Achilles. Someone, I think, a right guard or left guard went down. So we're like, we had guys playing all over the line, and it didn't bode well. Okay, that was not a pretty thing. We got some
things.
And you look at that playoff matchup with that bang up offensive line, they're getting either Dallas or Philly first round. So
yeah, and those some awesome defenses coming into play. It's going to be interesting to see how Tom and that offense approach the playoff game. We got some comments real quick, guys, to go through. Dan, thanks guys for rolling into the Sports Town, having this on the network. He's here for the Mahomes Allen rematch. I'm all for the Mahomes Allen rematch. Keith Engel, TGI Sports, thanks to the only logical way to go, talking about our playoff stuff. Can't add teams at this point. I fully agree.
Yep.
Carlos Chavez, the mad New Yorker. All that talk about moving games and Bill's still not going to build a dome.
Josh Allen says, "Stop being soft."
Yeah, exactly. He wants to play in the cold,
Bring
in the
it
snow.
That's what makes Buffalo Buffalo. You can't dome it.
I know.
Yeah, we throw snowballs at people and stop games because of it.
It was Ronnie.
It was Ronnie. We have the evidence to prove.
Did he have the stack too going into play all in front of him?
Oh yes,
he had
did.
it all.
Blame the guy that wasn't even there. All right.
That's
Definitely.
I have proof you were there.
There's
Spirit, yes.
And about 1,000 other people know who you are because of it.
I love it. If I'm a Colts, I rebuild that O-line and draft a few offensive players. QB in Indianapolis should be a draft pick. Tino's time. What's up, Tino? Thanks for joining in. Carlos, if you spend money, get a few defensive players, and maybe Brian Leftwich needs like 5 years before taking over a team. I think he's ready to go now. I think why not throw him in and see what he can do.
I was gonna say he was gonna be.
Yeah.
He was gonna take the Jaguars job had it not been for Trent Baalke. So
Correct. Yeah, he was. He was.
That's right.
That would have been an interesting situation with Lawrence there too. But I think the Jags did the right thing with Peterson.
I think they made the right hire. He's a damn good coach.
Look, he was here for the Chiefs for OC, the couple of years. They did really great. He went to Eagles, got them a Super Bowl, didn't get along with ownership because ownership and him saw different visions. Left for a year, which I think was a smart move, was taking off that whole year after he got canned and then coming back for the Jaguars deal. So
I was gonna say anybody who could lead Philadelphia to a Super Bowl victory, that guy gets my vote in my book. So.
Not even Big Red did that, guys. That was a tough one there.
Well, it's hard when the Patriots are cheating.
Deflate gate. Oh man,
Never forget.
I think Bill has to get back to
there.
it. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone watching, I see we got the thing back up. The link, I just want to throw out there. The link is in the description of the video. If anyone's trying to find it, I know we kind of be talking for a while here, but just to keep everyone in the loop.
Yep.
If anyone new has been watching or
the prizes, I do got the prizes up. I know you guys were talking about that before I hopped on. The prizes, the largest donation in whole tonight will get an NFL jersey of their choice. So, and that's
pretty cool.
Yeah. So that's pretty awesome. I know he's done a few NFL jersey giveaways as well. So this one, of course, is very special. So the largest donation tonight as a whole, which is, I think, going through the Bodkins show tonight, which they start at 8:30. So that'll go for about an hour. So you got till, 9:30 Eastern. So you got till basically 10:30 Eastern tonight to make a donation and put it in the comments, guys. Let us know what you, if you donate, let us know what it is, no matter how small or how big. Put that in the comments here as we can match that up to $3,000 tonight.
All right.
This is so cool. Dan's the man for doing this.
Oh, man, that guy. It's one of the best out there. Like, he can't, granted, he can't really hop on camera or mic or anything, but he's putting together such a hell of a show, such a hell of a lineup, and every Sunday we do a game day show, and it's always a blast, like having to go through an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours of guests at 15-minute increments. Like, it's such a fun time. And it's such a great lineup too on that. Yeah, no, he does really great.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys got here? So Alan, we talked a lot about the AFC side of things. What about the NFC side? Do you feel Eagles loss here coming this week?
Well, I did hear that the Giants plan on playing their entire starting group. So
oh yeah, Dabble.
maybe,
He already said we're playing. We're playing.
Yeah, and we know Dallas is going to play their entire group. We're going up against Sam Howell too, so it'll be his first career start. So who knows what that's going to do for Washington? But I think it all depends on whether or not Jalen Hurts plays this weekend. If he plays Sunday, then probably Philadelphia ends up winning that game and taking the number 1 seed. But
Gotcha.
if it's Gardner Minshew, there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. I think there's a chance that New York wins that game and helps us out. Well, we would also need Arizona to win, but that I don't see that happening.
If you're relying on Arizona right now, that's
because
I
think if Philly loses, it automatically goes to San Francisco. If they win, San Francisco would get the first round bye. If the 49ers lose,
hold on. Talk to me again. What'd you just say?
If the Eagles lose and the 49ers win, the 49ers will get the first round bye. If both of those teams lose, if the Eagles and 49ers lose and the Cowboys win, then Dallas will get that first round bye.
Really?
The world?
Casey's been saying, watch out for Dallas all year.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Bills were my Super Bowl pick. Said it all year.
Have a rematch.
Mm-hmm.
I need to finally see it. I need to finally see a game.
If you really want to watch that Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl, the first one or even the second one, they are on YouTube. I don't recommend watching them.
I've seen enough of it to break my heart. Trust me. I needed to join fellow Bills Mafia. I needed to know their true feelings.
And another fun fact: if Dallas wins the NFC East, they'll be the first back-to-back division winner since 2004.
Really?
Yes.
There hasn't been a back-to-back. Philly was the last one. They won it. 03-04, the year they went to the Super Bowl. So there hasn't been a back-to-back division winner since 2004. So
that's insane.
That's crazy. But then you look at the AFC East, and there hadn't been a different winner in like 12 freaking years.
Yeah, that's true though. You guys were messing with the GOAT, so
it took a blown out knee for somebody else to actually win the division.
Was that 08 when we took Tom Brady out?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? I didn't remember.
Yeah. Because I know it was early week 2, week 3. We played Tom Brady, and Bernard Pollard decided to go low on Brady and tore his ACL.
I was going to say that was week 1, I believe.
Oh, maybe it was week 1.
I think it was
because it was like
Pollard.
Because I remember the couple weeks later, Miami pulled out the Wildcat.
Yes, that's
right. Nobody knew how to defend it at all. That's the only reason they won the division that year, is because they just threw out the Wildcat every other play.
And who did we get? So in came what's his name? The backup for Brady at the time.
Matt Castle.
Oh yeah. So the Chiefs essentially took Brady out and then gave us our favorite quarterback of the last 10 years, Matt Castle. I don't know why, but we did that to ourselves essentially by putting him out there.
We had him too, man.
Oh yeah, you did. He came. Yeah. Oh man, it was.
I was gonna say he was here too. So
he had that one great year with the Patriots after Brady went down, and whoever we had I can't remember who we had at the time. He went to the Falcons after us, the GM, but he was like, "Oh yeah, we're bringing Castle. Let's take a chance on him." That was the worst idea when he had Jamal freaking Charles playing. All right, like this is a waste of years.
Wasn't that Scott Pioli that made that decision?
Ding, 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 ding. That's the name. So bad. And then in came Andy Reid, though. We wouldn't have gone that path and got Andy Reid if it wasn't for getting Castle. Oh, man. That's
Casey yelling at his dogs.
Yes,
I always counting Casey's dogs.
Hey, it's the puppy's birthday today. You gotta leave.
Well,
happy birthday, Frank. Yeah.
What else you guys got?
I'm gonna throw out another name. We were talking about the quarterbacks. What about Aaron Rodgers?
A-Raj? I think he stays or retires. I think it depends what happens next week, honestly. Or on next week of this week. Coming into play, I think if he misses the playoffs, he really contemplates the retire part of things, and maybe goes to the game show, or Jeopardy, or something like that. But I don't see him going anywhere. If he's going to come back and play, he's going to stay a Packer.
I have a cousin who sometimes does my shows with me. He's a big old Packers fan. He talks all the time. He's like, he doesn't want this to be another Brett Favre situation where he just retires, comes back, does all that stuff.
Goes to the Vikings and beat you guys.
Yeah. And then it's just like
he's gonna make a stop in New York first.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jets.
That's right.
Show some nudity in front of the reporter, and then go to the Vikings.
Jesus.
And then what happens with Jordan Love? Does he go somewhere else? Do they keep him in the back? Or
if I'm a Vikings, Bears, or Lions fan, I would. And Aaron Rodgers decides to move on. I would be more than happy to see Jordan Love in the driver's seat in Green Bay. More than happy, because it's not going to be pretty.
No,
at all.
No, it's not.
They already don't have any weapons in the receiving game.
Well, yeah.
So.
What are you going to do with a guy like Jordan Love, who's not experienced, who doesn't know how to develop and lead young receivers like Rodgers does? Like Rodgers, Devontae was young at the time. He's working on Watson. Watson's looking way better the second half of the season. Romeo looked pretty good for a little bit, but you're not going to get that with Love. You're not going to win games on that.
No.
Scott says, I am being outnumbered by Bills guys. Look,
Go Bills.
Scott, when I saw that lineup, I knew I was in trouble, so I just accepted it. Okay.
we were joking earlier, 3 Bills fans and a Cowboys fan walk into a bar.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie was looking a little lonely for a minute, so.
Well,
yeah.
So when I first jumped on, Rob was with me, but he had forgotten about a function he had to go to.
Oh no!
13-year-old son. So he was literally pacing outside of the high school.
Oh, the high school gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, "Hey, I need some help here. I'm about to be by myself." And didn't have access to bring anybody in anyway. So I just rambled for about 5-10 minutes all by myself. Hopefully, I didn't.
You're good at that.
I'm too dumb.
Not at all. Still got viewers. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't know that Green Bay situation. I think there's a lot of interesting situations going that will happen this off season. I'm really intrigued on. As much as people think I'm nuts for it, I still think Justin Fields goes somewhere else. I don't feel like the new GM and the new head coach that's there that wants Justin Fields to be that guy for them. I don't know. There's just something about it. I think they want to go out and get their own guy.
Here's a thought. Here's a thought. If Lamar doesn't go back to Baltimore, do they make a play for Justin Fields?
Oh, absolutely.
You would think so, but
I don't ever see Lamar leaving. I think if he doesn't sign a long-term deal, they're going to tag him.
Oh, they'll tag him.
They'll just keep tagging him until after 3 years when they absolutely have to pay him.
But are they going to run into the same issue they're running into this last 4 weeks of where he's injured? Even though there's not a lot of details. I mean, we got something today finally, but there's not a lot of details of where he's out when it counts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do they want to go forward with that kind of stuff?
Well, maybe that's the joy of the tag, for the benefit of the tag for that team anyway.
We do have enough talk there. Nick Bodkins. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that's something else to look at to see what they decide to do in the offseason for Baltimore. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something. I have this feeling that there's going to be a lot of shakeups and certain guys that we may not feel are on the move, could be on the move, We're
going to have another Russell Wilson type trade this offseason?
I don't know. I don't know who would be.
Well, I was going to ask what's a worse situation?
What would be
the Packers without Aaron Rodgers or the Broncos right now?
The Packers without Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
Yeah.
What would be a Russell Wilson type trade? Like, who would you compare that to?
Rodgers getting traded.
Rodgers, right?
Rodgers would be the only one.
Yeah.
Really, I could think of.
Or Brady if he gets
Or
traded, or if he goes somewhere.
Brady's a free agent, so.
But he could do a sign and trade.
Yeah, he could. Lamar could do the same thing.
Are we talking of just like Russell Wilson? He goes there and they flop.
That's a hard one, though.
Whoever gets Derek Carr. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Maybe Baltimore will trade Jackson to Indianapolis.
Just trade Carr and Rodgers.
Anybody who goes to Indy, pretty much.
See what works.
Rodgers going to San Francisco or Vegas.
Nice weather.
I just don't see Rodgers in San Francisco. They've got.
I don't either. That's the same thing, right?
Three starting quarterbacks. Now the book's kind of still out on Lance, but
we just talked about it too with Tom Brady. The whole system would be changed up completely because Aaron Rodgers, is no young guy either. He's not running the option for you. You're gonna know who's gonna have that ball in the end. Who's gonna run those kind of those plays. So I don't feel like Rodgers would be the fit with Shanahan in that offense.
I honestly say they stay with Brock Purdy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let Brock Purdy do work up there. See if he can lead them for an entire season.
So now you're running into the same situation with Jimmy G, right? Like last year, you took him, beat the Packers, got far, and now you're dedicated to Trey Lance going in the offseason. Trey Lance is our guy. Because we spent high value pick on him. Trey Lance gets injured. You were losing. Trey Lance gets injured. Jimmy G steps up. You start winning again, right? Different offense. Brock Purdy comes in. You're winning. Let's say Brock Purdy makes it to that championship game, NFC championship game, and, they lose. Do you believe the 49ers go back to the drawing board and say, oh, we're still dedicated to Trey Lance because we spent the high value pick on him? Would you still go that route?
I think they'd move him.
I'd move him. They get to the Super Bowl with him.
Brock Purdy. I mean, I think if any quarterback can take you to the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl, like from on your team, you go that direction. I think you stick with what's working. Like Alan said, I don't see Trey Lance working at the moment. He might work 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when he has an opportunity, or maybe he works mid-season when there's another opportunity. But the guy's been hurt 2 years, his first 2 years, he's been hurt. And obviously we saw beginning of the season, the first 2 or 3 games before he got hurt, it wasn't pretty, right? They weren't playing great football. So I don't know. I feel like they might go that route again, but I don't feel like that's the right route to go.
And do they keep Lance if they stick with Purdy?
If they can flip him for a good pick, I don't think that.
I think they could.
I think you keep Jimmy G as the backup and you just flip Lance.
Because you could definitely get a lot more in a trade value for Lance than you can Jimmy G.
Yeah, because the question is still out on Trey Lance. Nobody knows what he's going to be. I mean,
you got
Trey Lance to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Everybody's going to Indy.
Do you have
everybody's going to Indy?
Do you play him and make him prove himself so he's a better trade value?
No, you don't play him. You don't play him so that way he's a better.
Right.
Yeah,
true.
Or he gets injured.
You let somebody else figure out what he is.
Yeah. Then maybe you just keep him in your pocket till you need him. I don't know.
Yep. Put him at running back.
You trade him to the Colts, you can get a top 5 pick out of it. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the Colts would do it if Chris Ballard's still there. Steven Ross is just crazy enough to trade Tua for Russell Wilson. Get out of here, Dan.
Please. Dan,
you're tired.
I love it.
Stop.
I love it, Dan.
Oh my God.
That would make me so happy.
I'd love to watch the Bills beat up on him twice a year.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
Can we not mention Jeff Hostetler? That no. We had that Super Bowl. We had it.
Don't mention Jeff Hostetler, Brett Rippon, Troy Aikman.
I'm going to start twitching in a minute.
At least with Troy, he had a Hall of Fame career. Okay, what happened to Rippon and Hostetler after those Super Bowls? I think Rippon had one more good year, and then we didn't hear from him again.
until his son started for the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, every time I hear that name, Hostetler, that image of Bruce Smith in the end zone having his big hand around Hostetler's wrist with the ball, and he doesn't fumble it and just gets two. I mean, it's great at the time. It's like, oh, we got a safety, yeah, and you lose the game by a point. Like, why couldn't you knock that ball out? Like, but whatever.
Like
Props to the Giants, I guess.
No.
I was gonna say, guess who their DC was back then?
Oh yeah,
Belichick.
Belichick. Oh yeah, no, I know.
Jeez.
So
I've
the
heard that
cheating
story a
started
number
back
of
then
times.
too. The Stick'em.
Mm-hmm.
Belichick ruins our Super Bowl, and then he ruins our 20 years of Bills football. Awesome, thanks, Belichick.
What a guy.
Oh, he's a bang-up guy. Woo.
Looks like Dan just announced that CK Landis has won the first giveaway for the $100 donation. So
Nice.
he's going to
Awesome.
DM him. Good job. Thank you, CK Landis, for donating on. Like I said, guys, largest donation at the end of the night here gets the grand prize of the jersey of your choice. So there's that. And everything's in the description below in the video. And then, of course, you can see here, Matt Dan is willing to match up to $3K.
All right.
So who would you guys think the Texans would take number 1 overall? CJ Stroud or Bryce Young?
I want neither of them in front of them.
I think they go a different route and either go receiver or defense.
Will Anderson.
Wow.
That's a smart pick.
Yeah.
They need.
They need everything.
Don't
They
ask
need a
me.
lot.
They do need everything. They really do.
Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they trade that pick. And maybe that's what they should do.
That'd be a good.
Hey, Lamar, I'll give you a 1. Give you a 1 and give me Bateman with it too. Come along. We'll give you Cooks. Cooks isn't happy,
Ooh.
right? Texans should trade that
I mean,
pick.
seriously, see, like he just said, if I'm the Texans, I think I'd trade that pick for multiple picks.
Why
build that
why
team
not
up.
see what you can get?
Absolutely.
I mean, if they're
Yeah.
smart, they'll at least field the offers and see.
Yeah, right. At least throw it out there.
Yeah.
Not one player is going to fix that team. So you got to get as many picks and capital as you can to try and at least build something that's presentable.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey,
no.
they're at least fun to watch. They were fun this year to watch.
The
And
Texans.
they took so many teams to the wire.
At what point?
They
They were
took
fun
the,
to watch until
What do
they
you
fumbled
mean?
it against the Chiefs.
well, hey, at least they got to that point.
That doesn't
That was-
matter. They lost the
hey.
game.
They almost beat us.
All right, Mr. Cynical.
We were talking about the Texans on Sunday on the Game Day show we do, and We're Just Fans podcast came on, Houston guys, and we were talking about possibly the situation of Lovie Smith being let go and them kind of cleaning house. Do you guys think that's a possibility? I mean, they got rid of the president going into play, so they could be cleaning house there.
I don't know why
That's
they keep
possible.
doing this year after year.
It felt like when they hired Lovie Smith, though, that wasn't their guy. It was almost like we need to just put somebody in there that can get us through this Deshaun Watson or debacle, and then move on from there. So it wouldn't shock me if they let him go. I don't know if that's the right decision, but
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're in a pretty tough spot on this, and that team could change completely over there, or during the offseason, let alone.
Yeah.
They did have some decent picks, so
I guess some decent players, especially on defense. Petrie's a good safety. I like him a lot. We haven't really seen Stingley play the entire year, but he could be good. But they just need they're just too many. They got too many holes. They need some stability in that locker room, much less their organization.
yeah.
And it all stems from the Deshaun Watson situation. So they really need. I wouldn't be shocked if Lovie Smith went this year, but I wouldn't be shocked if he stayed either.
Yeah, there's some those things. Skis, I heard you got to go, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. We'll let you go here. Hey, appreciate you hopping on. running the course here. So
absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Talk with you guys later. So for sure, that was fun.
Dan, thank you. Everybody, thank you. It was a lot of fun, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, see you, man.
See ya. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Hey, let's bring in the guy that's finishing up tonight's show, Nick Bodkins of the Bodkins Show. What's up, Nick?
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Nick?
What's going on?
What is up? It is an honor to be here with you guys tonight. Am I lagging? My computer is just a piece of crap.
It's all right. I feel your pain.
Are we good?
My camera just died. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. All right.
The audio's good.
Yeah, I was trying to. Okay. Well, I guess that's all that matters, right? I got to, don't have a face for radio is what I was always told. Anyway, welcome, hey boys. How we doing? Got a shout out to Dan Harris for letting us all do this together for Damar. I was kind of listening to you guys' subject. I wanted to chime in on this Trey Lance 49er discussion because I was listening to it as I was in the background. If I'm them, you have to go with Trey Lance because what they gave up to get that kid is absurd amount of picks. And who's going to really? I mean, they could trade him, but they believe in this kid to no extent. So they're going to go with them. Jimmy's going to be a free agent. You let him walk, and then Brock Purdy, whatever he does in the playoffs, and he's your backup. And when Trey he gets hurt again or is ineffective, you at least can fall back on Brock. But Jimmy's going to get some sort of bag by, I don't know, a plethora of teams. It could be because several teams are going to be rebuilding for a quarterback, and he'll be a guy that's out there and available.
Who do you think would pick up Jimmy G if they let him walk?
I mean, what team? So, I mean, there's going to be several teams. I had Mr. First Down on my podcast last week, and he was saying the Titans could be getting rid of Tannehill. So maybe, there's a possibility. Jets, Giants both need a quarterback. I would take Jimmy over Danny Dimes right now. I mean, maybe not right now because Jimmy's only got one good ankle. But, once both ankles are halfway working, I would take Jimmy over any quarterback in New York. Other than Josh Allen, if we're talking about the state of New York. But and then you're looking at who else needs a quarterback. Carolina Panthers, what are they going to do? Sam Darnold's not the answer. We all know that. P.J. Walker's not the answer. We know that. There's several teams that are going to be looking for a quarterback. What about what about the Arizona Cardinals? Kyler Murray, he's not going to be ready to go next year at the start of the year. Do you do a 1-year deal with Jimmy G and you got D-Hop, you got Hollywood, you got that team that's still kind of ready to go. They're going to be looking for a new coach. Maybe you bring in Jimmy G for another 1-year rental. Maybe it's Las Vegas. He's got ties with McDaniels. So there's several teams out there that are going to be in this Jimmy G market. Maybe it's Tampa Bay. If Tom's probably done in Tampa, I believe. He's either retiring or he's going someplace else. I think he's done in Tampa. So it could be several different teams on this Jimmy G market. There's going to be more teams looking for a quarterback change than there are quarterbacks, at least quality quarterbacks.
Yeah. Well, last offseason, we kind of said the same thing, that there was teams that needed a quarterback. Nobody called for Jimmy G. And he ended up right back where he,
The difference is he wasn't a free agent. He was still contract. So that's the difference in this year and last year. I don't think teams are willing to give up a trade for Jimmy. Now he's on a 1-year type deal, and I think he gets to call a shot.
I do agree. If I'm Jimmy G, I'm looking for more of a stable location, not a 1-year type of situation like with Arizona. So, if I could sign a multi-year thing where I can finish out my career somewhere, whether it's with the Jets, Titans, who else did we name? Las Vegas. Tampa. I think Las Vegas makes sense because they're not going to have the draft pick good enough for a quarterback. Or at least not one of the top quarterbacks anyway.
Yeah, he's going their first round's going to Green Bay. So
yeah.
They were talking, Ryan and Matt and Scott were talking maybe Tom Brady to the Raiders if Tom doesn't retire.
That one's coming up.
Tom Brady.
Why is that name being tossed around for Las Vegas? So why is Tom Brady being tossed around? Like
just the connection with McDaniels. Yeah, McDaniels, Davis, one in and before. Kind of just previous history that's going there.
I would say I agree with Dan. I think he goes back to New England.
There's no way. There's no way he goes back to New England.
Why
I
not?
hope he does. Why not? He does.
You don't want to go back with Bill.
I think Tom. I've said this on my
retire a Patriot.
Go ahead, Alan.
You know?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm already going to say this right now. I say the Giants are going to beat the Vikings in the playoffs, and Daniel Jones is going to stay in New York.
I think he does too, personally. The state.
They probably do.
I don't know about beating Minnesota.
Because I've seen all that they're looking to give big deals to both Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. They want to keep both of them around. So if they win, especially if they win a playoff game, Daniel Jones is staying. And I know New York fans are going to hate that, but that's the price to pay. Sorry, guys.
Oh yeah, DJ's staying, man.
I don't think Daniel Jones is that bad, though. Personally,
he's not that bad. He's not that bad.
Is he when you have to say he's not that bad, he's that bad. When you have to preference, he's not that bad, he's bad. Is he the guy that you're like, you know what? That's the guy that's going to lead Giants to the Super Bowl? That's the guy? That's the guy?
How many
No,
teams have
he's
a quarterback that you can say that about?
I was going to say,
10, 5. Yeah. There's not.
I was going to say,
that's the thing.
I was going to say, we got a couple Bills fans here. It's like, what did you think of Josh Allen before Brian Dable was able to, kind of work his magic with him into what, he is right now? And look at what he did with Daniel Jones in just 1 year.
Mike, I'll let you take it first.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely made some great improvements. I mean, the first year or two, a lot of questionable decisions and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think Daniel Jones could do pretty decent there. I don't know. I like what you said though. Not that bad. Certainly isn't good. Yeah, back to Josh.
We're talking about these guys here. Let's bring in Carlos here, the Bad New Yorker.
Tough to say though,
because I'm sure he has his fair thing. Guys, I do got a jet here. Nick, I might be able to hop back on if you had me for the pick'em. So, but I got a jet here for now.
All right,
I'll catch you guys.
Peace.
Yo. Good evening, everybody.
What's up?
Carlos, what's up, man? Hey, we were just talking about the state of New York Giants football. What's your thoughts here on Daniel Jones and what should the Giants do, or what's the plans there for the Giants?
I felt my ears burning, but like when you talk about the Giants, it's like my whole body was shivering. Listen, first of all, I was taken aback to hear that the Giants were offering Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley contracts before the season even ended. Like, I think that's a big mistake to right off the get. I'm not sure what Schoen's doing, and I'm not sure why he's doing it, but it's not good because the season hasn't ended. They haven't all they've proven is that these two guys were able to play with each other when not being healthy, not being, having all these injuries that they have in the past. That's all they've proven. Now, that being said, they were on the field. The Giants are in a playoff situation, but still, games still need to be played. Things need to be sorted out. Why you put a contract on the table, I have no idea. That doesn't bode well, anyways. When you put a contract on the table and these guys start playing, they start playing worse. So, I'm in the school of thought where if you don't win anything, if you don't show me anything, then you don't get anything. And if Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones, if they're legit and they've had a great season and they win the Super Bowl, you can have whatever you want. But until then, and look, I'm just shocked.
But you got to stick with them and ride it out to see what happens.
Well,
there's room for improvement still, right?
Almost 4 years of this jump of this.
Here's the thing.
Come on, man.
I'm a credit to what Dan is saying here, he is average, and I've said that before. But they're picking at what do you do to keep him? You got to add the O-line at this point. You know, they don't have a wide receiver. That team went all in on Joey Galloway, or not Joey Galloway, but
Galladay.
Galladay, yeah. And he's absolutely stunk up the joint. He don't play. They're just paying him money just to sit at home for the most part. I would say to Daniel Jones's credit, like, he's gone through how many coaching changes, how many regime changes. He finally has a guy that's somewhat workable with him. And if he would take maybe a team-friendly deal, I think that would be the best interest for both sides. Now, Saquon's a running back. He's got to take the biggest bag offered to him because life as a running back in the NFL isn't for long, so get the biggest bag while you can. But if I'm Daniel Jones, I finally maybe have a coach that somewhat believes in me, is making me play halfway decent. Again, the market is what it is out there. They're not going to be able to draft, I don't think, a guy where they're going to be drafting at the back end of the draft. So, you know, why not take a back end team friendly deal? Carlos, who would you rather have though than Jones? If you're going to go get?
I'd rather go for whoever they can get in the 4th or 6th round, and then just we already know who this guy is. We've had him for 4 years now. Like, it doesn't matter how many coaches have been through. Like, all he's proved this season is that he can be good for one season. That's all he's proven.
What is the 6th-round rookie proven?
It's like, come on, man.
I mean, Brock Purdy's Mr. Irrelevant, you know.
I know, but like, look, the guy has a makeup of being a good backup quarterback, minimum. So he should get backup quarterback money. And if he wants to be a starter, send him out there and see how many teams will pick him up as a starter. Would you pick him up as a starter?
There'll be a team out there.
Would the Raiders pick him up as a starter? Look, this is the same thing.
Better than Jared Stidham.
You know, Robert from Sports Cup, he said something that hit me, and it was like, and it rang hard. It's like, he is easily comparable to Ryan Tannehill, and Ryan Tannehill this year jacked up his situation so bad that he probably won't even get an opportunity to be a backup. So these guys are similar. They play similar. They can run. They can throw whenever they feel like it, whenever they're not in the flu season or whatever. Yeah, these guys are okay quarterbacks. Let them stay in the okay bracket, and that's it. If a team wants you, go out and go get signed by them. If they're willing to give you $15 million plus, go away. Get off this team because you ain't proving nothing. That's how I don't understand why the Giants even offered them an offer sheet. They haven't won anything, and they got something on the table. They got a Christmas present before they even put up a Christmas tree. Man, come on, man.
They made the playoffs though this year, so they did win something for the first time since 2016.
The whole East Division's is playoff bound. Come on, man.
They could have stuck up the joint. They could have stuck up the joint.
Come on, man. It's not.
Have they finally created a system that works?
No.
Is that what it is?
It's just so happened. It just so happened that everybody's playing terrible football, right? And they've fallen into mediocrity that they look relevant. They look okay, and they're okay. Are they? I'm going to pay $300 a ticket to go watch them play? No, I'll sit at home and watch them play. But I don't want to see okay football. I've already seen
Brian Daboll
Eli Manning for like so many years. Come on, man.
Is Brian Daboll coach of the year to you then? Is Brian Daboll coach of the year?
No.
Depending on how far they go.
Exactly. Well, there you go. If he could take them to the Super Bowl, fine.
Well, it's a regular season award. They're not supposed to count in postseason.
If they get enough to, it would be relevant. But I don't think so. I see. There's other situations out there for some of these guys to get coach of the year. Wilkes should get coach of the year. He took a team that crapped out on their quarterbacks, a team that crapped out on their coaching staff, and look where they're more relevant now than the Panthers are more relevant now than the Giants.
I know you don't believe that. You can't be a playoff team and not a team that's sitting at home. The only reason the Panthers are relevant is because the Bucks decided they were going to mess around and not win the damn thing.
Well, you over here. I'm saying that I just said that the East Division is so junk. so much junk that the Giants look relevant, right? And
I agree. They are kind of
where Wilkes is at. It's the same thing. So if you're gonna take two junk divisions, you might as well give it to the person who did the best with what he had. And Wilkes had done a better job with the Panthers, situational wise, than Daboll's done with what Daboll's had. He has Barkley. He has Galladay. These are people that are eating up contracts.
Galladay's not on the field. Galladay's not on the field. It doesn't matter
though. He had them on the team, and he's eating up a contract, right?
That was old. I would say Galladay's old GM, old problem.
They got rid of their quarterback that was eating up the contract, and they still did better. Right?
That was a different contract situation, though. I mean, what Baker? They pretty much the Browns are paying Baker's contract.
They did better.
They were paying Baker though. The Browns were paying Baker though.
I know, but he was still eating up space and eating up contract and being controversial over there. So the Panthers getting rid of him, getting rid of the coach. And people saying, well, they don't got a shot. And, they did pretty well, I think.
I would say the only reason.
Go ahead, Alan.
I think the only reason they keep Barkley is the running back market's not going to be that good this year. I mean, the only other guy that's coming out is Tony Pollard, and Jerry Jones is going to do what he can to get him back. So
that's the situation Jerry Jones created for himself.
So. Other than Tony Pollard, who are you going to get as a running back?
I mean, running backs are dime.
Yeah, they come out. You're more likely to get a running back coming off the draft to perform for you than you are a quarterback. So that's not even in question. Like, I mean, you can't pay these guys $30-40 million and not be anywhere near Super Bowl, right? So, but this is the first year the Giants have a chance to do that. With the record that they have, but being in a defunct NFL, league, because this whole league is just crazy. You see some of the play going on. You thought it was going to end after 3 weeks. No, we saw like 10 weeks of this bizarreness. To anybody, maybe 1 or 2 games a week, you're like, oh wow, that's a great game. But we had to sit through a lot of junk to see one or good. It's like it's crazy. It's like Netflix, you go through the top 10 list of movies and shows, and you're like, why is this show a top 10 and on the top 10? And you might like one out of the top 10. That's what the NFL was like this year. I mean, Cincinnati didn't start playing good until week 6.
That was they did the same thing last year, though. Very few teams, the Bills, one of them, and even the Bills had some ups and downs at one point in the season where it's like,
you guys need Saquon. I'll give you Saquon for a draft.
Nah, we're good.
Just one draft.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. No, you're not. You got 5 running backs.
We'll try to hang on to Singletary.
Singletary, come on, man.
Singletary, Cook's a good one.
I like them too, bouncing back and forth.
When they bounce back and forth, they don't even get 10. They don't even get 10 carries a game, barely.
When you give them the carries, they perform.
Yeah, Josh Allen ain't giving nobody carries because he don't trust nobody, and he don't say it in their face, but that's what he's doing.
He gives himself carries.
Yeah, exactly. He carries himself.
Josh Allen is. I wouldn't say he doesn't trust him. He just knows, hey, there's one way we're going to win this effing game sometimes, and I'm going to do everything I can to win it. Whether it's run the ball, throw the ball, run through 5 people, throw it through 3 guys, and that's where sometimes he gets in trouble with those
stiff arm.
Buckets,
jump the pile.
Who does it remind you of?
Are you trying to talk about Brett Favre?
Aaron freaking Rodgers the year he won the Super Bowl. That's who he reminds you of. He's like, I'm not.
Josh Allen is way more athletic.
Oh yeah, he's more. Okay, I'll give you that.
I'll just add this though: our duo of running backs, they did over 200 yards between the two of them the last time they played a full game. The Bills are the only team in the league to have over 100 yards rushing in every single game this year. Cooks is leads the league in average yards per carry.
Yards per carry, right? Yeah.
So they have a running game. They just don't use it as much as maybe some people like them to.
I got wide receivers, but I like the Giants. We got a wide receiver we're paying. We just don't use them. Come on, man.
That's because your wide receivers suck.
Not because it's not a Daniel Jones again. That's what that.
You need wide receivers. That's a scheme thing with Buffalo.
Buffalo. I don't know. I don't trust y'all. That's on you. You guys trust. Y'all do you, but I don't trust in Buffalo. I haven't ever trusted them being number 1. This is a very not balanced team for me. But again, this is This has been a chaotic NFL.
Josh
year
is the
anyways.
best power back.
He's a bad man. I love Josh Allen. Ronnie, I want to ask you, Bills fans, like, and you guys might have covered this when I was eating, so I wasn't quite listening. What's the feeling going the rest of the year after this whole situation after Damar? Like, what's the expectation? Is it still Super Bowl or bust, or it's like, man, like if we go out and we shit the bed for better, so to speak, like these, not even just next week. Like if they lose next week, I think everybody kind of gives them a pass, right? But if you get into the playoffs and they shit the bed, do they still get the pass, or is it still Super Bowl or bust after this situation?
Well, I don't. That's tough. I don't.
Bills
think
always get the pass
necessarily-
with me.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd be like, it is what it is. On to next season. But we did talk about a little bit about it earlier. So Damar's father, Mario, did contact. They had a Zoom call basically with the entire Bills roster, and he told them that it is his wish and Damar's that it's time to refocus now on your goals. Go out there, play, win the games, and get that trophy. I do think that's going to carry them. That emotion. We mentioned it earlier. It kind of reminds me of when the Saints won the Super Bowl on the emotion of Hurricane Katrina. That kind of stuff is powerful, especially in sports. So I think they win this weekend because it's the Patriots, and I'm not a big believer in the Patriots. I don't believe in the Patriot way anymore. It's not the same New England Patriots that it was. So I'm not really concerned about that, whether there was this incident or not. But I do think that it carries them into the playoffs.
I think it'll be huge, right? Like, here's a scenario for you guys. This is like TV movie stuff, right? The kid dies damn near on live television, and then they get to the playoffs. And I'm just saying, I don't know if he'll be out of the hospital, but 2 weeks from now, it's possible. The way he's progressing, right? Anything is possible. He gets out of the into the playoffs. And if you guys, especially if you guys are the bye week, and we can talk a little bit about that, like what the heck does the NFL do here in this unprecedented times? But if you guys are the bye week and you get that bye 3 weeks later and he goes to the locker room, by God, I'd hate to be the opposing team because I feel like the Bills would demolish that team with him standing in the locker room, giving them a chant or something. It's probably 49-0 Bills, whoever the hell they're playing. It could be the 72 Dolphins at that point, and I'd probably still pick the Bills.
Could you imagine a home game in Buffalo and Damar leads the team out onto the field?
That'd be amazing.
Exactly.
I don't live in Buffalo. I don't live in New York. I live in Idaho, and I'm pretty sure I would fill that stadium from here if that were the
case. We'd get you here, Ron. Yeah.
What do you guys, Carlos, let me ask you, what do you think the league should do with this whole mess? Like, you read online, the game is a tie, then it's percentage points. It would have been so much easier, right, if these two teams were like the two bottom feeders, where it wasn't, number one seed at play. So like, what should the league do, Carlos? What do you think they should do?
Just make it easy, make it a coin flip. I mean, those two teams.
But then you got the Chiefs involved as well, because like a coin flip, right? Like that hurts the Chiefs. If the Bengals finish that game and they beat the Bills, the Chiefs are the number one seed.
I mean, they already stated they're not going to play the game. So that's a done deal, right?
Right. This week they're not.
They're not going to add two teams on both.
I don't think they'll play it.
Right. So they're not going to add two teams to the playoff, one from the AFC and one from the NFC. So, I mean, it's the NFL. They'll do whatever they feel is more accurate, and they'll probably do like a coin flip or some kind of lottery thing, and then they'll just go by point system and just give you whoever deserves to be by point differential deserves to be the first, and they'll give it to them. I mean, at that point, like they're not gonna go. I don't think they're gonna. I think they already know what they're gonna do. To be honest with you, they're just leading on.
I think it depends on how this weekend shakes out.
Yes, exactly. They're waiting.
That's kind of what
Yeah,
that's what I think too, right? The league has got to be praying that the Raiders beat the Chiefs. So like because if the Chiefs beat the Raiders, then it's really a mess. Because the Chiefs would have one extra win, but then it's like all these percentage points. If the Chiefs lose and the Bengals would have beat the Bills, then the Bengals could have been the number 1 seed. So it's like it's really a mess. Like it's almost like this is the worst case scenario. Like if the two teams were like 2 and 3, if there was the Raiders and I'm about to say the Lions, but the Lions can make the playoffs. So like the Raiders and the Panthers that this happened to, and they suspended this game. League just moves on. We're like we care about the player, but the football side, I think everybody wouldn't care so much about. But because the number 1 seed in this playoff bye, and there's talk, let's play the game at a neutral site for AFC Championship game. Well, that's a lot of revenue, and Bills know that we want people to come to Buffalo to play in this cold Kansas City or Arrowhead wants the same thing.
Well, I look at it like this, and the way they ended the game and made that decision to not play it out, which is okay with me, because of the situation. They're also gonna just make a decision, and if the Chiefs come out and they give the Chiefs the division, is that a bad thing? Then the Chiefs went out the whole season and did what they had to do to be in that light anyways. Cincinnati had to play catch up. So if you just go ahead and give it to the Chiefs, is that a bad thing? Are people going to be that upset besides Cincinnati fans? No, I'm not upset.
You can be. You can't.
I would be.
Why? What mean? What you should have won? You should have won as much as the Chiefs won.
They beat the Chiefs.
You could say the same thing about Buffalo because we've held that number 1 seed now for a month and a half.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
no matter what you do,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
someone's going to be upset.
Either fan base is going to be. It's going to be. Even as a player and an owner, like you know what I mean. Like I'm going to be pissed off either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no win. There's no win. At the end of the day, the NFL is going to win out because people are going to watch it. But I mean, this weekend will determine a lot for the NFL to make their decision. That's why they haven't made a decision yet. I
personally think they make the decision before the weekend.
No, they know what they're going to do. They're just waiting for this weekend to pass.
I was going to say, if Buffalo wins this weekend, I think they just give it to Buffalo because the Bills have that head-to-head win over Kansas City. So, I mean, you could say that they could make that a factor in their decision, but yeah, you guys are right. It doesn't matter what they decide. Someone's going to come out on the losing end here. It's not someone's going to complain about it, but it is what it is. I mean, I don't think these guys are going to want to play this game for sure. I don't think we're going to get the rest of this game at all. So,
and to be honest, I don't care who this goes to. I don't want to see no mediocre football now. This is a new season. It's the playoffs, and I want to see some good football. If I see some 17-9 crap, bro, come on, man.
17-9 could be a good game.
Yeah.
You can watch it all day long. I don't want to see it.
You like high scores.
No, I want to see good football, man. I don't want to see, how many good football games were there this Thursday? These Thursday games, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, the Thursday wasn't the hardest.
Yeah, exactly. How many Sunday night games are great? How many Sunday night games?
I've seen plenty of good 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock games.
Yeah, but how many Sunday night games?
Right.
The Sunday nights have been better than the Thursday nights.
Yes, but how many games do you think?
Thursday night's the worst night.
Yeah.
I would say this past Sunday night was a good game. I thought it was anyway.
It wasn't like that though before.
Ravens Steelers.
Like, very competitive.
Yeah, Ravens Steelers. Yeah, that's a close game. Zan said from experience from people with heart issues, he thinks that he could lead out. So that's lead the team out
with assistance.
I don't know. It was,
with assistance. Yeah.
When this happened to the player Eriksson in the Premier League, I mean in the Championship leagues and European Championship leagues, when it happened in soccer, that cat he was out about a month before he was going public and doing things like out in public, because he would go out, but he would go out like around the hospital and stuff. He wasn't going out like in public a lot.
Maybe they just put him on the screen or something.
Yeah, so
get everyone fired up.
Yeah,
something like that. That would be better.
That could happen too, right? If he's in the hospital still.
Yeah,
because they're talking about he might need that. He might need that assistant chip that they have for people who suffer from cardiac arrest. So it's a possibility.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I was to me, I was kind of reminded by Hank Gathers. I don't know if you guys remember Hank Gathers. He was the Loyola Marymount player. He in the March Madness dunked the basketball and died right there on the court. I can't remember if this was like in the early 90s, so I can't remember if they finished playing the game or whatever, but the team had to continue the tournament without him, or that season without him. But he died kind of that's what this whole situation kind of reminded me of, because I thought that's what happened to him. I thought maybe it was a heart complication that we didn't know about, or maybe, and it still could be, like they haven't really said exactly what it was, other than a cardiac arrest.
Right.
That arrhythmia, that bad timing, just a freak thing. So,
yeah.
Hopefully they figure something out.
As long
Alan, I know you said you got to roll soon. You got any last departing thoughts of it? Anything?
Yeah, just continue to pray for Damar Hamlin and his family. The Bills organization, as well as T. Higgins. Him being involved in it as well. And I know we've lost some players as well. Some other players as well we've lost this past weekend. I know Uche Nware passed away, former Jaguars player, back in the late 2000s, early 2010s. So, as a community, just continue to pray for, not just, Damar Hamlin, T. Higgins, fans everywhere, just come together. And, what we're doing here is an amazing, amazing thing. Kudos to Dan for putting this together. Everything that, I'm sure all of us have been through the last few days, the shock and awe. And it's great for, us to come together to do something like this, and I'm happy to be a part of it as well.
Yeah, was glad to chat with you, and I'd say the same. We'll just keep praying and hope for the best. Got some good news today.
Yeah. All right, thank you guys for having me. I'll see y'all on the
Thanks.
next one.
Cheers, Alan.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you. Well
All right,
said.
thank you.
See you.
And then there were 4.
They're dropping like flies.
Carlos, so I want to jump back on this Giant thing that we were talking about earlier. So, who do you want the Giants to go? You said a 6th-round pick, right? That's what that can't be what you really think, right?
Well, I think that they'd be better off if they dealt Saquon and got a few draft picks. Even if they got 2, they'd be better off than keeping him and paying him. And not because he's not a good player, and not because he hasn't deserved what he's asking for, but the Giants are stretched really, really thin right now financially, and they got to get out of the situation. And but they can't just keep putting themselves in the situation by giving up these offer sheets, man. I mean,
they got to move Galladay's. They got to move his contract
for sure. That one's got to go. Like I said, I'm okay with them, cutting ties with Daniel Jones and bringing somebody in, like, on a draft pick, or even, off a practice squad or something. They're in a really peculiar situation where being one of the top heavy teams in NFL have to work their way back up as far as being fiscally responsible and catching up. But it's a tough situation to be in, and you're gonna have to make do with cutting. You got to cut the fat, man. Sorry, but
What does Galladay's contract look like remaining?
Bigger than ours.
True that.
Look, hold on one second.
I was talking so much about it. I used to remember the number. Now I care less because he's not even around anymore.
I'm just wondering what the cap hit would be if they just let him go.
It's got to be tough as Giants fans right now, though, being in that position. You kind of want to let him go, but he's a good player. Tough to let him go, but I mean,
Yeah, 4 years,
It's
72
like a
million.
rebuilding thing. So
Yeah.
Still remaining?
So he did a 1 year out of the 4 year. So he's got 3 years, but it was part of the 72 million.
So next year, potential. So this says potential out. It would be 53 million, right? Dead cap of 6 million.
Jeez.
Man. Like I
Dead
said, a little
cap
bit
of
more than
6?
ours, right?
Yeah.
those numbers are way too big for me to process right now.
I'm trying to make it on a $500 grocery.
Take some zeros off that. And...
Can't manage $500.
I want I want to talk about the Bills here too, real quick. Let's just say you guys get into the playoffs and you guys don't make it to the Super Bowl. What does this team need to get over this hump? Because it's like this team is there. They got all the pieces. I mean, Carlos is hating on y'all's running backs, but I kind of like the Cook Singletary 1-2 punch. Is it another pass rusher? Because Vaughn is out. What does this team need? Or is it just like health? We just need a bill of health because this team has been riddled with injuries.
That's what I was first thinking.
Bit of the health thing, but at the same time, I will say at this point in the season, I think we're just as healthy as anybody else, honestly.
Right.
Aside, obviously, from Miller and Hyde, but the young guys we have on the line with Oliver, Rousseau, Basham, Epinesa, those guys, I think our front four is fine. I don't think we need to keep drafting there because I think we've drafted defensive linemen almost every single year. That being
you got Oliver, AJ, yeah. So I think we need to keep adding to that offensive line. I think Allen hides a lot of the shortcomings there, with his scrambling around and things like that. So that's where I would like to see them is build that up a little bit more. I remember back when I was in high school watching the Bills in the 90s play, and that offensive line with Kent Hull, Howard Ballard, Jim Richard, those guys were just dominant. Yeah. Well, it helps when you have Hall of Fame running back, Hall of Fame receiver, Hall of Fame quarterback. You know what I mean?
More than one receiver. Remember, they have more than one receiver.
Yeah, I was saying Andre Reed though is the Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? Like,
when they had Don Beebe and they had a guy.
Dan Lofton. I listened to the One Bills Live show, which is hosted by Steve Tasker and Chris Brown. Steve Tasker has mentioned this a few times that what made their offensive line so good back then was the fact that there was like 7 300+ pound linemen in the whole league, and 3 of them were on their line.
The other ones were on the Cowboys, right? Leon Lett and the other ones were on the Cowboys, right?
How about this one? More chicken wings.
Yeah.
Can I interject for 1 second? How about you bringing a new coach? Yes? No?
Oh, I would
really?
No.
I think he's too passive aggressive. But go ahead.
No.
Explain.
The reason I'm not a Bills fan, but I love McDermott. I think there's only so many good coaches out there, and the Bills have been searching for a guy since Levy? Yeah, exactly. 20 years, and you finally get a guy and who's turned that culture around and has built that thing from the ground up. And I'm outside looking in, so I'm going to let the insider guys talk about it. But that's just my opinion. Like, from outside looking in, like, that guy's built something there, and you got to let him continue to build it. I wouldn't – who are you going to go get that's better? That's the real –
That's crazy.
If you're saying fire that guy, then who are you going to get?
If you fire him, you got to get a championship winning coach. You got to get a coach that knows how to win championships.
Who's out there that you're going to get? That's what I'm asking.
Tell you, we're getting better at these close games. I think we're right there. We're still improving a little bit. There's some fine tuning to be done. I think we're right there, though. I don't think we need to fire a coach.
Bro, I've been watching you guys, and you guys have been right there for the last 4 years, man. You gotta push the go button sometime soon. Like, you can't just be like, we're almost there. We're almost there. That culture too can be cancerous. Right.
True. 3 years ago,
you can't become complacent.
Yes.
3 years ago, when we got beat in the AFC Championship game by the Chiefs were a better team. We weren't ready yet. Last year, you could argue that game goes the other direction based on that coin flip. And you ask just about anybody, and they say Buffalo beat Cincinnati. I think last year we were good enough to get there. I don't think that was a coaching problem at all. And yeah, I love Coach McDermott, and I will say this till the day I die. the grass is not always greener. Like Buffalo brought in coach after coach after coach after coach, and it just does not work. You have to, when you get somebody, and what he has done and what he's doing now for that team and those players, I wouldn't want anybody else.
And as long as we get used to playing playoff football all the time, get used to being in the big games and the tough situations, we'll be a lot more comfortable with that going down the road.
Yeah, I wanted one guy for the Giants, and they didn't even call him, I don't think. And I think a perfect guy for any team is Ken Norton Jr. He's coached and won championships in all levels: high school, college, and professional as assistant coach, and as a player. And this guy don't get no chances. People don't give him that respect. People don't give him that love. And maybe he doesn't want to do it either. To be honest with you, I don't know where he's at. But man, if I was the Giants, not calling him or not even giving him an opportunity, that was a big no-no, man. Ken Norton
I would say to that is that Seattle defense that he's been coaching the last couple of years has not been as good as it once was. So I think that's the black mark on Ken Norton Jr., because that Seattle defense the last 2 or 3 years hasn't been as good since really he started. He was a good position coach, but once he became the D coordinator, it kind of started lapsing. But some of those guys that he was coaching at the same time were getting older, and they were moving on from that Legion of Doom at one time.
Right. So you put a black mark on a guy for trying to get the most out of his players after they peaked. Like, come on. Like, and another thing is
that's the nature of the beast, though.
Right. No, but another thing was that as much as the defense wasn't complimentary in the offense wasn't even helping the defense as well. So it was what he's done though, his resume, man, to me it's unfathomable that these teams are passing up on him. And he's actually got better winning championship repertoire than half the coordinators that are out there. So
we could say the same with Eric Bieniemy too.
But Bieniemy? Who?
Eric Bieniemy?
Bieniemy never won a championship as a player.
That
played in the league.
He played in the league. He played in the league. But look, Ken Norton won championship as a player at USC. He's won a championship as a player in Dallas. He's won championship at USC as a coach. He's been in the playoffs with the Raiders as a coach. He's won a championship with Seattle. Like, come on, man, bro.
Well, so is Bieniemy.
But
he's won a Super Bowl with Kansas City.
But I'm talking about he's the Bill Russell of football, man. He's won on every level, bro. Like, you want a guy who knows how to win and wants to.
I get that. It's like a Mike Vrabel in Tennessee. Like Vrabel won college, professional, and now look what he's building in Tennessee. They're damn near giving him the kings to the kingdom to rebuild that whole thing now, so they're going to have to tear it down and rebuild it.
Yeah, he can't keep an offensive coordinator for his life over there, and they keep stealing him. They keep taking him, and I don't know why. Some of them are okay, some of them are all right, but there's no stability there as far as coaching. He needs to find in his repertoire people that he knows. He needs to find some young buck who's ready to be a coach or wants to be a coach and just stay there for like 5 years as an offensive coordinator in Tennessee and just go from there, because he doesn't win a championship in Tennessee because they can't keep coordinators.
They're all going to be head coaches. That's what you're supposed to do. They're all.
Pease, 2 years ago, Pease retired. He wasn't even he didn't go off to be a head coach.
Arthur Smith was there as the OC. Yeah. Now he's the head coach at Atlanta.
Yeah.
Our head coach, he was there. Matt LaFleur was the coach, OC at Tennessee.
Yeah, but Pease retired from Tennessee, right? And then he goes out, takes a year off, and then he goes to Atlanta, and now he's the OC over there. But like what I'm saying is that Vrabel, as much as he can only do what he can't work with what he's got, and what he doesn't have is an OC. So, that's the only thing that's holding him back.
They ain't got no weapons. So you don't need, Carlos, you don't need an OC to tell your quarterback to turn around and hand the ball off to King Henry 30 times a game. I mean, I can do that. You got to OC.
Yeah, you got to shake it up a little bit, but it will help a lot because of the talent that they do have. Not just Henry, now they got Burks. They got a lot of opportunities over there. It's just it's like you guys in Buffalo. Y'all got so much talent, but you can't put nothing together to get 10 yards when you really need it. Like, or get the 3 yards or the 1 yard when you
We're
need
12
it.
and 3.
You can't just be QB
Man.
sneaking the
Number one
ball.
seed in the
We got to
AFC.
get together and
I
watch
was
a
just
game
hating on
sometime.
upstate New York. Just hating on upstate New York right now.
Man.
And going back to your point too, you're talking about Coach McDermott not winning. What has Vrabel done? Vrabel goes in there.
Tennessee. He's
Yeah,
been
he
as many.
goes into the
I'm
playoffs, get
with
bounced.
you on that. I'm on that same boat with you. He's won as many. He's been in as many playoffs as you guys, and they ain't got nowhere. But that's not because that's not on him. That's because he doesn't have somebody on to bounce him off as an offensive coordinator. So, but your problem is that you don't
He's
have
the head coach.
players
That's his
and
call,
the
though.
coach.
That's his decision.
I would say Vrabel's done more. To me, Vrabel's done more with less than what McDermott has. If you match up the talent rosters with the Bills, give me the Bills roster over the Tennessee roster. Over the last 2 years, especially.
You know, the
If
biggest
we even go back
problem
5 years and
Tennessee
look at
has
Buffalo
is the
when
biggest
they-
problem the Packers have. They play in a very bad division. So when they have to play up to competition or competition that they're level with, they play down because they're not used to playing high competition within their division. And I think that would make a huge difference for Tennessee. Had the Colts been better, had the Jags been better, had the Texans been better, and they're not. And you're beating up on your little brother, but then when you go to your cousin's house, all of a sudden your cousin's bigger than you. He slaps it Rochambeau on you, and you're like, what are you gonna do? And that's what the Packers do every year. It's the same thing with the Packers too. They beat up on their little brothers, but then when they go, down across another state, they get smacked in the face by the Giants or by some other team.
Only one conference, only the NFC West owners. That's it. Like outside of that, we've been able to handle business. The Giants caught us maybe one time, but
in San Francisco too many times. But what I'm saying is
that's why I said the NFC West owns the Packers, like the NFC West in a whole.
When when you go out of your division and you can't beat outside your division and you're the top rated team, that shows the NFL that hey, that team, even though they look good, they're beatable, right? So that's what's happened. So I mean, hey, but your coach you can get over the hump, and that's a problem. That's a problem, man.
The NFL owners, ESPN just put out a tweet here. It says NFL owners will meet Friday. Owners will discuss and decide how AFC playoff seeding will work, with answers expected before the weekend.
I'm sure somebody's not reading their somebody they're not catching up with their voicemail. They're not reading their faxes, man.
They was listening to the program and they was like, "Oh, we need to get together," and that's what happened.
Did you not get my message? Did you get my memo?
Ronnie, you were saying something when I said the Bills and the Titans. I would take the Bills roster. I said Vrabel to me has done more with less.
Yeah, my only point that I was going to make was this: if you go back 5 years, their first year with Buffalo, he had Tyrod Taylor quarterback.
Yeah,
we had no receivers. Sammy Watkins, who is not that great. There's a reason why he's bounced around to half the league. So to your point,
Miami Watkins is what I call him. Yep.
Yeah.
Sammy, what the heck happened to Sammy Watkins?
He took a roster of people that I couldn't name most of those guys now at this point, and got them into the playoffs. They broke the record. They looked terrible in the playoffs, and that's fine.
I remember that, yeah.
Because they broke that 17-year long drought.
Well, they had Shady, You guys had Shady, and he got hurt.
That's
now that was before
we had.
No, that was right then.
Oh, okay.
That was right before he retired.
Yeah, that was that year.
Okay.
But
his wheel busted in the playoffs. It's like
oh man, that Jacksonville playoff game was terrible to watch. It was like 7-3 or something crazy.
Yeah, it was. I was like low scoring. Didn't Tyrod get hurt in that game too? I felt like he got hurt in that game, but I can't. I mean, it's been so long; it's hard for me to remember.
Yeah, did Peterman come into that game, Mike?
I think so, dude.
I'm
not sure.
Yeah, and then Peterman got to start the next year because it was when we drafted Allen. We'll let Tyrod go. Allen wasn't even supposed to start his rookie year. The idea was to have Peterman do it. Well, technically, it was a battle between Peterman and, gosh, I can't remember his name now.
J.P. Lossman?
No, that was beforehand.
Yeah, that was.
Remember Kyle Orton was there a little bit?
Yeah.
That was the guy he talking about. That's probably Kyle Orton in that year.
No, he would have been out.
Oh my gosh, he was from Cincinnati. He was the Cincinnati backup to
Fitzpatrick.
No,
Wasn't Fitzy, was it? That was before too.
McCarron.
Not Barkley.
AJ McCarron.
Jim McCarron, yeah, from Alabama.
Yeah. I think he's in the XFL now.
So many.
Yeah, he was not. He was not good.
So many great
quarterbacks.
And we could fill up a next hour of naming all the X from Jim Kelly to Josh Allen quarterbacks of the Bills, and just try to see how many we could name, and then go through the list. We could, spend the next hour.
That would be longer than Santa Claus's naughty list, guarantee it.
You guys have 10 times less than the Jets, and that's the worst part about the whole thing.
Yeah, the Jets, Browns too, right there, right? Like the Browns have got 80,000 quarterbacks.
In fact, the next person donates $300 will get a free JP Lossman jersey. Let's do that.
All right. Oh man.
I remember watching him play and thinking that there was something there, I think. And if you followed the Bills back then, his biggest issue was his leadership. It just didn't really have much of it. But the team was just terrible around him. And that's, again, I kind of go back to the whole McDermott conversation about, whether or not they let him go or not, which personally I think is just insane. But
well, he's starting to lose his coordinator.
We haven't got to Super Bowl yet, but it's there. It's around the corner. And that's, I go back to when we talked baseball for a second, Cincinnati Reds, it's my team in MLB. And we had a Dusty Baker. We were a good team. We got to the playoffs. We went away from going to the World Series at one point. So those stupid Giants decided to sweep us 3-0 after that. And then they fired him because he couldn't get over the hump. And we've been garbage ever since. I would rather be a championship contending team with that hope of getting one than just be shit for 17 years and not make the playoffs. No thanks. Let's keep McDermott around. He'll get us there.
Well, luckily you have the ownership that doesn't want that. So you guys have that in your favor. But down in the city, man, that's not like that, And I've said this before on the show and on different shows. The Jets and the Giants, they don't have the culture to be developing players. They just, you go in there and they want to win. It's a win now situation. Show me what you got because I showed you I paid you, so now you got to work for what you got. And so it's a different mentality. It's harder to build a culture. It's harder to get.
Carlos, is that because of New York media, right? Like New York media doesn't give these coaches a lot of time. I do think both of the organizations, the Jets and the Giants, have the right guys at the helm. I like Bob Saleh and I like Daboll, but how long is their leash going to be? Because I feel like it's the New York media that is like, we got to win now. We got to win now because we're the biggest market in the United States.
I don't say it's the media per se. I think they don't help. They don't support you in that sense. It's more the ownership. I'm paying billions of dollars. My team's worth billions of dollars. We need to have a $1 billion championship team. If you see right now what's going on in the side with Steve Cohen and the Mets, it's that idea. We got the biggest. We're in the biggest market. We got to get a championship. Like it's just what it is. And the thing is that you can't be in this market of sports and not pay high ticket prices. And if you got high ticket prices, your fans expecting more than just going out there and paying for a $10 hot dog and a $13 beer. Like you gotta show me something. And they got a lot of fans, not just here but all over the world. And they gotta you gotta that's your market. You gotta tend to them. So. Not going to put up. That's why these markets are not made. These teams are not made in the NFL to develop players. And people are always like, the older fans are like, well, we just, let's take Wilson in for 3 or 4 years, develop him. Like, when was the last time you seen a New York team, the Giants or the Jets, actually develop a quarterback?
There's not too many teams that are going to sit there for 3 years and wait for their quarterback to develop, period. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We're in a win now league. Like Jordan Love is, you know what I mean? Like Jordan Love is
he should be an all-star by now because you've been developing him for like 10 years.
Right. I mean, Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years behind Brett Favre. Like those things don't happen.
No, but so like the smaller teams, they have a different mentality. They have to build and develop, and Pittsburgh, for instance, awesome job that organization. As much as we all hate them, because they've been able to win with so little, right? But they use their opportunities. They use their development strategies. Green Bay every 10 years, they get to do that. Right now, you guys need you need a better GM and a better coach. But that's my perception and my opinion. And then like it's the Chiefs, not a good coaching staff, able to have a culture there, develop players. So these organizations are night and day. Now you go over there to, well, they were in LA, but now they're in Las Vegas. You think when is the next time we're going to see a Raiders championship team? Like, that's like nobody can.
Daniels is there, ain't happening.
I mean, we don't.
They haven't won a playoff game since what? Rich Gannon in the.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, and
that AFC Championship game, right? Since then.
No, they've been in the playoffs. They just haven't gone.
They've been in the playoff. I won a playoff game, is what I'm saying.
One, I think it was after the year, either before Jerry Rice was there or after Jerry Rice left.
It was the year Jerry Rice was there. They went to the Super Bowl. That's the last time I'm saying they won a playoff game since.
Is that true? That's probably
It's
true.
been a long time. It's been since Gannon, I'm pretty sure.
But what I'm saying is, like, like those are like teams back in the day that like had winning, persona, even from the late 70s, early 80s. They had like a winning tradition, and now you don't speak of the Raiders being in a winning type of tradition team. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's just the NFL is crazy like that too. So the market and them wanting and the Raiders wanting to go to a bigger market when they were in LA, that was bad for them. That was a bad move for them. They should have just stayed in Oakland from the get. And then now they went to Vegas, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
they still had a big market, I think. Like, there's a lot of Raiders fans
all over.
You got more fans moving to Vegas, but yeah, they're a popular team. I mean, you see Raiders stuff everywhere sometimes,
Yeah, their popularity stems from when they were in the league in early years. It doesn't stem from it right now. I mean,
right.
They got a few players.
Yeah, the last time the Raiders won a playoff game was that 2002 AFC Championship game when they beat the Titans. And then that was January 19th, 2003. So 20 years ago.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like I'm 23 now. That's crazy.
When Syracuse won the NCAA championship basketball.
Yeah. Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. Jimmy Boeheim. Hey, that team was Carmelo and man, that white kid Jerry McNamara.
McNamara can shoot from anywhere, sir.
Hakeem Warwick. Yeah. He had a nice little NBA career. That Syracuse team.
That was a team, though. That's different.
Yeah.
They was a team, and then they had the one stud player in Carmelo that could take over a game at any point in time he wanted to.
Yeah. I was real upset when LeBron James got the rookie award over him.
The Nuggets made the playoffs and the Cavs didn't. I remember that.
Yeah, but you were upset about that?
Well, Cuse,
The kid was 18 years old, bro. I know, I get you, but
yeah,
Carmelo was only 19. Don't act like he was. Like
I wanted Melo to win.
Older.
Yeah. But the college experience gave him 2 years above LeBron.
Right.
You got to give him that for especially having a coach like that.
So Whiskey Sports Podcast, Tanner donated $15 to the charity. So as we continue to add to the pot, Tanner has now donated $15.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
It all adds up.
Again, folks, if you're just joining us, we are streaming all night. Well, I don't know all night, but until my typical show starts at 8:30 Central Time Zone, so in about 30 minutes, and we'll go till the end of that show. After that, we will be finally shutting down the stream that we've been going since 4 o'clock. Again, there's a link in the description. Hit that. Donate. Let us know what you how much money you donate in the comments. And Dan, who has put this whole thing together, the founder, the leader, whatever you want to call him of Let's Talk Sports, is matching up to $3,000. It's already put $1,000. We're giving a prize at almost every hour, every time the co-host changes out. If you will win a LTS shirt or mug. Winner of the most donated money of the whole night win a football jersey of their choice.
JP Lossman.
Yeah. Carlos is going for JP. I was going to say EJ Manuel.
I'll take a JP jersey.
EJ Manuel. Look, EJ Manuel is one of the best college football quarterbacks I've ever seen play.
I would take Emmanuel jersey if I get a good deal on it because I switched to
I want to really quick go back to
but I also want to support too. So
I want to go back to the idea of developing quarterbacks and the market, the media in New York. If either the Giants or Jets had drafted Allen, because we know it took him a few years, is he where he is now? If he had gone to one of those two teams,
no way. These teams still suffer because of the O-line situations that they have been having, right?
The Bills. It took a while for the Bills to get the O-line that they had.
Well, they stole.
I don't know
from the Titans. They picked up Saffield, which helps shore up that left side, and they can run behind them, but they don't run as much as they should. But they got a sturdier, lineman up there from Tennessee this past season, so that was a good deal for them. But I
think is he as good as he is right now? Probably not. But do I think he could have been? Yes, because he has that about him, right? Like that. Hey. We give out the dogs on this show, and Josh Allen, boys and girls, is an absolute dog. And he's got that dog in him. And when you got that dog in you, you're going to be great no matter what team you go to. It would probably took a little bit longer time, but I do think he still would have got it done because he's got that dog that strive to be the best. There's a reason why I tell people Michael Jordan's the greatest athlete of all time because his will to win was above and beyond anybody else's will to win and anybody. And Josh Allen, when you watch him play, he has that will where it's like, no matter what I do, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this damn game. And there's just not very many guys out there that have that in them and can get it done the way he can. So I'm going to say he probably would have been maybe not. It probably would have took him a little longer time, but yeah, he would have been an all-pro player still.
See, the reason I say that, and I mean, I don't know if many people remember this, but Kurt Warner, after winning Super Bowl MVP, ends up getting traded, or not traded, but ends up signing with the Giants, and was backed up by Eli.
But Kurt was benched at the Rams for Mark Bolger.
Listen, he's still MVP. He was still Super Bowl MVP, right? Like,
yeah.
And I think that what happened there was that the fact that everybody saw that Bolger could run, and that helped that offense a lot. But anyways, Kurt Warner he didn't fare that well. Well, that Meadowlands win didn't help him, and neither did that O-line. See that, and when that O-line shored up is when you saw the Eli Manning situation change as well. Now, mind you, the Giants were in that great an offense as they were on defense, which helped, propel them to get to a Super Bowl more than once. So, and now Eli, I'm not taking nothing away from him. He's the best quarterback Giants ever had, but
better than Phil Simms?
Yeah, I was going to say better than Simms?
I think I put them both on the same pedestal because they both had great defenses to balance them out and give them that opportunity to stay in games. If your defense isn't that good to get you close to winning, then you're not winning those games. So both those guys had great defenses. And that's how I feel about it. I mean, other people might be like, "No way, Phil Simms can't throw a duck, whatever." I've seen him throw good passes and I've seen him throw bad passes. And same thing with Eli. I've seen him throw great passes and I've seen him throw terrible passes. So, I mean,
you can't be on all the time.
Yeah. So, but what was on for them is that they're dogs and they competitive and they wanted to get and win games. And even Jeff Hostetler, the name you don't want me to say, he had he had a little bit of that in him. But again, that O line is what that made the whole Cole Warner Eli situation happen, right? Had they had a better O line, he wouldn't have got hurt, and Eli would have been still, developing. But I don't. Josh Allen is such a creative person, and he's so fast, and he does so much with his legs that he needs a little bit of wiggle space and wiggle room. And I don't think that the Giants O line right now is in the last 2 seasons would have been able to give him that. He probably would have got hit more. He probably been more like Joe Burrow first year, getting sacked like so many times than he would have been like up on his legs. It's right now they're like ranked 16th. Their offense is like ranked 16th, 17th right now anyways, the Giants. So, they need a better O-line. They need to do that better.
Daniel Jones is a poor man's Josh Allen.
Yeah, there you go.
No. Daniel Jones is a poor man's Tannehill.
He's the dollar general version of Josh Allen. Allen says, if Josh Heller can lead the Giants to the Super Bowl, then I would put Phil Simms in the Eli category as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best quarterback the Giants have ever had is the guy who played almost every position, and that was Frank Gifford. So I give it to him. My boy Frank. But it's whatever. I mean, it's a tough time right now for the Giants, and Josh Allen would have and the media would have just ate him up and spit him out, bro. So
I don't know.
Ronnie, let me ask you guys this.
He persevered. He's big. The players want to come and play with Josh. I think he would have done well.
Is Josh Allen, if Josh Allen never reaches Bills to the Super Bowl, is he below Jim Kelly, or if he's his career is kind of this trajectory where it's at, where would you guys rank him?
Careful with your words, please.
Or just takes the Bills to the Super Bowl but doesn't win one. Who's better, Allen or Kelly?
He is the modern day Kelly.
I think.
Well, that's not what I'm asking.
I was too young to appreciate Kelly, so Josh Allen's like my hero.
Talent-wise, Allen's the best quarterback to ever put on the Bills jersey. Regardless of
you're
whether
saying
he
he's the best ever.
Josh
Allen is.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, man. 4 years in a row to the Super Bowl.
Look at that team. And like you mentioned earlier, half that team was Hall of Famers.
And look, that just goes to show that how much of a dog you can. You're a bigger dog in a fight. You can do everything comes out. Yo, I saw Jim Kelly throw through blizzards, bro. Like
I know.
On point. I've seen Allen throw through a blizzard, kind of making it to somebody who had to run 4 or 5 more steps faster to catch the ball, which if they didn't have Stephon Diggs wouldn't have happened. These are two different levels.
I don't.
Jim Kelly, if you haven't been alive,
throws in that win too.
I just put Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills of the '90s aside and not compare him to nobody, because
let's hope we go further than Jim Kelly and don't have to compare.
Go to the Super Bowl 4 times and be consistent like they have. Now they consistently lost because again, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to be mean, because again, they were the big brother in the division, and when it came to playing the bigger teams outside of the division, it was tougher for them. And they had a terrible Miami Dolphins team. They had terrible Jets team. Come on, the competition level was a little bit too bajo. Even the Patriots were not great at that time, and that was the only reason why. Had they played in a better division, they've been top dogs, they would have been okay. They would have won at least one Super Bowl, I believe.
I'm not saying that the 90s Bills was better or worse than our current team. I'm just saying talent-wise, Allen is the best we've ever had. Like his talent, his arm strength, his ability to run around, Kelly can nowhere not even come close to touching what Allen can do with his legs.
Oh my gosh. Bro, you talk about a guy who got smacked down like 4 or 5 times before there was all these rules for quarterbacks.
Oh yeah.
Come on. The guy would get up, shake himself up, make sure his shoulder was in the right place. And still throw a time.
Not questioning his toughness. I'm just simply stating physically, talent-wise, Allen's the best.
This guy battled cancer twice and it came back, bro. Come on.
Jeez.
Nobody's questioning his toughness. I'm
No,
not
I mean,
saying
but-
I'm not saying that one's tougher than
And he
Kelly or
looked
anything
like he
that.
struggled running, but even when he ran, he still got his yards because he
Yeah, he
ran
got
because
like
he
3 or
had to,
4.
not because he didn't have a running back.
I've seen him run
Well,
plenty.
we got running backs. We got a few of them.
I want to read this tweet out because Ian Rappaport just tweeted this out. He said, here are the options for the AFC title game. So we got some clarity here. Option number 1 here is the AFC Championship game will be played at a neutral site if the participating teams played an unequal number of games. Both could have been the number 1 seed and hosted. The game had all AFC clubs played a full 17-game regular season. Those circumstances involve Buffalo or Cincinnati qualifying as a road team are listed below. Scenario number 1, Buffalo and Kansas City both win or both tie. A Buffalo versus Kansas City championship game would be at a neutral site. Scenario number 2, Buffalo and Kansas City both lose and Baltimore wins or ties. A Buffalo versus Kansas City championship game would be at a neutral site. Scenario number 3, Buffalo and Kansas City both lose and Cincinnati wins. A Buffalo or Cincinnati versus Kansas City championship game would be at a neutral site. If Baltimore defeats Cincinnati in Week 18, it will have defeated Cincinnati, a divisional opponent, twice, but will not be able to host a playoff game because Cincinnati will have a higher winning percentage for a 16-game schedule than Baltimore for a 17-game schedule. If Baltimore defeats Cincinnati and if those two clubs are scheduled to play a wild card game against one another, the site for that game would be determined by a coin toss. And Cincinnati wins Week 18 game, or if Baltimore and Cincinnati are not scheduled to play one another a wild card round, the game sites would be determined by the regular scheduling procedures. So it looks like we're getting a neutral site if one of these three, if two of these 3 teams compete for the AFC Championship game.
This must be the Monopoly man
likely.
talking. This guy got rules.
They could have just shortened that to say if the championship matchup is between Buffalo, KC, or Cincinnati, it's a neutral site, and they just left it at that.
I said, he's Mr. Monopoly. Got to make sure the rules are all long and hard to understand, and at the end of the day, you still get cheated.
Right?
I'm not good at Monopoly
yet?
either.
Can I buy property yet?
Landis has chimed in here. He said the NFL is just making money off the championship game. Yep. Translation.
That money would go to the home site, though.
Yeah. But no. Well, see, here's the thing.
I mean, the NFL, sure, they get their percentage, whatever, but not all of it.
It's making money.
They said that
it's aired on television, so they get all that, commercial money, son.
Yeah, here the tweet kind of continues here. It says the NFL announced today that Week 17 Buffalo Bills at Cincinnati Bengals game will not be resumed and has been canceled. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell informed all clubs of this decision earlier today after speaking with the Bills, the Bengals, and the NFLPA. This has been a very difficult week, Goodell said. We continue to focus on the recovery of Damar Hamlin and are encouraged by the same improvements in his condition, as well as the tremendous outpouring of support and care for Damar and his family from across the country. We are incredibly appreciative of the amazing work of the medical personnel. Among key factors in arriving at this decision, not playing the Buffalo-Cincinnati game to its conclusion will have no effect on which clubs qualify for the postseason. No club would qualify for the postseason if no club will be eliminated based on the outcome of this game. It would require positioning the start of the playoffs for 1 week, postponing the start of the playoffs for 1 week, thereby affecting all 14 clubs that qualify for postseason play. Making the decision prior to Week 18 is consistent with our competitive principles. It enables all clubs to know the playoff possibilities prior to playing the final weekend of regular season games. Canceling the games between Bills and Bengals creates a potential competitive inequities in certain playoff scenarios. In effort to mitigate those inequities, NFL clubs will consider tomorrow in a special league meeting a resolution recommended by the commissioner and approved today by the competition committee, consisting of the 2 elements. The AFC Championship game will be played at a neutral site, which we talked about those scenarios. So That's it.
Cool. Awesome.
Who's the neutral site? That's what I want to know. Just name them right off the bat.
Weird.
The neutral site.
Detroit, Indy, and where are we talking?
Because you got to.
Like where would the neutral site be, right? Like where would those two games be played?
Right, and then you give people the opportunity to buy tickets if they want to go all out.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. I'm glad I don't have to make the decision.
Why don't we just have the entire playoffs all at one location?
There you go. Make it fair.
They did that in the what was that? The AF League? What the hell was that league that they just the AFL, the AF League? I don't. They did all the games in like Alabama or some shit.
Yeah. Hey, come on, man. Be nice to Alabama. They got some nice parts.
I liked Alabama. We drove through it.
Yeah, I was like, I had to get to Florida, but yeah, it was nice.
Yeah. All right, guys. I got to head out here. It's getting late, but it's been real. Nice.
All right, go ahead. Hey, tell us. Yeah. Hey, tell everybody where we can find you at.
Yeah. Well, I do Mafia Cast weekly with Ronnie. I help more behind the scenes stuff, but you'll see me in there some weeks. But yeah, we're just doing our thing weekly Wednesdays.
Show his face every now and then.
Yeah.
Can you come out and play?
I made the big head, and we got Ronnie in the stands at the Dolphins game. So yeah, Wednesdays at 7:30. That's when we're on.
If you see any of the graphics, and stuff that I post, that comes from Mike.
Helping out with that, yeah. So if you find Ronnie, you can find me. You can find Casey. We all hang out, talk Bills every week. But yeah, thanks to Dan setting us all up. This is an awesome thing. Good news today. We're gonna keep praying, hoping, positive thoughts of Damar and his whole family, and hopefully no one's being too rough on T and all that stuff. So yeah, moving on. We're just gonna hope for the best, and go Bills, guys.
Go Bills.
Up. Go Bills.
We'll talk to you later.
Good luck.
See you, Mike.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
Down to 3.
I would give you that. Allen is a better athlete. I'll give you that.
That's a good way to put it.
But Kelly, man, you got to put him on the pedestal, bro.
No, there's 2 pedestals, one for him and one for Allen. Now, I Allen still has a lot to do, like just, statistically, games, playoffs, Super Bowls, all of that stuff before we could consider him at the level of Jim Kelly. But yeah, I mean, as far as just pure talent,
yeah,
that goes to Allen.
Again, different times, different type of football too, allows some of these guys to be creative, be talented. When you run that, I formation, I might get smacked in the face because my tight end can't block, and I'm like that's a different type of football back then.
Yeah, and which is why I will always say Joe Montana is the best quarterback. I don't care what Tom Brady's done.
Ooh, them fine words.
That's not because I'm biased towards the Patriots or anything like that, but
yeah, you are.
I mean, if I was a Patriots fan, I probably wouldn't say that, but
right.
I watch games all the time on YouTube. I watch all the old games. I watch games from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all the way up, just because, especially in the off season, I just love football, so I just watch whatever I can. But it was such a different game, like you said. I remember watching. So the first Bills game I ever watched on TV was against the Jets. It was Jim Kelly's first Monday night game, 1998. Buffalo won the game 37-14, I think it was. But I remember watching the game, and I rewatched it on YouTube about a month or so ago. And the commentators had said something about the corner basically roughed up the receiver, and they just kind of made a joke. It's like, oh, you couldn't do that last season, but they changed the rules where the corner can get a little more in their face now. And I'm just thinking, wow, man, how things have changed. Like now you can't even breathe on them. Could Tom Brady have played in that day? I think he could have, but I just don't think he wins 7 Super Bowls. I don't think he goes to 10 of them. I don't see it.
Here's a question. Who had a better hit, Leonard Marshall on Joe Montana or Lawrence Taylor on Joe Theismann?
Oh.
Right?
Man.
That Giants defense was no joke.
Yeah.
If I even getting hit by Dave Mega, I would have just lost my mind. That little dude took some hits and messed him up. He's not in the right state of mind. But that was some tough games that they used to play. tough times for players of that era. Even I don't know if you guys heard Troy Vincent from the NFLPA. He was talking about Hamlin and what had happened, and he was very emotional, and you could tell that this man from back in the day got hit hard a few times, even playing the position he played, and you could tell he was really feeling for this young man Hamlin, and that just goes for sure that the unity and the brotherhood that they have, and also as much as the game has changed, it's still not as much as safeguarded as it is, it's still dangerous. And it is just a game, but guys go out there and they put their bodies, their minds, and their souls out on the line. And sometimes we forget as fans to respect that, to appreciate that. And like I talk trash, I say things. Sometimes they're negative, but at the end of the day, these are humans, and they going out there and they try to make a paycheck just like anybody else going to work. And we gotta remember that. We gotta respect that, and also that they put their bodies out there for our entertainment, and that gets lost sometimes. And I hope and I pray that Hamlin comes out, but it's okay. I think from what I've read and what I've looked into, and athletes who've gone through some of these similar situations, I'm sure he'll recuperate. He's a younger person. I'm hoping he does, but my expectations are just that he stays okay and that he gets better. And I'm just gonna put it out there. To say that I want to see him lead the Bills out to a game and all that, that's like, up there as the highest hope as possible. And maybe that can happen. Maybe that will happen. Who knows? But my concern is for the man's health, for his family, and for the team. This is a human being that had a huge effect on his teammates, on his fan base, and of course his family members. Right, your family's going to support you no matter what. And so all we can do is hope for the best and pray, and we have to also be appreciative. As much as we dislike or we are not always supportive of the NFL, Roger Goodell, and all these rule changes, it has helped the game as far as making sure these players stay as healthy as they can within the field, and that's something that we have to give credit to the NFL for doing. These movies like with Will Smith and about the concussions and some of these players going through suicides, some of these players not being healthy after playing for years in and years out. We all kind of see that, but we always focus on the new guys who's on the field and our new team and our new rosters, and we kind of put them on the side burner, and we tend to forget that those guys are suffering. And so we got to make, as fans, sometimes we got to just appreciate what we don't have control of, but we should appreciate that the NFL, the players, they're all trying to, do better and keeping themselves safe on the field. And that, and they did a pretty good job with this young man, taking care of him, first response and all that. And, we just hope not to see anything like that happen again. But, we're grateful for the fact that he's okay right now in this time, and that he's going to get better. So.
Well said.
Well said, Carlos. So we were talking about where they should play these games at, and this kind of all leads into it. CK Landis said Washington's available, and he said Snyder will donate the stadium $5,300 worth. That's what he donated to Damar Hamlin's charity, was $5,000. So there's that. Ian Rappaport did tweet out. He said Detroit play as a neutral site in the AFC title game is the usual spot, but Ford Field is booked. Atlanta and Indy are among the options that any one of those.
I don't want to be a poo-poo this idea, and I'm not going to. Why not play it in like Hawaii or in Las Vegas, where there's going to be people going there anyways, where there's tourism. To put it like in Detroit where it's cold, and what if there's a snowstorm coming? Well,
they played the snowstorm game in Detroit. That game that's supposed to be in Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean,
the Hawaii stadium's not big enough.
The which one?
In Hawaii, that stadium's only like 46,000.
How many people you think will be vacationing there? Why?
Well, I'm just saying because I mean they're going to want to pack in as many people as they can in that stadium.
I mean, they're gonna they're gonna make money no matter what, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So like, but at least I don't know, like even the huge stadium in Vegas. I mean, they just opened it, like kick out a conference or two. It's the NFL game.
Hey, we're going to bring a couple more guys in. And if you guys want to stick around, we're just going to hop into what we usually do on our my Wednesday show that we moved to Thursday. If you guys want to stick around, Carlos, Ron, if you guys want to stick around. If not, man, it's up to you guys. We'd be glad to have y'all.
Oof, was that your leg? No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I'll stick around, see what you guys talk about. What do you have on tap for tonight?
Tonight we are giving out our end of the year NFL awards, and then we're just gonna pick the week 18 slate games by the spread.
Oof. I'll stick around for a little bit and then I'll head out.
All right.
Same,
all right.
yeah.
Ronnie, sticking around. All right. Welcome back to the program, Rob from Rob Logan Sports.
I'm back.
And as you guys know, my two regular co-hosts, Mr. Johnny Cruz, the Yankee fan.
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
My main man, Craig with a K, joining us as well. Thank you all for joining us again. We got a shout out to Dan Harris putting this all together. We're on now 4.5 hours of streaming since this began. If you're just joining us, folks, again, there is a link to the description. In the description, there's a link to Damar's foundation. Donate, let us know how much money you make in the comments or how much money you donated in the comments. And Dan is matching that up to $3,000 since this stream started at almost 4.5 hours ago. So if you have been following this for this full 4.5 hours, we greatly appreciate. And again, for every time that when new co-host joins, the winner, you can redonate, and that person at that hour who donates the most will win a free T-shirt or a free mug, and then the person who donates the most tonight wins an NFL jersey of their choice. So Carlos has been chiming in for JP Lossman jersey. So there's that.
I don't think they make those anymore, not even in China. So, I've been searching all over the internet.
They're there. Yeah, you can get them over there.
I think they misspelled Lossman and put Los losses. Buffalo Bill losses.
What's going on,
so
gentlemen? How y'all doing,
man? Rob, and then
of course.
Johnny,
of course.
He said, "Go Jets, Jets."
Of course, Tanner would take a shot. I didn't expect anything less from my boy there. It's all good.
Johnny, I've been meaning to ask you, and I'm going to ask you if you guys want to chime in after this.
Yes, we choked against the Packers, bro. Yes, we choked against the Packers.
We talked a little bit on Sunday. No. We talked a little bit about it on Sunday. But what 3 concussions now, and this kind of alludes into why we're here tonight for Damar. 3 concussions for Tua. Like, at what point in time, like, this kid's got to get healthy and get right. Is he ever going to be able to do that? Because 3 concussions in one season. What should what do the Dolphins have a Tua problem, I guess, and the injury problem? And, looking at what happened to Damar on Monday night, that we saw Tua at the beginning of this season, similar situation where we thought he was going to be out for a long time.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard situation, especially when you're talking about the brain. So it's a scary situation. Unfortunately, the kid has had, that's just been with him this whole time since Alabama is the injury problems. But when you're talking about concussions, that's a totally different level. I worry about the kid because he's 24 years old and because, it's been a couple these last few months. As far as they have a Tua problem because Tua is just not available. That's, regardless of concussion, ribs, finger. He's had issues, staying healthy, period. I hope he doesn't play anymore this season. Let him take the next 8 months off and just get ready for next season. That's the one thing that's worrying me. I was at work all day today, so I just heard about this whole possible 8th seed now that the NFL is thinking about doing or something like that.
They killed that. They killed that.
Okay,
yeah.
So because that's my one worry. If the Dolphins actually make the playoffs, are they going to try to push Tua to play in that playoff game? You know what I'm saying? So I'm a little worried about that. I think the kid needs to just, shut it down for the rest of the season. But he's a grown man, you know what I'm saying? So if he's clear to play and he wants to play, I'm not going to hate on the kid for playing. There's plenty of other players that have had multiple concussions this season, but for some reason Tua is like the poster child. And I know that image from that Thursday night game is just ingrained in everybody's heads. So I get it, but he's not the only one that has multiple concussions this year. I can guarantee you that, bro.
Hey, Johnny, I got a question. I got a question, and we're going to talk because obviously we talked a lot too about the Charger game.
Yep.
And one of the things that I noticed in that Charger game was how, and I mentioned it to you, how Tua looked very uneasy being in the pocket. He kind of looked like he didn't want to run. He was hesitant. He kind of looked like he was playing differently than he did earlier in the season. Do you now think that this has been a lingering issue for him with the concussions, and this is something that's kind of been progressing?
It's hard to say because after he sat out those couple games after the Cincinnati game is when he went off the next 5 weeks, throwing for 300 plus and 3 touchdowns each game. I think as far as the Charger game in particular, I think your boy, as much as it hurts you to give him credit, but I think Staley just had such a good game plan coming off of what he saw San Francisco do to the team. And Tua, for some reason this season, I've noticed it even early on in the season, if like he expects the play to work, and sometimes he'll just blindly throw it to where he expects his receiver to be because he just expects them to be open. So it's sometimes he doesn't take the time to actually read his progressions, and he'll just, all right, this play is going here. Tyreek should be open there. I'm just going to go ahead. As soon as I do my play action, I'm just going to turn around and fling it. So that's been a bit of a concern. As far as the happy feet, I have noticed it. He does have good pocket presence, but I think his issue has been, and this goes back again to Alabama, is him holding onto the ball. He holds onto the ball too long, trying to make a play, and he needs to realize that, you ain't getting away from NFL defensive tackles. So you just ain't that guy. You know what I'm saying? You might have thought you were kind of quick in Alabama, but you're not quick enough here. So he needs to learn, if the play's not there, get rid of the ball, live to play another down. Because if you notice, all his injuries this season have been when he held onto the ball, including the Cincinnati game where he basically got suplexed on that play there. So, I mean, once he learns to just get rid of the ball, I think he'll be a little better. But I do hear you on the happy feet, because it almost seems like he doesn't know exactly what to do. He kind of wants to protect himself, but at the same time, he wants to make a play. So that's a bad place to be. So that's another reason why I think he just needs to shut it down. Get in that weight room, get a little stronger, watch some tape, and just focus on that and stuff, and give his brain, as many months as possible to kind of heal up and get ready for next season.
I mean, that's almost okay, but the reality is quarterbacks who get dinged up, who have dingers, who get these concussions, they don't fully ever recuperate, which is one of the problems, right? And we don't know how it affects them, whether it's their vision, whether it's how they determine and make up their minds, the decisions that they do, how they move physically, like the brain controls the nervous system and all that. So they're I think the NFLPA and the NFL need to come together and kind of have a limit for these guys. If they pass certain tests physically, mentally, and even vision, with the visual, then maybe something like that. They have to have some kind of not just protocol, but a test to make sure that these guys are okay and capable of being able to perform at a high level. Because if not, these guys will go out there and just keep getting dinged up. Listen, the concussion doesn't always come from hits from player to player. It could come from hitting the ground. So those things also, like, look at the issues that they're having with some of these fields causing injuries to people's knees and stuff like that. So there's a plethora of different situations going on there. As far as Tua himself, maybe he should step back from the game for a little bit, like you said, take a break, recuperate as much as possible. That what he could do, even if he put on weight, that's not gonna.
No, I don't mean put on like 15, 20 pounds of muscle. I mean, he needs to drop a few. He needs to get leaner. He needs to get a little more defined.
Stay away from them little Debbies. Is what you're trying to say.
Yes, he's a lot thicker than most people think that he is.
Right.
And he's always been that way, even back to college. But even Tyreek Hill mentioned it when he got there, in the beginning of the season. He was like, hey, I got to get you in the weight room just to get him more fit. So that maybe he can have the agility to kind of get away from somebody. Because right now he ain't got it.
Again,
he's got no kind of quickness.
Yeah, he's never going to have it again. He's had that hip injury, and that weight gain comes from part of that, and the fact that he's not as fast as fast as we want him to be, or saw him in the latter years in Alabama. The quickness, he's not going to be that guy, and he can try to get there, but that hip is when you have a surgery like that. And you recuperate from it. He's lucky to be even back this year, right? I think he came back too soon.
I agree.
To be honest with you. And then again, it's a whole mental thing. I mean, he's playing the Chargers. The first thing you think when you hear the Chargers, even if he's not playing, is like, is Bosa playing? Because I can't hold on to that ball for 4 seconds. I got to hold on for 3.5 seconds, right? Who else is? And that defense, they come at you from everywhere. Like they have a decent package. That they set up for some of these QBs to disguise, and they're quick. They're a lot faster than they look too. They don't look. Then that powder blue makes them look like they're slow and pudgy, but they're not. They're pretty quick, and so I wouldn't want to get hit by any of those guys. And being his size, how do you take a blow? So I'm sure he had that in the back of his mind. Like, I don't know if I want to be on the field right now. Like maybe he's a little bit tired. Who knows what it is? But at the end of the day, they had his number. The Dolphins did a terrible job not continue to run the ball. Right? They didn't help him.
That's been an issue all season, bro.
Yeah. Even if they have Mostert is quick. You just got to give him a gap, right? So the fact that they didn't put him in an I formation with the old lineman on the back or some kind of fullback is ridiculous and stupid to me. I don't know. It's something simple. You might call it Madden football. I call it like keep it simple sometimes and just wear those linemen out, right? You got to wear them out. They didn't do nothing like that. That's something simple that they could have done that wouldn't have took hours of practice to come up with. You got to protect Tua, right? And so they didn't give him time to throw the ball. He held on to the ball too long, anyways. And the running game was just not with very little effort. And Tua can't be your runner. Again, I don't mind quarterbacks running and getting yards, but he can't be your leading rusher. In any game. So especially for what has happened to him and what he's recuperating from. So there's just a lot of things that it's not just Tua's fault, and the media need to kind of get off him a little bit. Respect that he's even in the game, right? Because he could have just been like, screw that, I'm gonna sit on the check like some people I know up here in New York. But so he's done his due diligence. He's a man. He's making his decisions. But I think it's now we've seen what's going on. I think they have to come up as a business, as a group, as an organization, as people. They got to come together and say, sometimes these guys, enough is enough, and they shouldn't be on the field, or try to figure out a way to make sure that they keep themselves safeguarded from anything happening on the field, and also for players and help their health decisions and their health and the decisions they make.
And before we get into our first category of our awards, we got Bobby G. Bobby G's commenting, says, "What's up, guys? Great job. Prayers for DH and his family. Shout out to the medical staff. People hate on sports all the time, but it's times like these that the show the importance of sports, the sports community."
Facts.
He was just kind of saying, again, usually comes together quickly, even going back to 9/11. The supporting committee brought the country spirits back and helped heal. Anyways, keep up the good work and go Brownies. Hey, Bobby G, I owe you a drink, brother. Your Brownies handled the Commanders for us on Sunday. Got my Packers back in the playoffs, baby. Woo! Here we go. I'm a believer again.
You're going to need those drinks back, bro. I'll buy you some drinks after the season, man.
Hey, let's go ahead and let's get into tonight's first category. Rob, we'll start with you. Who is your offensive rookie of the year?
Offensive rookie of the year.
Might want to start with somebody else.
Yeah. You got somebody else. Offensive rookie. Wow. Yeah, you got to. I'm gonna have to pass. There's nobody on the Chargers, so I can't nominate anybody from the Chargers.
Johnny, go ahead, my man. You got somebody.
I should have kept my mouth shut. I mean,
I you want me to go to Craig? You want me to go to Craig so Craig can answer, and then you can.
Yeah, no, I don't want you to say that I'm gonna bite his answer. You'll say I'm not gonna copy his answer and stuff. I would have gone Breece Hall if he stayed healthy. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Kenneth Walker and what he did for Seattle out there. So Garrett Wilson came on kind of late. But I like what Walker's done in Seattle for that team and gave them any kind of hope and actually made Geno look, halfway decent because he didn't have to do all that much.
Craig, what about you?
Yeah, Johnny, you're lucky you went first because you would have stole my answer. I wrote all these down before we started, and I've got Kenneth Walker. But yeah, man, I mean, he's got over 1,000 scrimmage yards, and he's, really only started, 9-10 games for Seattle over the course of the season. He's been a big difference maker. And, man, it is crazy. You brought up, Breece Hall. Garrett Wilson's right there, too. I mean, he's got a great chance to take home the award. And it's kind of crazy how many good rookies the Jets had this year,
Bro, they hit on all four, bro. I had to admit it yesterday on Italy's show. Shout out Italy Jet. And Liam, and then today on Jude's show with Italy Jet, I had to admit it 2 days in a row about how good of a draft that they had there. But they hit on all four of those picks, man.
What would you grade that? You got anybody different?
Yeah, I think Olave for the Saints, man. He kept them relevant with whatever quarterback threw him the ball. Unfortunately, he had a few injuries. I think he would have done better had they had a better quarterback and even a coach that was consistent, right? But I think Olave deserves credit where even though they're not in playoffs, but if I had money, I put my money on him. If I was a GM, I'd make sure to keep him in as long as possible, man. That kid is straight fire, man. Those hands, you know how many times the ball hit him and he still caught it? Like some guys get hit with the ball and don't catch it. He had some terrible throws that he caught, man. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. But he's my pick. Him and Robinson from the Commanders. No running back.
He played well. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think those two guys, they're in my top. I like Garrett Wilson. Being here from New York, there was no consistency for him as far as a quarterback,
right?
To get him the ball consistently. I feel like he was picking and choosing though, like days to excel, and I don't like that on the wide receiver. I think you go out there, you do your job, no matter who's going to throw you the rock, and Olave did that, and running the ball, no matter who was quarterbacking or no matter the situation, Robinson was running the ball and he was trying to just get 3 yards, and he would get like 5 to 8. Man, this kid's, he's good. So those two guys for sure.
Ronnie, give us yours, and I know you got to get out of here so as well. So go ahead and give us your rookie of the year, and then we'll let you get out of here and go ahead and tell us everything where we can catch you at all at the same time.
I'm going to make it easy. I'm in agreement. It's Olave for me as well. Bad team, and he was the one bright spot there. I don't like giving to running backs. It's like the easiest position to come into the league and play. Wide receiver is one of the toughest. Generally takes them a few years to really get going. There are some exceptions, of course, to that. But, yeah, I'm going to go Chris Olave on that one. As far as where you can find me, of course, the Mafia Cast. We normally do every Wednesday nights, 7:30 Eastern. We didn't do one this week for obvious reasons. And just to echo what some of the people have been saying, keep Damar and family in your prayers. But I also want to say, like I was saying at the beginning of the show, before a lot of you guys were on there, Rob was on there with me, I believe. But remember everybody else too. There's always something going on with someone that you don't know. So just keep everybody in your prayers. You don't know what they're dealing with. You don't know what kind of traumatic events they might be dealing with. This was a big one because it was on a national stage. We all saw it happen. Arguably one of the, if not the biggest game of the season. Probably the whole world was watching that game. So that really put it on a huge stage. But just remember the people who aren't on that stage, people you never met, they're dealing with some stuff too. So let's keep everybody in your prayers.
True that.
Amen to that. Hey, Ronnie, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for joining us and holding down the fort when you were at the control panel. So we appreciate everything, buddy.
The control panel that wasn't there. You guys have a good one.
All right, man. Be safe, Ronnie.
Hey, we'll see you, Ronnie.
Later, guys.
Before I give my pick out, I'm gonna go ahead. We got some comments in, and we'll go back to Rob now that Rob's listened to about 4 of us give out picks here. So Tanner saying Kenneth Walker, Alan's chiming in here as well. He's saying Garrett Wilson. So a lot of sentiments. Bobby G is saying he's kind of on that too. What do you guys feel about this, Brock Purdy? He's played 3 games. Get out of here, Brock Purdy.
If that's the case, then you got to consider Damian Harris from Houston. You know what I'm saying? If he finishes off the season, he might get it because he was running on a horrible team.
I don't know, man. You're gonna give it to Pickett before you give it to Purdy, right?
Yeah. No, get Brock Purdy out of here. Get Brock.
I'm sorry, that was Damian Pierce. Damian Pierce.
Yeah, my pick is Kenneth Walker. I mean, he's going to rush for over 1,000 yards this season. He's got 936. By the time Sunday ends, he'll have 1,000, 9 touchdowns. That Seahawks team was supposed to be freaking absolute dog shit, and you know what? They got a chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give my rookie of the year to one and only Kenneth Walker. Rob, you got somebody now, or you got
Walker obviously is the odds from a Vegas standpoint, the odds-on favorite to win rookie of the year. So I mean that's the way I would go.
Don't bet against the house.
Nope.
Carlos, you got a defensive. Let's go ahead and give out our defensive rookie of the year. Who's your defensive rookie of the year?
Thibodeau. I just been in New York, but I mean,
hey, don't Jeff Saturday won't like that.
Who's Jeff Saturday?
I
don't.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
There's a couple cornerbacks this year that played hard. You have to come back to me on that one. That one's kind of. I got 3 guys, but
I'll answer, bro.
Rob, what
I'll
does the house
answer.
say?
Probably
Sauce.
Go ahead, Rob.
Rob there. I'm going Sauce.
I mean, I don't want to be a homer.
Sauce.
I'm not like that. I don't want to be a homer, like but it might. Yeah, Sauce did his thing.
Sauce has done his thing. The other corner
I
from
don't
the
like
Seahawks.
the cheesehead thing, but he did his thing.
I was gonna say, what's the Seahawks kid named Dugan or something like that?
Woolen, right?
Yeah.
Woolen, right?
Aiden Hutchinson had come on late too for the Lions. Aiden Hutchinson's come on late. It's been a nice piece.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young guys that did.
Sauce has been pretty consistent, man, all season though, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I thought he was gonna be good. I didn't think he'd be this good. So, not as a rookie.
Craig, you got anybody else? Is it Sauce for you as well?
Yeah, man, it's Sauce. I mean, I did a little, stat searching before the show. I really kind of wanted to make a case for Kyle Hamilton just because I like the kid. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's Sauce and then everybody else.
So we're all in agreement. Sauce Gardner, defensive rookie of the year.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm crying inside, but wow, thank you.
Alan says it's a homer pick, but Deron Bland, Dallas, 52 tackles and 5 picks. So
that's a nice rookie season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look, if we look at
we'll go ahead. That gets my defensive player of the year, and to me, it's one and only Micah Parsons. I think he's my defensive player of the year. Johnny, you got somebody different.
I mean, I think if Quentin Williams stayed healthy all season, I think he missed a couple games, he'd probably be the only one to compete with Micah. I mean, Micah's just on a different level, to be quite honest. But I mean, I guess I would give Q the second place on that one. But yeah, I'd have to go with Micah Parsons as well, man. I mean, I don't see anybody.
It's amazing when that cat's not on the field, how terrible that defense is, man. He's taking a blow, right? And they lose him 5, 10, 15 yards. The kid's just taking a breather. Like, he can't be on the field the whole game like that, man. Oh, man, so bad. He's such a good player, man. Terrible.
Yeah, that's a good one there, too, Allen.
Is he your defensive rookie of the year, Carlos? Micah Parsons, or you got somebody different?
No, that's the winner right there.
Craig, what about you?
So that probably is the winner. I had a feeling that was who you were going to pick, so I just wanted to go a different route and try to mix things up. So I'm going to go with Nick Bosa. He's leading the league in sacks, playing for the best defense in football right now. And when Nick Bosa's healthy, man, that pass rush, I mean, it's just another aspect of that really good defense. And he's been giving quarterbacks and offensive lines fits. He's got 47 QB hits this year, so he's getting to the quarterback multiple times a game. So if it's not Micah Parsons, I'm going Nick Bosa.
Yeah, but when Nick Bosa's not on the field, it's not like a dramatic fall. It's not like people looking around like, what are we going to do next? You know?
Yeah, but you can't penalize him for that. You know what I'm saying? You can't penalize him for having better players around him than Dallas does.
I'm just saying the Bosa effect isn't as bad as having the Parsons effect, man.
Yeah, but he's been pretty dominant.
The defense is good.
Yeah. I mean, okay, but look, Bosa. I'm just glad he's been a lot more healthier than before. Like,
facts.
You know, I like to see that because, you know, those are game
hopefully
changers.
his brother can stay healthy out in LA, man.
I don't know, man. This is
Rob. Who do you got? I see you.
I was going to say Nick Bosa too as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with either one of those, man.
You can't go wrong with either one. You're looking at Micah Parsons' stats: 63 tackles, 13 sacks. But I think, like, to me, it goes beyond stat line for him, right? Like Carlos alluded to, when he's not on the field, they're just a whole different animal. Yeah. Alan says Micah Parsons or Matt Judon as well. I would give him right there as well. To me, it's kind of those three, but I'm partial to Micah Parsons here. Tanner's saying Bosa as well.
But
who about go ahead, Carlos.
So if Parsons wins, that right there shows his consistency, right? Because last year he got Rookie of the Year. So if he wins Defensive Player of the Year, then this cat is doing what he's doing, and he's trying to stay as healthy as possible, or he's on the field even if he's kind of not healthy. I mean, he played with the cast, and that hand looked like it was hurting him every time he hit somebody. I don't know. That's just me. I like the guy.
No, I agree. I think
he's a great player, man. I mean, he's a
a
difference maker. Yes, he's a game breaker. You know what I'm saying? He can wreak havoc just like Nick Bosa can as well. So yeah, I mean, you can't lose out with any of those. Matt Judon is having a great year, but I would go with you, Bosa or Parsons, man. Parsons is he's a beast, bro. He's 24. I mean, that's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous, bro.
Craig, we'll start with you. Who is your offensive player of the year?
So, like I said, I was going against the grain a little bit. Offensive player of the year, I'm going to go Josh Jacobs. Huge surprise this year. Josh Jacobs, over 2,000 yards from scrimmage on a team with a bad offensive line that has struggled. So, I mean, Josh Jacobs leading the league in rushing. So I'm going to give the credit to Josh Jacobs, and he's my offensive player of the year. I know most people are going Jefferson, Tyreek. So I went with the running back, and I'm going to give it to Jacobs.
Carlos, you got somebody different than Jacobs?
Man, I don't know what y'all think, but I think the running back for the Browns, Nick Chubb, right? I mean, he's kept them as relevant as possible with everything falling apart around him.
He went through a phase where he just didn't show up. He went through about a 3-week phase where
that's
you
the
wondered
only
where the
thing
hell he was.
That was the only thing. But like the beginning of the season, for almost like 6 or 7 games, he was averaging 5+ yards a game, man. Like, and he's always averaging averaging like at least 3.5 a game, and that's crazy. And sometimes he'll average that, and even won't. And with less carries, right? Because sometimes they'll go away from it. That's not on him. That's because the QBs are trying to wheel their arms to throw balls that the people can't catch. So, I give it to him. If he wasn't playing on that Browns team, they wouldn't been nowhere close because Deshaun Watson wasn't playing. They had issues with the quarterbacks. He kept them as competitive as possible on that team. And if he wasn't playing, that team doesn't do well, as you could tell when he had those 3 or 4 games slid where he didn't do well. But I think he was kind of injured and was trying to work his way, around it. So,
Johnny, you got somebody else?
I'm gonna try not to be a homer, but what Tyreek Hill has done for the Dolphins offense is ridiculous. He's probably going to get 2,000 yards at the receiver position. So that's insane in itself. I love the Josh Jacobs pick. You know what I'm saying? Too bad the coach didn't realize to run him earlier on in the season.
I feel like every time the Raiders won a game, though, it was because they used Josh Jacobs. You know?
Right. So and then of course, always, Patrick Mahomes is always up there. I guess that'll be more of the MVP conversation or whatever. But as far as just offensive player of the year, I'm gonna go ahead and be a homer and say Tyreek Hill, man. He's been insane, and like I said, he's probably gonna get to that 2,000 yards, bro. Well, actually, it depends. If Mike Lennon is throwing the ball to him, then he won't.
Rob, we got a bunch of homers here, so I'm going to go ahead and assume you're going to say Eckler, right?
No.
That wouldn't be a bad pick, bro.
No, that wouldn't be.
He was on my list.
Yeah, from a touchdown standpoint, that's not a bad pick. But I would go Justin Jefferson. What he's done for that offense, and if you take him off the field, that Viking team is not the same. So I think he has the most impact on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, there's a reason they lost last week because he only had 1 freaking catch. Jair shut his ass down.
That's why I think he can't get it. Not for nothing.
He showed last week he's mentally soft a little bit, I think.
Yeah. I was actually, so I'm going to give him my Offensive Player of the Year award. But had he balled out, I was scared last week because Jair was talking shit middle of the week. I said, oh, God, Jefferson's he's going to go out, annihilate us, 10 catches, 2 touchdowns for 220 yards, and he's going to gritty all over Lambeau Field. But instead, Jair put his money where his mouth is and just shut him down. I was going to make a case for Jefferson being MVP had he balled out, but I'm still going to give him my Offensive Player of the Year award just because of everything else he's done prior to that. 120. Can I interest you in 124 receptions, 1,700 receiving yards, and 8 touchdowns? Like that's, not quite 2,000, but he's got more catches than Tyreek and more touchdowns than Tyreek. And
who's in his backfield and who's in the Dolphins' backfield?
Mostert.
You got Dalvin Cook, who's probably a top 5 running back.
But you got Jalen Waddle, and I'll take Waddle at this point in his career over Adam Thielen. I like Thielen, but I'll still take.
You're right. You can't lose with Justin Jefferson. I just haven't seen Tyreek get locked down the way Justin Jefferson. He got locked. Like he might as well have not even showed up. So he could have just stayed in the locker room and got the same stats, basically. But you can't go wrong. Justin Jefferson's a great player, bro. So you know what I'm saying? We're nitpicking here. You know what I'm saying? We're nitpicking.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do.
Jefferson probably will win the award ultimately.
You wouldn't give him MVP then?
Nah, but MVP is a quarterback award, man. It is, unfortunately, man. Unfortunately,
if you say that, then are you going to give the quarterback for the Vikings the Offensive Player of the Year award?
No.
So let's go there.
I feel like no quarterbacks for the Offensive Player of the Year award, right? That's the wide receiver,
yeah,
running back
that's a
award.
wide receiver, running back, because we'll get it. Who's the MVP? And it's got to. They always give it to some damn quarterback. So I don't even know why they call it the MVP anymore. But who? Carlos, we'll start with you. Who's the MVP?
That's a coin toss. I think they should share it. Josh Allen and Mahomes.
Josh Allen or Mahomes?
They should share it because they both messed up on big games and they both been big for the team. So, ain't one not better than the other. And they both got junk O-lines on one side. So,
Craig, who you got as your MVP?
Man, I was really like a week or two ago. I mean, obviously the way that things played out in that game was a very unfortunate event, but I thought the Bengals were going to beat the Bills in that game, man. And then Joey B for MVP was kind of my case that I was going to go here towards the end. But I think you got to go with Patrick Mahomes, man. I mean, at the end of the day, he lost his number one guy, really his number two guy, because Travis Kelce has always been the number one there. But losing Tyreek Hill, everybody adding pieces. I mean, they were kind of doubting the Chiefs as a whole and Pat Mahomes going into the season. And he just looks like he hasn't missed anything, man. He still looks like he's the best quarterback in the league. So
he is, bro.
I think he's thrown to 54 different receivers or something like that.
Yeah, that's wild.
Whatever.
Rob, you got somebody else?
Well, before he got hurt, I would say Jalen Hurts would have been my MVP for this year. And you can tell
him being hurt almost solidifies his MVP because look how bad they are without him.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. Without him, you've seen the last two games how they played. So he would, but can you still give him the MVP because he didn't play, all 17 games? That's
not with the. I mean, you can, but not with the numbers that Patrick's putting up, man. He's putting up, Madden type numbers, bro.
At what point though?
4,000 passing yards.
At what point does Mahomes hit? Like Brady and LeBron territory, where that's just what you expect out of Mahomes. You don't get awards for that anymore. That's just being Patrick Mahomes being Patrick Mahomes. I think he deserves it, but I mean, Jalen Hurts.
We're probably almost there. We're probably there. We're probably there already, Craig. Unfortunately, man, for real.
The tape on Hurts and everybody, the media being down on him and he shouldn't be quarterback. He needs to do this and then to have a comeback year that he's had. And lead the Eagles to where they're at, man. It's an incredible run, but the media has already been, and I'm sure the voters they've been down on him already anyway. So to work up from that, he'd have to win the Super Bowl, but that's not a Super Bowl. It's towards before the season ends anyway. So,
Johnny, who's your MVP?
I mean, I gotta go Patrick Mahomes on that too. I like what Jalen Hurts has done this season. And I understand the fact that he ain't there and they look completely different. But I mean, you're going down to Gardner Minshew. So I mean, let's understand why the Eagles look as bad as they do. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why Gardner Minshew is Gardner Minshew. But I like what Jalen Hurts has done. He's been the most consistent. But I mean, Patrick Mahomes is, I guess it's a toss-up, you know what I'm saying? But I would go with Patrick Mahomes, man. He's the best quarterback in the league, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, I have really gone up and down all season with this MVP. Early on in the year, I was all in on the Josh Allen MVP. Actually, probably first 2 weeks, I was like Lamar Jackson. Then I was Josh Allen. And then the last month or so, I was like, oh, Jalen Hurts. And I do think that him in his last two games – it's solidified that, well, man, he is really good because this team looks like crap without him. But I don't know if you can give it to him, right? Like Rob said, because he missed the last two games because he didn't play 17 games. I was kind of with Craig. If the Bengals would have got that number one seed, you guys know I love, I have a hard on for Joey Burrow. So I was going to give it to him possibly. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I look at all the rosters and all these teams. Patrick Mahomes has done more with less, especially at the wide receiver core. He lost he lost his number one guy, and Hill still has Kelsey, I know. But other than that, he has a bunch of no-name wide receivers that don't really they don't hold a candlestick to Hill, to Chase and Higgins, already to Diggs. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give it to Patrick freaking Mahomes.
He sounds like a young Tom Brady right now. Don't have no name receivers. He's just throwing
just throwing the tight end, right?
Just throw it, Dan. Just don't hit me. Make sure you don't
We'll
get me
some
hit.
quick comments real fast before we get to the I got two more categories for y'all. Alan saying he would give it to his offensive player. He said the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl. He had to say it. And then this one, he would get – Homer says CeeDee Lamb or Pollard, but he's going to say Justin Jefferson. So as his offensive player of the year. Bobby G said Chubb told me to stop hating on I'm not hating on the Browns, Bobby. I told you me and Bobby was the biggest Browns believers all last Sunday, man. I was rooting for him. And then he did comment on this Hill part.
That's facts, but we actually won that game as opposed to Justin Jefferson getting embarrassed out there. I'm just saying. But that he's true. He's got a point there. He did have a 2-catch, 33-yard game. So okay. Yeah.
Tanner saying he's got Patty Mahomes.
Well, of course. Yeah.
He wants to know, Carlos, what the hell's wrong with you? I mean, you've probably been asked that before, a time or two in your life.
Hey, I said it. I never wanted Wilson on the team, right? I said that, and how that pan out for me. Yeah, I was right.
So Tanner said Mahomes is thrown for 5,000 yards. Jalen Hurts MVP is what Alan's saying. The Eagles are mid without him. We've seen it the last couple of weeks. So probably true. I mean, Minshew's not great. I mean, he's okay. Let me ask y'all, who's your coach of the year? Me and Carlos kind of talked about this earlier. So, Rob, I'm sure you're going to give it to your coach, right? Staley is your coach of the year.
I'm gonna choose.
I'm gonna tell you, man. No. I can't give it to
to the man that he wants fired.
I still want this guy gone. So I mean, I can't vote for him if I want him gone. I would go with McDermott as my coach of the year. Just because of how he's handled everything. I think, especially over the past week, he's really shown to be a player coach, a coach that the players respect. And I just, he's a reason why that team is the way they are. So I would go with McDermott.
Johnny, I don't think it's McDaniel anymore. At one time it might have been, but
I mean, I don't for half the season, sure. I'm kind of with Tanner on this one. It's either I don't know if that's how you spell homeboy's name from Philly, but it's either him or Brian Daboll. But I would probably go Brian Daboll because there was absolutely no expectation for the Giants to be any good, let alone make the playoffs. Philly, you knew they were stacking up. I mean, when they did the AJ Brown trade, like they were ready to make a run. They've got talent all over that field in Philly. But the Giants, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nobody expected this from the Giants. So I would go Brian Daboll.
Craig, it's not loose either. So with the Bears about to be locking up maybe the number one pick. So who you got?
I'm going to give it to Kyle Shanahan, man. Strictly because of the injury at the quarterback position. They lost Deebo Samuel for 4 or 5 games. And it's like that machine just never stops running, man. I mean, they're playing great football there in San Francisco. And, I mean, how many teams in the league can be on their third-string quarterback and look like one of the scariest teams going into the playoffs, And I think a lot of that's got to do with what they've built there. And, I mean, a lot of that is Kyle Shanahan. So that's where I'm going.
It's a good one.
Johnny, that's where you're supposed to drop facts, bro. That's where you're supposed to. That's where I was waiting for you to drop.
I mean,
your line.
it is facts, but I mean, look at that division. Look at that division there, bro. Just saying.
Boy, man. Whew.
Carlos, who you got?
I mean, if maybe Zach Taylor, man, bringing Cincinnati back from the dead. You know, they built up another facade of a wall for JB to throw the ball. You know, they still have talent on that team, and he's been able to get him to be competitive again. They may get to a playoff run. McVay did not, right? So I think you have to look at it that way as well. So, you know, he's doing more with less than McVay, and McVay's not even in talks, right? So it's the first time a team with 11 losses or something like that after a Super Bowl win. And then the opposite of that was a guy who didn't win the Super Bowl. So, you know, I think he should get a little bit of credit for what's going on in Cincinnati. I wouldn't give it Dabo, but you know.
Why is that? Just because you just don't like Dabo?
I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid from the Buffalo mishaps. They got they've been winning. I give them credit. But I mean, they had a player in Galladay that he didn't even want to start or even put in a position to be, to be successful at all. And that's what you do, right? You take your worst players and you make him at least be in a game somehow or another. And he couldn't do that. He couldn't. Maybe it was on Galladay. Who knows? But coaches are supposed to motivate you to be better than what you are at the moment. And Galladay went from being one of the okay receivers in the NFL to being not even on the field this year. So stuff like that's got to be looked at too. He's helped Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones, this is his fourth year. I think they're giving him way too much credit. Saquon Barkley has taken a leadership role there. He's carried the team more. So things like that, like there's just a lot of different things going on over there, and that's a team that, I didn't think they were going to make it far, and he proved me wrong, but I just think that Cincinnati had a better situation, and he did better motivating his players from the funk that they were in the first few games. Cincinnati wasn't looking too well in the first few games, and he brought them up, and now they look like again the Super Bowl challenge, like a Super Bowl team almost. So.
Speaking of coaching, we got to bring in another guest real quick, popping on the stream. Better late than never. Give it up for ex-professional baseball player, coach as well, Jonathan Grisham. Jonathan, thanks for joining us. We are 6 wide here. We are back all together. Thanks for joining us, Jonathan. I know you were catching us. We were just giving out some end of the season NFL awards. I believe your coach of the year is probably going to be Dennis Allen, right?
He'd be lucky if it was my decision that he'd still have a job in New Orleans right now. That'd be how I do that.
That heat, man. That heat.
It was a mess this year in New Orleans, but I mean, they ended up on a good note to end the season. Last couple good wins, beating the Eagles this past week. But as far as coach of the year, not even a discussion. Like I said, I'm still on the fence if he should have a job for 2023. That's where I think that things need to discuss that in New Orleans with that. I'll give you my take as far as coach of the year. I like the Shanahan decision of coach of the year. Just again, you have your third string quarterback, and you haven't lost a beat yet, and you're putting yourself in a position to be a top 2 seed in the NFC. And with a third string quarterback doing that for at least 3-4 weeks, that should be a discussion. It should put you at the top of the conversation for coach of the year, because that's something that you don't see a lot. If you have a team that has a backup quarterback, look at the Tennessee Titans.
And he's a rookie too.
Yeah, absolutely. So you look at, again, it's the Tennessee Titans. You have Malik Willis, who was your backup. He didn't play well. You had Josh Dobbs, who's third string quarterback, and they can't figure out how to play. Eagles had Gardner Minshew the last 2 weeks. They're backup. They lose 2 games. So the fact that you have a third string quarterback over the last 4 weeks, and you went 4-0 during that period, I mean, Shanahan should be the front runner to be coach of the year this year.
All right, you and Craig make valid points, and before I give my pick, we got to address this. Alan, no way in hell Mike McCarthy should ever be considered thought of as coach of the year? Get out of here with whatever. I don't even feel like I need to even say this comment. I mean, what
like
you got going on here? I mean, Mike McCarthy, because Prescott goes down week 1, the sky's on fire, gets the team to rally around Cooper Rush, and they get out of here. If you want to give coach of the year, give it to Dan Quinn, not Mike McCarthy. Get Fat Mike a cheeseburger and get him the hell out of Dallas. That's what Cowboy fans want anyway. It's nowhere business being considered coach of the year. Learn how to freaking manage the clock, Mike McCarthy, before you ever think of coach of the year. Alan, stop drinking the Kool-Aid, man. I love you, brother, but geez, get out of here. That's the worst take of all time.
Nick, how do you really feel?
I was about to say, keep going down the line with those comments, bro.
Bodkins loves Mike McCarthy, if you couldn't tell.
A little animosity right there, huh?
Mike McCarthy for president.
I mean, Craig has seen me drink two things of Captain Morgan, 2 fists of Captain Morgan as the Packers are losing to the Seahawks on the NFC Championship game, and I blame Mike McCarthy all the way. So yeah, there's some bad blood there between being big fat Mike McCarthy. He also says if anyone else, he's going to say Nick Sirianni. So that's probably the.
Yeah, Dan's got a couple comments there. If you want to throw him up there, bro, before he calls it a night, bro. Yeah, and that's what I was going to tell you, Los. Galladay was trash last year, bro.
Yeah, it was trash last year. Fresh might be a bit hard. Maybe he calls him roadkill.
Hey, the Giants still signed him. I don't know why. So
that ain't Daboll's fault.
They made the right decision.
All these guys that you're talking about did one thing, and they play with what they got.
That's a good one there.
You know, this guy didn't play at all, so
he didn't need him.
It might not be his fault.
Doug Peterson. I think Doug Peterson in Jacksonville too. Then that's who I was going to give it to. Doug Peterson or Daboll. Peterson. This is a team that drafted number 1 picks back-to-back years. They finally get a head coach down there. You got Lawrence looking like the number 1 guy again that we all thought he was at Clemson. So that's going to win the division on Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah, I won't say for this year for Peterson. He's done a great job for what he's done with the turnaround in Jacksonville. He would be my front runner for coach of the year in 2023 if they continue the trend they're going in. I think this is a little too soon. I mean, they are doing something that nobody expect them to do, compete for a division title. But because you have those who you had a little bit more expectations for, they're a little bit ahead of Peterson. 2023, the expectations are going to be there now that you have to now take that next step. And if they do that in 2023, then I put Peterson as a front runner favorite for next year, but not this year, just because the expectations wasn't quite there for him, even though he exceeded the expectations. But so have other coaches this year, as you said, Daboll being one, Shanahan doing what he's doing, Sirianni in Philly. There's a lot of coaches that are just a little bit above him this year. But for 2023, Peterson should be on the short list of front runner for coach of the year.
To me, Peterson isn't that much different than Dan and MCDC, right? I mean, what he's done in Detroit, the difference is the Titans have just fallen apart in front of the Jaguars. If it wasn't for this collapse of the Titans, the Jaguars wouldn't be in the playoffs, you know?
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. Dan Campbell should be on that list next year as well.
Grisham, I agree with what you're saying. I agree more of that for Daboll, right? Nobody had expectations for the Giants to do anything. And if he continues this next season, then maybe I might sip a little bit on that juice. I ain't gonna like it, but I might be paddling the boat a little bit to get closer, but I ain't riding that ship yet, bro.
Dan just wants to tell us thanks again, Dan. We appreciate it. None of us would be here without Dan again, so we appreciate you, Dan, as well. Again, folks, if you're just joining us, Dan has put this whole together to support Damar Hamlin and his charity. There's a link in the description to donate money, and Dan is matching up to $3,000. He's already donated $1,000 for each. Just let us know in the comment how much you donated so we know. And the person who donates the most for the whole night will win a T-shirt of their choice, a jersey of their choice, and if you donate within like the certain amount of hours as we put new people in and out, you will win a free LTS mug and shirt. So again, we wouldn't all be here talking if it wasn't for Dan Harris. So I appreciate Dan and everything that he's done.
Absolutely,
he's
man.
battling his own things and puts this whole thing together. Still continues to care about other people more than himself. He's very selfless, and you couldn't ask for a better person and friend than Dan Harris.
Yep, that's facts right there.
That's facts.
There it is.
Praise to you too, Dan. Thank you for what you do.
Before we pick up few games for this weekend, let me ask you guys this, and we'll just kind of go around. Give me your most disappointing. It can be your worst take, like this team. I was hot on this team or player beginning of the year, and they just shit the bed. So your biggest bad call of the year that you had. So I'll just go first. Mine is obviously the Colts. I had them guys in the playoffs in the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year. Now, when I made the pick, Craig originally took my Super Bowl pick in the Ravens, and I was battling gallstones at the same time I made the Colts pick. So I wasn't quite clear-minded, but I still said the Colts to make the Super Bowl. And, we've seen what happens. They've had about 4 ESPN analysts as their head coach. Their franchise is now in disarray. So for me, it's the Colts. And I was also dead wrong about Jalen Hurts and Tua. I said neither one of those guys was going to pan out this year. They both proved me wrong. So I was wrong about those 3 things. Rob, I'll go to you. Go ahead. Give us your the one thing that you were wrong about this year.
From the beginning, when we started doing like pre-show, pre-game, like pre-season, I was super high on the AFC West. I thought they were going to be the best division.
Everybody was.
I thought that they were all going to have winning records. There could possibly be almost 3, possible 4 teams in the playoffs from the West, and the Broncos are just. I did not see the Broncos being the team that they are. That was bad. Of course, I'm saying this, and the Chargers are playing the Broncos this week, so they're probably going to beat the Chargers for some reason because I just said that. But definitely the AFC West.
Johnny,
I'm gonna go with Rob as far as the Broncos. Not so much the AFC West. I didn't think the Raiders were going to be. I just don't believe in the Raiders. I never believe in the Raiders, so I didn't expect much from them. But I honestly thought that Russell Wilson in Denver might have a chance to win that division. And, talk about being wrong about Russ because, he was pretty much hot garbage most of the season. So I would go with Denver. That's pretty much it. Like I said, I was expecting the Raiders to wind up falling on their faces, but I did not think Denver would be this bad, man. Now with that defense and the young talent at receiver, I thought they'd be a lot better than that.
Jonathan, you got somebody other than Jameis being MVP?
I didn't say MVP on that. We can go back to that conversation.
Like, why ain't he even playing? Like, why is he not playing?
I said told you about Kirk Cousins. I know Kirk Cousins had a bad game against your Packers, but Kirk Cousins has shown he can be a pretty good quarterback. I'll say that, and I'll answer that question about Jameis here in a little bit. But my take, I'll stay with my Saints, is I thought Dennis Allen was going to do a good job. I thought he'd learn what the mistakes from the time in Oakland and put him in a better environment, and better culture that the New Orleans Saints have established for over 15 years under Sean Payton, and continuing the culture that was built, and you establishing somebody who is familiar with the franchise, and not having success like he was expected, and there was high expectations. A lot of media members were picking Saints to be a Super Bowl team. A lot of media was at least win the division as well, and continue the dominance they've had over the Buccaneers, and they have absolutely fallen flat. And there's been it goes to the coaching side, because you look at the mistakes on field and even off the field with the roster, with how they've handled Jameis Winston, with how they've handled certain things that have gone on throughout the year. And it's a full direct shot at what he has done and what he has not done. And for Dennis Allen to essentially mess up a Super Bowl contending roster. and the culture that was built. It was handed to him by Sean Payton, and he has absolutely fallen flat on the expectations. And like I said, I'm shocked that they want to continue this road with him. I'm not really shocked on it, but I was kind of hoping that we can see a different path in New Orleans for Coach for 2023. But he's got one more year, hopefully one more year to at least to regain the culture that was there and right the ship and figure out what his mark that he's going to be as a coach on that team.
Craig, who you got other than that? You said Aaron Rodgers and the Packers were going to be dead.
I think you said they were going to be dead.
I was about to say I attended that funeral too. I attended that funeral.
Hey, that was 2022 Nick Bodkins. 2023 Nick Bodkins believes in the Packers again.
Yeah,
he got
the
hope.
only believer. No, I'm gonna go with an individual guy. I took him in both of my fantasy leagues. I said on your fantasy pre-show that I expected him to have a huge year. He was coming in ranked wide receiver preseason 18. I said he'd be better than that. That's Deontay Johnson, man. Dude doesn't even have a touchdown. Here we are, week 16. Coming into the year, I said whether it's Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, whoever it is, it's better than last year's Ben Roethlisberger, that Deontay Johnson was going to put up better numbers this year than he did last year. So far, I was spot off on that, dead wrong.
Carlos, you got to take that you were just off wrong. I feel like there's probably a lot with you.
Oh, New York, the city of New York. Listen, I was with the house. I bet against them because I just felt like there was so much disarray on both sides of the Meadowlands and MetLife Stadium. But let me just say, like, kudos to the Giants for doing what they did with what they had. Brian DeBoer doing a good job. Barkley carrying the team for the beginning of the season. Daniel Jones playing better. And then that defense growing together. The offense needs a little bit of help, and they need a lot of help. And then on the other side, the Jets, wasn't a big believer in old Zach, but
I think you were right on that part. I think you were right on Zach not being.
But then I didn't think that defense was going to come together and being as young as they were. I thought there was going to be a lot of miscues, but Salah did his job. The bad part was that the offense couldn't balance them out. They need to find an offensive coordinator. They need to find a quarterback, and they just need to do a better job on that side end. But I picked both of those teams to not win more than 6 games, and they proved me wrong. And I'm good. I'm grateful for that as a New York fan. But still, again, every time a New York team steps on the court, a field, or anything, I want to see them win because that's just what I believe as a fan and being in New York. And I'm sure all you guys feel the same way about your teams. So if you're not a championship, you're bust. That's how I feel.
Jonathan, did you want to comment on the Jameis thing real quick?
Yeah, I know it was asked. I'll tell you, they had this scapegoat of he wasn't healthy with the back injury he had at the beginning of the season. That was the excuse. Now, after a while, he got healthy, but it was more of you kind of see a little bit of an infighting with the team in New Orleans, that Sean Payton decisions and Dennis Allen decisions. Jameis Winston was a Sean Payton decision. Andy Dalton was a Dennis Allen decision. He was brought in after Sean had basically left the team and retired. So you kind of you're seeing aspects of what Dennis Allen is trying to do to put his mark on a team. And it started with the Dalton, Jameis Winston, back and forth as far as who's going to start and who's going to do this. And it was really known for a long, you saw the Taysom Hill experience, that it was kind of diminished severely as far as how they utilized him and the creativity on how the things used Taysom for so long. And this year they went times where they couldn't figure out how to get him the ball. So it was a lot of the infighting of Dennis Allen trying to be like, hey, this is my team. I'm going to take control. I'm going to make the decisions. I want Andy Dalton. I don't want Jameis as my quarterback, even though probably Jameis probably could have given us more opportunities to move the ball downfield better than what Andy did at times. But he didn't see it that way. And so there was a lot of – at the time of the early season, like I said, it was the great scapegoat to say, well, Jameis wasn't healthy. But after 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks of gone by, well, you can't say that anymore. He is healthy now. And it was just more of, well, I want my guy now. I want my guy to be able to be the quarterback, and Andy's my guy. And that was it. So I mean, it's frustrating because this team had the Super Bowl aspirations, you had playoff aspirations, you had opportunities to compete, but your offense was the one that didn't really it didn't perform at times when they needed to, especially in the last part where the defense started playing better, but the offense wasn't there for it. And you again, hindsight's 2020. Don't know if Jameis could have been the answer, but we won't know that because it didn't happen. We see that Dennis Allen wanted his guy to be the starting quarterback for right now. As we know, neither one of those guys are the future of the quarterback in New Orleans.
A question: Is Jameis Winston a starting quarterback in the NFL?
Yes,
Should be.
Yes.
Should be. I think he should be.
I think that's a fireable offense just for saying Andy Dalton is your guy.
No. I didn't say Andy Dalton was better than Jameis Winston.
I mean,
right?
come on.
What I'm saying is they put him on a back burner so far that if you're an NFL team and you're looking for a quarterback, will you pick up Jameis Winston as a starter?
I would.
I go like this. I know it's a short sample size.
I'd bring him in to compete.
Right, with a chance to compete for a starting job.
Right.
Yeah.
I know it's a short sample in 2020, 2021, but look what he did with a good offensive coach in Sean Payton. Right. 14 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, which Jameis doesn't do that. He throws interceptions. He only had 3 before the ACL injury. And so you had a good offensive coach who took a chance and gave him the opportunity to work, and he bought into it and he worked. And it showed on the field. Now, with Sean Payton, it didn't have the same results before the injury. In the 2 games, I know again, small sample size, 2 games, it didn't look like it was going to be in that right direction. But you have a good offensive coach that knows how to utilize him and work with him and control him, like Sean Payton did in 2021. Yeah, I believe Jameis Winston could be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Absolutely.
If you're in New York, if you're Daboll or you're,
I was just about to say, you don't think he'll ball out with Daboll? I think he will.
I think the Jets or somebody like that, right? Like to me, Winston's better than any quarterback they have on their roster.
I could see the Jets because you have
again. Why you keep going back to mediocrity when you want to look forward and get better? Because the one thing that you're missing, the Jets are missing, the 2 things they're missing is an OC and a quarterback that the OC can manage or help that team. So
if I'm the Jets, if I can't get one of the top free agents, if I can't get Jimmy Garoppolo, if I can't get Derek Carr, yeah, I'll take a chance on Jameis Winston because again, for the Jets, you have speed guy receivers in Garrett Wilson and Eli Moore. Have a big arm quarterback like Jameis who can work the field and be able to feed them the ball. That's what they want. Those 2 receivers have been saying all season, we need a quarterback who can get me the ball and let me do what I can do. And, so why not give a strong arm quarterback like Jameis an opportunity if you're the Jets to do so? So, I could see that being a case. And if the Saints want to go down that road of either releasing him in this offseason because he's still under contract for 1 more year, right, that if they're trying to trade or want to release, I could see the Jets making a phone call to Jameis to say, hey, we'll give you a chance to come compete and come compete with Mike White and Zach Wilson in 2023.
My man, you sound like an agent, but I don't. I would rather not have another drama. I don't want I'm in New York, and I don't want no more drama. That's all my whole thing for this year is to move forward, no drama. I don't want to hear about a coach passing away. We got another coach on, this and that. The Jets have been filled with nothing but drama, and this is a new year. Even for this whole season to start again, no drama. Just I don't want to. If you don't know, you don't know. Don't say anything in the media. Don't just keep your mouth shut. Just be like, we're moving forward.
But isn't the NFL though? Isn't the NFL wants that? They want the drama. They want the talking. They want the conversations. They want the attention. And you're in New York. That's the city runs off of stuff like that.
Yeah, so, but it runs that. But we don't win with those things. We're not winning anything. Even the Knicks, nobody's winning here.
Joe Namath is walking through that door right now, right? So I mean, no, I'll say this in the essence of it, Jameis has become a professional. He's matured. He has from the time that he was in Tampa to what he is now in New Orleans the last 3 years. You can see the maturity on his face. He speaks eloquently to the media about the work with the team. He does so. I could see him handling the New York media pretty well.
And there's a reason why he was the #1 pick, man. He's got talent. He's got talent.
Are you going to be stealing crab leg in New York? What are you talking about?
Quarterbacks in New York, they were number one picks, by the way. I don't know if you know that, and I don't know if you heard of any of them, but
I think Garoppolo is going to be the one that heads to New York. I think he's going to be the Jets quarterback in 2023. I think that's I think that might be a better fit for the Jets as far as a game manager who can move the ball downfield. I think Garoppolo would be a better fit than Jameis as far as what your roster is constructed as. But like I said, I could see Jameis being given an opportunity.
What two guys I want to see in New York is Garoppolo and Jackson, and on either team, toss up. I don't care. Just give me a winning attitude. Give me a guy that wants to win. Give me a guy that's change your perspective.
I don't know about Jameis Winston going to New York. I just, when you threw up the offensive-minded coach, you know what I'm saying? I think Brian Daboll would do a good job with Jameis Winston. I'm not necessarily saying that he needs to go there, but I think that mindset.
I think New York media would eat him alive.
I think New York. Yeah, I think he might get eaten up in New York. But I think you give him a really good offensive-minded coach. Right. No, right. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't saying for him, the Giants. Saying a good offensive coach like Brian Daboll would be able to bring out the best in Jameis. You know what I'm saying? A good coach like that would I think would do a good job with Jameis Winston. He's only 26, 27 years old. He's still young too, man.
He's 20. I think he's 20. He'll be 27 in this year. He'll be 27.
Right.
So Bam Sports Show says Danny Dimes just took y'all to the playoffs. You want Jimmy G. Now, I think Jimmy G's better than Danny Dimes. I've said that since the beginning.
Man. Come on, man. Ugh.
Danny Dimes is doing things with his legs, though, that Jimmy G can't do.
But again,
are you trolling? Are you trolling that, Nick?
No, I'm serious.
Any young quarterback can run. I think that's kind of like their part of their skill set that they need to have, right? Because Jimmy G's not considered a young quarterback anymore. But like no matter when he plays or where he plays, he wins, and you can't take that from somebody, man. I mean, and Danny Dimes hasn't won anything. You can tell he's like a lost puppy out there sometimes. You got to win the game, man. Throw the ball down the field. They're wide open. No, he keeps it, runs it 5 yards, stumbles, and almost breaks his legs. Come on. We don't need no more of that.
Who's he throwing the football to?
New year, let's move it up. Step it up a notch. Championship football. Let's go.
Yeah, I agree with that question I was asked. Is who the Giants, the receivers. You don't have the Giants don't have a lot of skill.
They got a draft. They'll pick some guys up. They'll be okay. Receivers are diamond.
Hey, before we'll shift gears here just a minute. Rob, I know you got to get out of here, so I'm gonna let you get out. Go ahead, Rob. Tell us where we can find you at.
This weekend, doing NFL, right? And next week we'll have another Nova Nation podcast up and running for some college basketball. What am I saying? College football, college basketball. So we're excited for that. But thanks for having me, guys. This was fun.
Hey, see you, Rob.
We appreciate you, Rob.
I'll see you Sunday night. I'll see you guys.
All right, bud.
Take care.
Hey, let's go ahead and let's pick out a few games to pick this week against the spread because we don't need to pick all these crummy games that don't mean dick anymore. So I mean, there's no sense of picking, Bucks, Falcons. That game don't matter. So let's pick the games that do matter, and it's actually, the Chiefs and Raiders still do matter. The Chiefs in this weird coin flip, who knows where the heck they're playing for the number 1 seed. The Chiefs go to Las Vegas. They are 9-point favorites. Carlos, who you like here? Chiefs, Raiders. We pick by the spread, by the way.
By the spread. So
9 points. Raiders getting 9.
More probably. Probably they're gonna lose by more. That's almost about right, I guess. That's a good pick. That's the house guess, right? That's the house pick.
No, Raiders are at home.
No, I mean that's what Vegas is saying, right?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. The Chiefs. Chiefs up.
You taking the Chiefs?
Yeah, man.
Craig, who you like here? Chiefs or Raiders? Raiders +9.
Man, Raiders always play the Chiefs tough, and we say it all the time. The Chiefs just seem like they don't cover the big spreads very much. I think Chiefs win the game, but I'm going to take the Raiders with 9.
Jonathan, who you like here?
Man, I'm intrigued to take the points. I mean, again, Jarrett Stidham showed up pretty well last week for the Raiders. In 9 points is a big spread. I agree. The Chiefs don't cover the spread very well when it comes to being a big favorite. But I think the fanfare of Jarrett Stidham won't last very long, and I want to take the Chiefs with the points.
You're giving 9 with the Chiefs then -9.
Yes. Yes.
Johnny, who you got here?
I'm gonna take the Raiders, man. I mean, like everybody said, the Chiefs just don't cover. And I like what Stidham did with Josh McDaniels, and McDaniels finally realized that he had a very good running back, so hopefully he'll run the ball and try to keep Patrick Mahomes off the field. So I think the Raiders cover. They're not gonna win the game, but I think the Raiders will cover those 9 points.
Yeah, I like the Raiders as well. I'm breaking the tie here. Give me the Raiders at +9. Chiefs never cover. Raiders play tough with the Chiefs. I'm taking the Raiders at +9, baby. We get into the next Saturday night game. It's winner wins the AFC South and advances. Loser is done for the year. The Titans head to Jacksonville. Johnny, we'll start with you. Jags are the favorites at -6.5. A heavy spread for the somehow Jacksonville's in this, got a chance to win this whole damn thing and host a playoff game. The Titans are going with Josh Dobbs at quarterback.
I'm riding with Jacksonville, man. I've been loving the Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence, you know what I'm saying, connection from jump. So I'm going to ride with Jacksonville, and I think they not only cover, I think they beat down on Tennessee for real.
Carlos, who you like here?
Oh my, Dobbs! I think Tennessee will take this. Dobbs will show everybody that he's actually got some good skill, got some good ability. They're bringing back Henry. They're bringing back a few other guys coming back from getting that day of rest, and I think they're going to upset the Jags by 3.
So you got the Titans money line even. Are you taking the Titans money line even?
Yep.
Woo. Jonathan, who you got here?
Man, so the line was 6, you said, right? It was 6.5?
6.5. 6.5. Jacksonville -6.5.
I think Titans will cover it, but I think Jacksonville wins. I think Duval is going to the playoffs. That fan base is going to be absolutely nuts. So Titans will cover the spread, but Jacksonville is going to win the game.
Their 5 fans are going to go nuts, is what you're saying?
Hey, winning shows up. People show up when you win, and they've been winning right now.
Craig, Trevor Lawrence headed to his first playoff game.
Yeah, I think so. This game's kind of tough to pick with the 6.5 points because it's January. It's Derrick Henry, Mike Vrabel, but it's Josh Dobbs, man. Tennessee's in quarterback turmoil right now, and it's been that way for like a month and a half. And I think this is just the end of the spiral down. So I think the Jags win, and I'm going to take the Jags to cover.
I'm right there with you guys. One team is hot, one team is and I'm going to take the hot team to cover here at home. Give me Jacksonville -6.5. They handle business. Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence are headed to the playoffs, folks.
Yeah, before we move on, any chance, because I think we're all in agreement that Jacksonville wins this game except for Carlos. Do you think that Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson can make a little run in the playoffs? Can they upset somebody, after winning the home game?
Let me see who they play. Who would they play?
They would play the 5 seed, which I think is Baltimore right now or something.
The Chargers. They would play the Chargers.
Oof.
If the Chargers win.
Listen, didn't they beat the brakes off the Chargers earlier this year? So I mean,
they did
it's got to be fair
in Las Vegas or Los Angeles.
Yeah, Jacksonville they're a sneaky team. They're very sneaky. They play defense well. They're not a great defensive team, but they play defense well. They can move the ball well. I mean, again, they're not great at anything yet. They're still so young. They're still figuring things out. And with Peterson still putting his mark on that team, but but being able to be consistent and doing things at the right time of the season right now and being a hot team, we say this in baseball all the time. When I do the show with Nick and Tanner before, the best teams in the postseason aren't always the ones that win. It's the hot teams.
It's the hot teams. Yeah.
The Chargers are hot though too. Chargers are pretty hot right now.
Here's my
coaching
thing.
matters in the playoffs too, though, and I'm going to take Peterson over Staley in a coaching.
Facts.
Well,
there's a lot of top 5 picks on that Jacksonville Jaguars team, bro.
The thing is that Peterson is always been. This is why I think another reason they let him go in Philadelphia. He's passive aggressive, man. He's going for them short little gains. He's going for little field goals. He don't step on people's necks, man. And this is a playoff that you got to step on people's necks because any team there's too much parity. So you got to go and you got to go and you got to make it fast. If you don't, and you keep a team in contention in the second, third, and all of a sudden the fourth, the game's lost by a field goal. So if Peterson doesn't change his mindset and doesn't teach these guys that they got to go score fast and just keep scoring, they're not going to win this game. And that's one of the reasons why Philadelphia let him go. Besides the turmoil, and he's same thing with Andy Reid. They just passive aggressive. They go, they play inch by inch, foot by foot. And this is, if you got the speed, you got the youth, you got to go with it. And if you don't, you're gonna die. Play the game.
So he might have learned his lesson just like Andy Reid did, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like because the Jags are coming back from some of these teams and they're just playing it too close to call, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow night.
We'll see. It'll be a good game. If they play the Chargers, I think that to me the Chargers would be favored. I do.
Well, in the back of the mind too, and it's something that I'm sure Staley's thinking of as well. Is he's got to coach really well in the postseason because there's some talks in the NFL. Sean Payton wants the job in LA. So if he's got to make a run to save his job, making the playoffs doesn't do it. Because you have a Super Bowl Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame coach wanting your job. They're just waiting for you to mess up. So if he messes up in the postseason, he gets the one and done, and it looks bad for Staley in that first round, he's going to lose his job. So he's coaching. He's literally coaching for his life, coaching for his job in the playoffs this year. That if one mistake, one mess up he does, he's going to be out, and they'll bring Sean Payton into LA.
Yeah,
exactly.
Rob left 5 minutes too early, boy, because you got Rob Logan happy as hell right now.
Let's get into a couple more playoff implication games. Patriots, Bills. Patriots head to the Bills. Obviously, we all know what the Bills have been going through this whole week. The Bills are still favored here at -7. Patriots win, they get in. Craig, Patriots making the playoffs here. Are the Bills sending them home? Bills are favored at -7.
Yeah, the 7 points is kind of tough for me just because of the emotional ride that Buffalo has been on here lately. But I do think the Bills are going to win the game. I just think, again, with everything that's going on, I just think they're gonna have something to prove out there, something to play for. And last time that they played the Patriots with a chance to send them home, they beat the brakes off of them. So I think
it's like 44-0.
Yeah, I think the Bills are going to do it again, man. I don't trust New England's offense. I just don't trust them to keep up. I don't trust them to score enough points. Their defense has got to do too much, and the Bills are just too good.
Jonathan, who you like here? Bills at -7, or are you taking the Pats and Bill Belichick to get into the playoffs?
There's something, as we said, about the emotions of what we go through, and this one, you're talking about not just the players. You talk about a stadium that's going to be filled with emotions for the response of Damar Hamlin and what he's gone through, and what the players, but the fan base as well, and they're going to rally. They are absolutely going to. It's going to be a very emotional game all the way around, and we've seen players individually have emotional games and absolutely come out on fire. I can only imagine what this is going to be like for those guys in Buffalo for the Bills, and how they're going to feel about being on the field together and playing for Damar, 100%. But you also have the fan base that as crazy as Buffalo gets as a fan base, you throw in make them emotional to just say, we are here for you guys. We're going to cheer our butts off for 60 minutes in the stadium, and we're going to be there for you guys. I am picking the Bills. They're going to cover. They're going to cover. and it won't even be a close game. I don't even see this being a contest by the third quarter. It's going to be a thrashing of emotions that the Buffalo Bills are going to feel. They're going to let loose this weekend.
Carlos, what about you here?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, maybe 21-14, even probably more, like 32. I don't know, man. This is just like you said, there's a lot of emotions on that that's going to be on the field. So, but with emotion come mistakes as well. So they just, they might keep it close. It's Belichick, right? So he's going to keep it close as much as possible. But I still think the Bills will win this. And what is the spread? I think it'll be a little bit more. I think they're going to win by more than the spread. So,
Johnny, you on the same page here?
I mean,
this is your division.
I want to say yes. I mean, it's emotion, like Lo said, emotion can go either way. I mean, it can hurt them as far as just like the desire to even want to play, or it can galvanize them. It can unite them, and then they can totally beat down on the Pats. I'm gonna go that way. I hope I'm pulling for Buffalo as much as I'm not a Buffalo Bills fan. Obviously, being a Dolphin fan, but I want to see that stadium shaking, and I expect it to be shaking. And I think Buffalo is gonna I think they're gonna beat down on the Patriots. I don't think it'll be close at half.
You got to have this one, right? Your team's got to have the.
Well, we got to worry about winning our own game. Not worry about the Patriots. We got to worry about beating the Jets. So I'm not even looking past that.
We'll get into that game here in just a minute. I mean, Jonathan, you alluded to it, all the emotion. The fans are going to be absolutely nuts. Bills Mafia is going to be out there lighting tables on fire, breaking tables, jumping through tables. I think they're going to have – I wouldn't be surprised if they have that training staff. The people who saved Damar's life lead that team out onto the field. The man woke up and asked, did we win the effing game? And the doctor said, we won the game. And then on the conference call with his dad, he told his dad said, go out there and handle business is what he wants y'all to do. Well, guess what, Patriots? The Bills are going to handle business. It's going to be a shellacking 42-0 when they come into Buffalo. Sorry, Bill. The Bills are baby.
I'll say I agree that emotions can make mistakes in both sides of the spectrum of it. But here's the thing about it too: if Damar did not wake up, let's just say let's look at the spectrum here. If Damar didn't wake up, he was still out, and he was not responsive. Everything was still kind of going what it's been the last couple of days. I can absolutely agree that the emotions of the wonderment of, oh my God, is he even going to wake up? The player's going to have that in it. The fact that
That's a good point.
He is awake. That itself is going to be a monkey that's just completely lifted off them. Yeah. The weight of wondering is going to be off of those players and be like, hey, maybe he's going to be okay. Now we have to do our job and go play for him and show him that just the support that he's been shown is going to be extended even further to what our job on the field. So I look at the positive side of what he has achieved, in health-wise. Being able to come to and be responsive, the players are going to be absolutely ecstatic. I know they are right now, and they're going to play for that young man this weekend.
Yeah, there's hope.
That's a very good point, man. That's a very good point.
Let's flip to the other team on that Monday night game. The Bengals, they host the Ravens in the game the Bengals still got to have to win the AFC North. They're favored, Carlos, at -7. Do they get the job done against the Ravens?
Yeah, no Lamar Jackson. So
that Lamar stinks without him.
Lamar doesn't play. The Baltimore doesn't win, and he makes a point. He makes a valid point why he should get paid, and he's doing his thing. He's taking care of himself, and it stinks to be in Baltimore right now and having the situation that you're in and not being able to have your number one guy in. But it is what it is, and Cincinnati's going to come out with this win. But if things change and Lamar plays, it's another game.
Bro, am I tripping and watching something else? Because I mean they're 10-6, and a bunch of those games were Huntley. So I mean,
they haven't won a game with Huntley. They've been losing with him.
Bro, they're 10-6. What's their record since Lamar got hurt?
0-3.
No way.
No, they won a game.
Man.
They won a game.
They've been. I don't know, man. I mean, Burrow and company should win this game.
They beat I'm sorry, they beat the Falcons.
Was it field goals mostly though, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They keep it close.
My man, you can't win games.
Hey, I'm just saying. I mean, trust me, I am not a Baltimore Ravens fan at all. Trust me, I'm not a John Harbaugh.
You taking the Ravens then to cover?
Saying,
you taking the Ravens to cover, Johnny?
No, I'm not. Not in Cincinnati. And I think Cincinnati, like what Jonathan just said, I think Cincinnati is going to feel a sense of relief that this young man is doing better. So I think that's almost going to give them the freedom to be able to go out there and actually play without, saying like that was a very good point by Jonathan there. So I think Cincinnati's going to come out feeling pretty good too, and they need this game. So I think Cincinnati wins the game. Joe Burrow is he's good, man.
Jonathan,
they created an atmosphere there, right? They made it the jungle, and they made it an atmosphere, and it's gotten crazy and crazy every game. It just keeps building and building. So it's a playoff game now, and it's almost like a playoff game now. So it's like it's gonna be wild over there. So,
Jonathan, what's your who you picking here?
I don't go against my LSU boys and Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And again, you talk about a combination. You talk about a combination, quarterback receiver combination that just has electrified the skill, the position over the last couple of seasons, and for just because their connection for what they did at LSU. And what they've done in Cincinnati too. So it's extended, it's carried on, and the offense is clicking. And we saw. I mean, I don't really want to bring up the game itself on Monday, but the first drive, that offense was clicking. They went down the field on Buffalo in that first drive and made it look easy. So that offense is you're talking about an offense that's very dangerous and very diverse. With not just chasing. It's not just Jamar Chase anymore. It's T. Higgins is a really good number 2 receiver. Should be a number 1 receiver. Could be a number 1 on a lot of teams. Tyler. Boyd is another one that is really taken off and being a solid number 3. When Chase was down, he was a really good number 2 receiver. So the weapons on that team on offense is absolutely is stacked. They are built for a postseason run, and it's going to start this weekend against Baltimore. I did see though. A report came out that the division is the Bengals no matter what happens this weekend. I think the NFL came out and said that it's based off of the percentages that it's going to be Cincinnati's division no matter if they win or lose the game. But because you didn't play a full game, Cincinnati, I feel like Cincinnati will play their full roster. They'll get their game in. They didn't get a full game in last week, and make sure they get themselves ready for the postseason in the following week.
Craig, what's your thoughts here? Cincinnati -7 against the Ravens.
Yeah, man. I mean, I know everybody's sitting here kind of shitting on the Ravens, but that Ravens defense has been able to keep them in games and at least keep games pretty close. But I think Jonathan kind of nailed it, man. There's just so many weapons on Cincinnati. It goes so much further than just Burrow and Chase, man. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Hayden Hurst being back, Joe Mixon. There's just so many guys that can hurt you on that offense. And I mean, this is kind of their postseason tune-up, man. So I'm going to take Cincinnati.
Yeah, I've been saying it almost every week for like the last month and a half. You guys know what it is. It's Burrow, it's Bodkins, it's Bengals, baby. I'm riding with the Bengals, my guy Joey Burrow. We got 2 games to get into that have huge playoff implications. Johnny, your Dolphins host the Jets. They're favored by -2. It's Skylar Thompson time for the Dolphins and versus Mike White. Who would have ever a Week 17 matchup with playoffs on the line? It's Skylar Thompson versus Mike White to go to the playoffs.
Well, it's better than Mike Glennon against Joe Flacco. I'll say that. But I mean, I have no confidence in this team at all to pull out the win. I mean, I'm never going to lose faith. You always got to have faith in your team winning the game, especially at home. The defense plays a lot better at home than they do on the road. But that's not saying much. If McDaniel will actually run the ball for 4 quarters, we might actually win this game instead of just running it for half the game and then just deciding not to run the ball anymore. But I think we win this game, but just slightly. Would you say the spread was 2.5?
2.
Yeah, so I say we win by a field goal and just
It's a pick 'em.
barely.
It's a
barely.
pick 'em.
Yeah, I'll take the Dolphins to win by a field goal.
Hey, I'm going to ask you this.
2017 or 21-17, something like that.
I'm going to ask you this because I think for me it's a no, but I don't want to speak for anybody else, but you're the Dolphins guy. So do the Dolphins fire Mike McDaniels if the Fins lose? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I mean, but then again, with the knucklehead owner that we have, you never know. So I pray
maybe
that
they go get Sean Payton and Tom Brady.
Man,
do they go back
Payton,
to that route?
Sean Payton don't like 2-0. And stop with the Tom Brady to Miami stuff, please stop. We actually need to have a coach for more than 2 or 3 years, and then maybe we might actually have a chance to break out of this 22-year slump that we've been in. So I'm gonna say that yes, the collapse is bad. But I mean, there's no doubting this young man's offensive mind is insane. He made some mistakes here. Like I said, he abandons the run way too early. But I think he keeps his job. The owner's not going to be happy about it. But I think what he brought was able to pull out of Tua. I think that was the whole basis there. So as long as as long as the owner doesn't make a dumb move, I expect McDaniel to be back, man.
Carlos, who you got on this game? Jets, Dolphins. It's pretty much a pick 'em.
Yeah, same thing. 21-17. This is going to be a close game. I believe the Dolphins win this game, and if they don't run it, I don't understand why they escaped that. That's the only way to set up the 2 wide receivers is to run the ball. But hopefully this game is going to be very, very close. Though it's going to be hard to watch, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly.
Yeah, but
Jonathan, who you got?
It could be 10-7, bro. It could be 10-7 for real.
It's one of those Thursday night games, right?
Yeah.
I'll say this: I'm expecting it a defensive game. Again, you got Skyler. As a quarterback of the Dolphins, Mike White has been up and down, a lot more down recently. The Jets' defense is really good. Dolphins have been a really good defense. I think this is going to be a defensive game. I think it's shaping it up, and so I give the edge to the team that has the defensive coach that's running the show, and that's Robert Saleh and the New York Jets. I think they're going to play really good defense and make Skyler have to make the throws to Hill and Waddle and see if he can actually thread the needle and do it and make some plays. And I don't think he's going to be able to make enough plays to give them the chance to win this game. So I'm going to go with the team that's got the better defense and the team that's going to be more prepared defensively, and that's the New York Jets.
Craig, who you got?
Yeah, man, I kind of agree with Jonathan. I hate to say it, Johnny, but I just...
Bro, it's all good, man. I've been saying it to myself all week, bro.
It's the quarterback position, man, and I do think that Miami is creative enough to find ways to get the ball into, Tyreek and Jalen Waddle and their running backs' hands. I think it's going to be a close game, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna go with the defense that I trust more because right now I don't know how much I can trust either one of these offenses, and I just like what the Jets have on defense. So I'm gonna take the Jets in a close one.
All right, the last game. It's the big Sunday night game. My Packers are 4.5 favorites.
Bro, you didn't pick.
Oh, I didn't pick it. You're right. Sorry. I'm riding with the.
You're just dismissing us, huh? You just dismissed us. I don't even want to talk about the Dolphins.
He's just excited to get to the next one.
I know.
I'm gonna go. I really don't know. I'm gonna side with the Dolphins. They get it done somehow, some way. All right, let's get into the last game here. Craig, my Packers host the Lions. They're 4.5 favorites. They win. They do the improbable. Whether, it's kind of the RELAX. That's what Aaron should have told me mid-season when I was burying this team. We've seen this run before. Instead of your Bears, it's the Lions, though, that can stop us. Are you taking the Packers at -4.5? Are you taking the Lions? Packers win, they get in. Lions can get in if the Seahawks lose to the Rams, which I don't think that happens. So who you got here?
The Lions have been, I mean, playing pretty good football. The Packers, this winning streak that they're on, I mean, you can kind of find fool's gold in every single one of the wins that they've gotten. But
not
at the
last
same
week.
time,
Not last week.
what do you mean not last week?
Where's the fool's gold last week?
The quarterback, I mean, okay, we'll get past that. But anyway, get into this week's game. At the end of the day, it's Aaron Rodgers. It's January. It's Lambeau Field. You can't bet against him. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm taking the Packers. Jared Goff's indoor-outdoor splits I saw, and they're pretty. There's a pretty big difference between Jared Goff playing inside, Jared Goff playing outside. There's a big difference between almost any quarterback playing outside at Lambeau this time of year. So I think all advantages point to Green Bay. So I'm going with the Packers.
Jonathan, who you got here?
I'll say this, and I know the stats are really favoring Green Bay. Again, Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers together are undefeated in December and January at home. It's a home game against.
Well, we lost in the playoffs last year or 2 years ago.
So it was December. Then I guess it was okay. So
December.
But in essence, I mean, okay. So one loss in the LaFleur and Rodgers era together at home in Lambeau, cold weather. Everything's shaping up for this to be the miracle of Aaron Rodgers, showing that he is, I guess, the second coming. I don't know. I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna channel my inner Lee Corso. Not so fast. It has to end at some point. It has to end, and I think this is the year that the Lions will take down the Packers at home. But at the same time, this is going to be the game that almost puts the nail in the time of Rodgers in Green Bay. I think something's going to happen in this game that is going to just set them off. It's going to set Rodgers off. That is just looks at it and says maybe he needs to leave Green Bay. I think which has been a lot of rumors over the last 2 years for that. I think something's going to happen in this game. We're going to lose this game, and the Lions they're going to take it, and they're going to basically put the emphasis of Rodgers and Green Bay's relationship on spotlight over this offseason.
Bro, I think Jonathan's been watching my show or something, bro. I said
Carlos,
that the other day. Sorry, go ahead, Los. Go ahead.
Carlos, who you got here? You with Jonathan or in BAM Sports, who says MCDC going to have the boys ready? Goff is 3-1 against Rodgers. I don't think that's true because I feel like we always beat the Rams when he was there. Lions going to eat some kneecaps.
Bro, this is going to be as ugly as that Jets game with the Miami Dolphins, man. The Lions got to score 27 points to beat the Packers. If they can score 27 points, they'll beat the Packers, and I don't think they're going to do that. In Green Bay, this is going to be a very close game, 24-21, and the Packers might sneak out with the win here. But the key is that if whoever goes to 21 first is going to be the team that will win this game. But I think the Packers going to beat the Lions.
Johnny, who you got here? Lions at minus, or Packers at minus 4.5.
Nah, I'm riding with your boys. Yeah, I've been telling you since midseason when we attended the funeral of the Green Bay Packers that you hosted that night. I told you that, bro. There's still a shot in the NFC. You still have a shot. You have Aaron Rodgers, but like I was mentioning before, I didn't mean to cut off Los, but I was talking about it the other day that if Aaron Rodgers has a game like he did against the 49ers last year in that playoff game against the Lions, then yeah, I could see something crazy happening, like Green Bay saying, "Yo, we need to move on," or something like that, for real. So it's crazy that Jonathan was just mentioning that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't expect Aaron Rodgers to go out like that. Like I feel for Aaron Rodgers the way you feel for Joe Burrow. You know what I'm saying? I love me some Aaron Rodgers. So I think he's gonna ball out. As much as I like what Dan Campbell has done there, he's a Miami guy. I'm happy for him and what Detroit has done. But those splits, like you mentioned with Goff, inside and outside, is a big deal. And I think Aaron Rodgers realizes how big this is. He needs to win this game, and he needs to win it, pretty convincingly. So I like Green Bay. To talk about emotion at home after what they just did to the Vikings. yeah, I think they put it on. I think they put it on Detroit.
I want to say this. I was right about a lot of things about this team. If I was right about one thing, it was about this Packers team. I said they would struggle early on. Now, I did write them off mid-season. I still didn't believe. I thought Johnny's Dolphins would put the nail in the coffin for us because I thought we could beat the Vikings, and I said we could beat – I'm not worried. It's the Lions. Get out of here with this bullshit Detroit Lions. That's one team we're not – when they come to Lambeau, we handle business. If this game was at Detroit, I'd be a little scared. But it's at Lambeau in the cold. We're going to be ready. Dude said this team stinks, but this is a new year, baby. New year, new me, new Packers. 2023, Nick Bodkins says, Packers are winning. We're taking it to the playoffs, baby. -4.5. It doesn't matter if it was 7.5. The Packers are riding high into the playoffs. Rodgers is going to be doing the discount double check one last time into the playoffs. Let's go, baby. I believe in you. Go, Pack, go.
Bro, how would you feel though if he does wind up having a game like he did against San Francisco last year and he just can't do nothing on offense?
Well, we got that'll probably happen the week after, Johnny, when we play the 49ers.
Right. I was going to say, if this does end up being Aaron Rodgers last year, the only fitting way for him to go out is losing the playoffs to the 49ers, right?
That's what's going to happen the following week.
You don't think that a loss to the Lions would mean more as far as
right?
Like just
that's what I'm
the
saying.
ending? The ending,
Right.
like you lose to a team that absolutely owned.
It would mean more.
It would
But
mean
Aaron
more,
Rodgers
but
losing the
that's
playoffs
not
They'll
gonna
treat
happen.
like Brett Favre for the first 4 years of his after his career's over. Like they'll come near us after 10 years.
All right, boys. The stream has been going on exactly almost a little over 6 hours. I'm gonna let each of y'all say one last final word before we get up out of here. Johnny, we'll start with you. Any last and final words before we get up out of here for a stream that's been going on for 6 hours?
Want to shout out Dan Harris, like you mentioned earlier. I'm talking about a wonderful, wonderful human being. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy. I got nothing but mad love for Dan. Always thinking about others, even though he's going through his own stuff. So shout out to Dan Harris. I know hopefully he's getting some shout out right now. But no, this was fun. This was a great thing that he did. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody mentioned earlier, this is beyond sports. So it's always nice to see. I mean, we're all sports fans. You know, we all love our own teams, but at the same time, we all love, you know what I'm saying, the competition, and we all got nothing but respect for these young men, and we want them to always be healthy. So, you know, props for Dan for doing this. But I'll be back tomorrow night to do the Let's Talk Dolphins. I'll preview the Jets game. Saturday at 5 o'clock, I'll be doing the AFC East Roundtable, and then you know how we do on Sunday, all day Sunday. We'll be all over Let's Talk Sports, man. So it's been fun, man.
Carlos, any last and final departing thoughts?
Yeah, I want to thank you. I want to thank Dan. Thank everybody. Let me be on the show tonight. I'm on tomorrow morning on TGI Sports with Keith Angle, co-host that. And then I'm on tomorrow night on Sports Scope with Robert Butler on Let's Talk Sports. Again, shout out to Dan. Prayers to him. Hopefully he gets better. Thank you for doing this. Shout out to the Buffalo Bills Mafia family, the fans, the team. We're all praying for Damar, and hopefully, he gets better. And this is a tough time, but it's a good time that everybody's coming together. Playoff football time, and it's going to be, it's only going to get better. So I want to wish everybody a good night. Still Happy New Year for everybody. Look forward to this new year for good things to come. And thank you once again. God bless, guys.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I appreciate Dan for reaching out and asking about me doing the show with you guys. This was a lot of fun. I always enjoy doing these shows with all you guys each week. Big shout out and prayers to Damar Hamlin. Continues being a former athlete. being a coach now, I have many athletes that I take care of and I look after. It really hit me hard to kind of see and being able to see that live and see what not just the players but the coaches that are going through with that. And I sympathize with them, in my experience as a player and coach, that what those guys went through from seeing what they see. So prayers for Damar, prayers for all the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals, all the NFL, all the guys in the NFL. That got to see that, the fans, everybody got a chance to see that happen. Something that we've never seen in our lifetime. We all kind of need to step back and reflect, just from what we saw and what not just in what we saw, but in life in itself. So, many prayers for everybody, many prayers for all those who were affected by what we saw on Monday night, and continued prayer for Damar as he continues to fight for his life and be able to get back to hopefully normal. And be able to live a normal life afterwards.
Gray, you got any last and final thoughts here before we get out of here?
I mean, you guys nailed it, man. Big shout out to Dan Harris for making all of this possible for all of us and the cause that he put it together. For Damar Hamlin, his family, the fans, T. Higgins, just everybody involved, man. Thank you for having me on the show each and every week that I can make it throughout the NFL season. And then, here going into last week, man, I'm just I need my old friend Lovie Smith to lead his boys to one victory out there, so we can give the Bears the number 1 pick, man. I need the Texans to get a victory this Sunday, give Chicago that number 1 pick.
You guys,
who you taking? Will Anderson from Alabama?
What's that?
Will Anderson from Alabama?
No, sir. We get that number 1 pick. We trade back. Somebody come get a quarterback.
True.
My last and final thoughts is, again, everybody, thank you for everybody joining, and Dan, again, putting all this together. There's a couple things I think about as going forward. Number one, be kind to people. You never know what people are going through or when this could be the last time you see somebody. I think about the coaches, Cincinnati's coach and McDermott, Buffalo's coach. They did the right thing on Monday. They put their own egos and everything aside, and they did the right thing. And they put their players first above their own accord, and put the game off. And the players, they care about anything else but then what was going on with their friend and the person that their teammate, their family member. And I implore people to do the right thing this year in 2023. Do the right thing. Treat people how you want to be treated. Put your own egos and everything aside, and be like McDermott, and be like the Bengals coach, and be like Dan Harris. If there's a thing, just be selfless. And everybody's got their own battles and demons, but if you can get people together, have a few laughs, have some fun, and then do that. And it's the old adage that we get taught in kindergarten: just treat people how you want to be treated, and put other people before yourself, and because you don't know what other people are going through. So with that is the parting shot for myself and for everybody. Again, you still can donate money if you're joining us. The link is in the description to the podcast, and just click on it, donate it. Dan will still take care of you. We're still matching up to the $3,000. Dan's already donated $1,000. Dan will put out how much money we raised all night. The stream has been going on for 6 hours. I've been here since about 3.5 hours of it, and commenting quite a bit on the first. So I appreciate everybody that held down the fort, from the Larson brothers to the Bills Mafia crew, to you guys. It's been a pleasure. Everybody that commented came in, commented, donated money. It has been a pleasure, boys. This was unexpected turn into a great fall season, and we'll keep the show going on every Thursday now, since had to move to Thursday. So catch us out, the Bodkins Show, every Thursday. It'll be on Sox Sports and obviously on the Bodkins Show channel as well. Again, I appreciate it, boys. We're going to hit that outro. Appreciate it. Dan, hopefully when you wake up, you catch all this, and we all had fun. And none of us would be here without you, Dan, and we support you and everything that you do. And that's it. I'm going to hit this Let's Talk Sports outro, and we're going to get out of here, boys. See ya.